Hello everyone and welcome to the Naroditsky Memorial. It's day 2, it's time for Blitz. I'm going to be your host today, I'm David Howell, and I'm joined by the legendary Grandmaster, former World Championship Challenger, Peter Lecko. Peter, we're here, it's time for more chess. The players are getting ready in Charlotte, North Carolina, and it's a pleasure to be alongside you once again.
Yeah, hello David, welcome everyone. Yes, super nice to be here commentating Danya's memorial. And yeah, this is not day 2, and we will be featuring Blitz games, Danya's favorite 3+2 segment. I'm so excited, so thrilled, and also Hikaru Nakamura is joining us today. What a day it is.
Exactly, it's going to be a lot of fun, it's going to be wild, probably chaotic, but there's going to be a lot of chess. We had a fantastic day 1 yesterday, of course. It was the rapid portion, which was won by Javokir Sindarov after a very dramatic comeback in the main tournament and then winning the playoffs. But we do want to remind everyone, of course, at home, before we get started, of why we are all here. This is all about supporting and celebrating the memory of Daniel Naroditsky, of course, and there is a way that you can all help at home. If you go !fund in the chat, you can learn more about this foundation, its mission, about the memorial tournament itself, and the plans for the future. I think Daniel would very much have approved of the way that the fund is trying to support young players especially. So we'll be talking more about that throughout the day. This is all for Daniel's memory, and you can all do your part. And in the meantime, let's talk about what we're going to see today, Peter. It's Blitz Chess. We're going to start with a big open, a Swiss section. And there is a Masters, there is a Challengers event. We'll be focused on the Masters. The top 10 players will qualify from this section to the Blitz finals tomorrow. So it's all about getting those top 10 spots. The time control will be 3+2. I think that's pretty standard for over-the-board Blitz these days. And most importantly, the Naroditsky rule. If there is a tie in these 11 rounds, come the end of it, if there's a tie for any one who could potentially qualify for the Blitz finals tomorrow, those top 10 spots, then they play off. It won't be decided with mathematical equations. It's all going to be settled on the chessboard. And Peter, I know that's something that you really like.
Yes, absolutely. I was so emotional during my masterclass, Danya's tribute masterclass at the Charlotte Chess Center 2 weeks ago, because I felt like, yeah, this is just, it's not right. You know, whenever you exclude someone based on something, yeah, and it was Daniel Naroditsky and Daniel Dubov, the two players who fell victim of that rule. And it just hurts, yeah, because you feel like it's injustice. So it's all the more nice that now here in the Naroditsky Memorial, we will be having this rule. It might get very tricky because we might have some crazy big tie for certain places to try to qualify, but I'm all in for it. Let's have fun and let's enjoy and let's give everyone a chance.
Exactly. And yeah, Daniel would have loved the fact that there's going to be more games. I think it's almost guaranteed there'll be tie breaks. We'll talk more about those complicated rules later. But yeah, if there's more chess, that just gives a chance to more players. And there are more players in this Blitz event compared to yesterday. In the Rapid, we saw some very strong players, but today, extra faces have turned up. Hikaru Nakamura has flown in. He arrived yesterday at North Carolina. And it looks like we're almost ready to go in the playing hall.
Okay, players, please find your boards.
Okay, there, Peter, we saw the arbiters just telling the players to find their boards. Hikaru is on board 1 against Irene Sikandar, who actually was on board 1 in the Rapid yesterday against Fabiano Caruana. Today, she gets a different opponent, but it's going to be equally tough.
Yes, actually, what an incredible tournament for Irene, playing against Fabiano and playing against Hikaru Nakamura. I think that's something she will never forget. A very big celebration. When you are facing such great players, it's just joy.
Yesterday, when the game concludes, please have an arbiter mark your result. We are wearing white shirts. In the challenger section, just as yesterday, please mark your score on the pairing sheet in the hallway. Today we are playing 11 rounds of Blitz 3+2. There will be a lunch break after round 5. Okay, I'd like to turn it over to the chief organizer, Peter Giannaris.
Welcome everyone. Thank you for being here once again for the Blitz Championship that begins today. We have 2 announcements. If you missed it yesterday, the first announcement at this event was that in January we will be distributing the first Naroditsky Fellowship, $50,000 to top American junior talents. We will, of course, publish the details of that in August and open it for applications in August, but that was noted yesterday. After that announcement yesterday, FIDE also announced that their Best Creator Award for FIDE Excellence Awards at the end of the year will be permanently called the Daniel Naroditsky Creator Award, which will be given out every year to the top creators by FIDE. So we're very proud of that. To make the opening move, ceremonial opening move here in the tournament is Lena Schumann, who will play the first move on board 1. Tanya's mother, please, round of applause.
Come on, guys. Thank you.
Players, the second round will be 11:25. Good luck. Please start your clocks.
And there we go. Thank you, Grant. Thank you, Peter, for opening the Blitz tournament. Hikaru Nakamura, we see him here with white against a very strong IM, Irene Sikandar from Indonesia. And Peter, it feels like a very fitting way to open the tournament with Danya's mum making the first move.
To the winner, Javohir Sindarov, that was also a very emotional moment. And also hearing that FIDE is honoring Daniel Naroditsky's name and legacy by making this special prize called after him, that's all wonderful news.
Yeah, all fantastic stuff. And okay, round 1 has begun, round 1 of 11. Maybe we can jump in and see some of the boards. It's going to be very fast. 3+2, Peter. It's going to be hard to follow everything, of course. We have some big clashes. I just want to highlight on board 3 It is Sindarov versus Sindarov. Sindarov squared. It is two brothers playing against each other. Javokir is slightly older than his brother and slightly higher rated. But yeah, interesting that they get paired in round one, getting the brotherly love out of the way as early as possible.
Yeah, this is certainly a very special one. The big question, do they play at home at all, or is not the big chance of a lifetime for the younger brother to show that, wait a second, Javo here, you might be fighting for the World Championship title, but you haven't won the family duel yet.
They must have played at home, right? I think there's only a year or so between them, so quite close in age. They must have fought over the board a few times. But yeah, Islombek Sindarov, for those who don't know, he's on the right of our picture. He's got the black pieces. And yeah, he follows Javokir everywhere. They've been at the World Cup, the Football World Cup, together, watching matches. They've had a great time, I think, in the US, and nice of them to come and support the Naroditsky Memorial. About 1 to 2 years between them, I'm told. And, the first blunder. Maybe we can jump into that board, Peter. A big mistake from the younger brother.
Yes.
As he captures a poison pawn.
He captures the poison pawn. He doesn't know his brother. Don't do this. Don't do this. Safety first approach should have been used, but he went on pawn hunting. Now, Javo here is hitting the knight with h4. Apparently, maybe black can stay in the game with knight e5. Yeah, it's played. But the big question after queen g3, will he be able to find the response? Because there is tremendous pressure on the g file lining up against black's king.
Yeah, putting pressure on the pinned piece makes a lot of sense. He drops back his knight, defends the mate on g7. h6 is hanging. I'm not sure whether white wants to take it immediately. Yeah, you can take it with the knight, with the bishop. He goes for a check. And back. Level material. Okay, he has survived Islombek. He's not got a great position, I'm going to say, but he's not dead yet. He can still bring his queen out to f6. He can still cover some squares.
Yes, he needs to. I think queen f6 is like a key move, touching that monster knight on f5, and then try to somehow destabilize white's pieces.
Mm-hmm. He needs to speed up, though. He's only got 50 seconds against 2.5 minutes. And we saw yesterday it was a blitz playoff after the rapid that Javokir is so quick, like so speedy, so resourceful. You can't spend too much time on the clock against him. Queen f6 played. And, okay, queen to g6. Question mark, apparently, because of a blue arrow move. Rook a4, Peter, that is difficult to find.
Yes, well, but it stops queen g5 and it's on the board. On the board. What a vision by Javor here. Of course, he will not miss this chance. And now h5 is coming. If the queen is kicked away, then it's bad news.
Oof. Yeah, looks like bad news in general. h5's coming. Oh, queen back on h7 is not safe. I don't know whether white captures the knight on c5 or just slides the rook across somewhere. There we go. He's setting up for h6, and that's going to either trap the black queen or going to launch a mating attack.
Knight d5 also bringing the last piece into the attack. Yeah, black's position is just falling apart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nothing immediate, but it's just the build-up. He defends c7, avoiding any forks, but white's pieces are also beautiful. The f1 rook at some point can easily enter the action as well, but matter of time before Javokir puts pressure on g7, maybe breaks through with h6. Looks beautiful, his position.
Yes, after h6, black has to play g6, then white can jump in with the knight to g7, and then the queen is on h7, completely locked. But white is spoiled with a choice, so Javor here takes on b6 and goes f4, hitting the knight.
Mm-hmm. Knight drops back, h6. We're going to see that variation you mentioned. Black's queen is not a happy camper right now. g6 locks in his own queen. Okay, he's still alive, still level material for now. Just 9 seconds though. The clock is going to play a huge part in deciding who's going to qualify for the top 10 today.
Yes, and Javori captures on d6, f5. Wow. Basically, I feel this is a statement he wants to show to his younger brother that never challenge me ever again to a chess game.
It's so harsh. He's one of his biggest supporters, his younger brother. I remember seeing him there at the World Cup, just cheering on Javakir, but there we go. It is a handshake and a big smile from Javakir Sindarov. At least they got this out the way. And still plenty of time for Islambek Sindarov to come back and try to get that top 10. Big smiles from Javakir. Let's jump to top board. Maybe Hikaru against Irene. And
look at
so
this.
easy.
Things are far from clear. Black has excellent compensation on the dark squares. Is Hikaru in some kind of a trouble?
Definitely feels that way, but okay, he's plugged all the holes, controlling all the squares. White is up a couple of pawns. So long-term Hikaru, if he can get the queens off, should be confident of winning.
d5, also great.
Great move.
Creating counterplay.
Yeah, this is perfect for Irene because she is a very active player. And look at this, Peter. She's desperately trying to open up lines for her pieces. Makes a lot of sense.
Yes, and combined with this bishop d6, yeah, because this is the problem of Hikaru, that actually if he protects, then now bishop d6 comes and the queen might enter.
He's going to allow the black queen to enter, but he's got to be really careful. Queen g3 is a huge threat in many positions. Queen d4 can come in as well. Yeah, you've got to be really careful. a6, you can sometimes play rook takes a6, just give up the rook and try to come in. She's got a pawn. Shake of the head from Hikaru.
Wow.
Oh. He's really
Very
living
scary.
life on the edge. Hikaru gives up the exchange. He tries to get rid of the black bishop. He's trying to change the momentum. Peter, he's trying to get to the black king, but his own king looks so weak.
What a fight.
Hikaru in huge trouble. Hikaru's losing now, according to the evaluation bar. The black king's super safe. If queens come off, black is just winning. Oh, Irene has allowed a check, though. It's going to be perpetual check, maybe? Hikaru's having to bail out. Yeah, no way he plays this on. Surely, g6! He's going for a win. Now rook h1. Irene, is she checkmating Hikaru Nakamura? She can just take on g6 next move. Oh, she wants a draw. She's
Hikaru
tempted, but
offered
she's
the draw.
totally winning.
But Hikaru offered the draw, I think.
Wow. Peter, that was crazy. Hikaru could have lost as early as round one. Irene played a perfect game.
Yes, my heart couldn't really take it anymore, yes. Oh, what we have witnessed.
Okay, and there we saw a few brief words between Hikaru and Irene to analyze the game. I think there might still be action elsewhere. Wesley So is trying to play for a win here. It looks like he's going to get it against FM Ryan Ambergi. Okay, and the knight has left the board. It's a handshake. Wesley takes the win. Not easy. That was a long grind. But it does look like most of the favorites, other than Hikaru, did win round one. Peter, that was crazy. Hikaru, he wasn't there yesterday. He didn't play in the Rapid. Other players are warmed up. And he needs maybe a few rounds to fully get going.
Yeah, I had the same feeling, and also yesterday we have seen Sindarov suffering in the first couple of games, right? And also in the interview he highlighted that, yeah, he was actually even feeling a little bit ashamed of his playing the first couple of games, which motivated him very much that, okay, come on, I'm fighting for my honor, I have to show who I am. And then he delivered some brilliant chess at the end of the tournament and managed to win the event. I think like this is exactly the spirit Hikaru is also trying to keep after this first round, because this was very scary.
Yeah. The good news for Hikaru is he just needs to get top 10 by the end of the day to qualify for the finals tomorrow. So it should be very achievable and long tournament today, of course, 11 rounds. We see one draw. Elsewhere, it went to form. All of the seeds winning. I'm not sure how Aman Hambleton did, but good to see him joining. He's halfway down this set of pairings. We'll try and confirm his results a bit later, but he's joined the action after missing the Rapid yesterday. Sagar Shah losing, maybe and Levi Rosman losing round 1, maybe the big surprises. But elsewhere, everything going according to the rating. Ruslan Ponomarev yesterday played Dina Belankaya. Today again played Dina Belankaya, but got the win in the end. And Danny Wrench beating content creator Tushar Anand. That was very important. It would be nice to see the likes of Danny, maybe Levi later towards the top of the standings, so we can follow some of their games.
Yeah, well, at the moment, I don't know. Should we quickly revisit Hikaru's tricky position at the end? Yeah, the final position, because I want to add something to it. Just two of moves were clearly played on emotions, and we have seen that right here, couple of moves before. Yes, here objectively Black is winning, but this is a very tricky kind of position. Only computer can judge it that Black is winning, and the only winning move is Queen d4, taking care of the threat of Queen f6 check, and slowly Black should convert, but with few seconds on the clock, we see 4 seconds. This is very tricky, so she played the very natural move Rook e1, setting up the deadly threat of Rook e3, but all of a sudden White has the escape with Queen f6 check, and it looks like it's going to end in a perpetual check. The king moves back, Queen d8, King g7, Queen f6, so the players repeat, and then Hikaru felt like, wow, I got away with it, maybe I can try something myself, and impulsively, instantly he bleeds out the move g6, trying to bluff his way to victory, but Arin actually spotted that, wait a second, Queen e3 check, Bishop f3, Rook h1 check is wonderful, because after King g4, Rook g1 check, after King h3, we thought like she will spot Rook take g6, just picking up the pawn and avoiding any kind of perpetual check, and the victory should be just within reach. But she was so tense and she has so little time, and I felt like Hikaru was super clever that after the move King h3, Rook h1, immediately here he offered a draw with King g3. He did not make the move King g3, Rook g1 and King h3 and then offer the draw, because then she could have been thinking like, wait a second, maybe I have a choice. But here she was just so happy that a draw against the great Hikaru, and he grabbed the hand. But what a missed opportunity. Yeah, just Rook g1 check, picking up that pawn and continuing the mating attack.
Exactly. Irene's had some big wins in her career, but this might have been one of the biggest if she had found a Rook takes g6 at the end. And that shows how difficult it's going to be, even for the likes of Hikaru Nakamura, but nice to see him in the fray. We're going to go on a short break, but don't go anywhere, because we'll be back very soon for round 2.
Do you show a bunch of different faces to psych your opponents out?
He felt very uncomfortable answering that question.
He's lying, okay.
Do you have a Lee Chess account?
Did you successfully trick the lie detector test at any point in the game?
Huge lie.
Are you really worth $50 million?
Are you intimidated by Magnus Carlsen?
Do you consider yourself a genius?
You know, he tried to dodge the question now.
No way he's telling the truth on that. Do you think cheating is being taken seriously in over-the-board chess? Seriously enough?
Absolutely not.
True.
Do you think the online cheating paranoia is overblown or appropriate?
Tough question. The answer is somewhere in the middle. It's not being taken seriously enough, but there's also too much paranoia.
He's telling the truth.
So let's talk a little bit about that, even though we're moving the pieces. When you say that more could be done, do you have a specific list for Chess.com?
A specific list. I I mean, I think there should be a way to look at the performances of players who are not, say, up-and-coming kids specifically. And when you see certain players being defeated consistently, like Nepo or myself or Fabiano, I just think over our careers of having played chess, it seems that sometimes it's happening more frequently than it should, is what I would say. And I don't know how you deal with that, but I do believe it's happening more than it should.
Let's switch it up a little bit. Do you ever sing in the shower?
Not anymore, no.
True.
Are you really worth $50 million?
No.
I don't know. He's made a lot of money on stocks. He might be lying.
Lying.
He's lying. Okay. No, all right. Well, are you the best streamer in the world?
Yes.
No, that's a lie.
Okay. I guess I didn't clarify chess streamer. I should have
Exactly.
clarified chess
Exactly.
streamer. Okay. Are you the best chess streamer?
Yes.
Yes, with some ambiguity.
Okay. Yeah, well, there's a lot of context then. All right. I'll let you make a few more moves. because
Sure.
I kind of need you to get a good position against me, or it's gonna go forever. Okay.
I have this feeling this is not going well. It's making me wonder if I should become a career criminal now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm on. You're about to solve tactics from real games that Daniel played on Chess.com in Bullet or Blitz. Are you ready?
I am. Exciting. Let's go.
Now, you're a grandmaster. I'm going to give you 3 times as much time as it took him to make the actual moves in his game. Sound fair?
Nope, but let's go.
Okay, when we reveal, you're going to play black in this first position. Danya took 0.4 seconds, which means...
What's
if my
that
math-
times 3?
It's 1.2, but
Okay.
I'm going to round up and give you 1.5.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yep.
On your mark, get set, go.
91.
Try again.
Knight F4?
Knight F4 is
See, I would play 91 in a bullet game.
right. He played Knight F4. Now, I'm going to let you analyze why Knight F4 is forcing.
Yep. Knight F4 looks good. Queen G4 and Rook D1. Looks like White's going to come back with Queen E1. We probably have Queen H3, Queen D3, and Rook takes E1 and Queen takes F1.
Exactly. It is mate in 7, which you got in like 3 seconds. But go ahead and show it for the
Yep.
layman.
Absolutely. Yeah, Knight F4, very nice. Forcing. Even more forcing with Queen G4. And then White should smartly go King F1 to not lose immediately. This would normally be checkmate if not for Queen E1, and then Queen H3 if King E2 we have mate, so I assume there'd be a little more resistance with Bishop G2, but the check forces White down this sequence. Nonetheless, for mate. Very nice. Very nice.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Naroditsky Memorial Blitz. We're ready now for round 2. Peter, we nearly saw Hikaru lose in round 1, and I'm also being told that Boris Gelfand didn't win. He made a draw. It was half moon against Benjamin Moon there, and okay, maybe more surprises ahead in round 2.
Yeah, could easily be. Yeah, this is Blitz after all, 3+2. Getting the rhythm for all the players is, of course, essential. Yeah, once everyone's settled into the tournament and get up, already things will kind of smooth out. But at the beginning, with all the emotions, also everybody's super excited, super motivated to try to get his chance. And we are thrilled with some very interesting pairings in the second round.
Mm-hmm. Some all Grandmaster clashes already as early as round 2, especially towards the top of these standings here. We see Aman Hambleton, chess bra, commentator, man of many talents. He's playing Javokir Sindarov. That's going to be a lot of fun to follow. And yeah, also some other very strong players featuring here on the top few boards. Maybe we can see where else we can be following. I saw a bit further down, Eric Rosen is playing Robert Hess. That's going to be very interesting. Two of the nicest guys in the chess world. Peter, we're going to have fun pairings every round.
Yeah, that's for sure. Also, Fabiano is playing against Nico Hashin, who wasn't Nico who crushed Wesley So and knocked him out of contention for the tournament yesterday with this exchange Slav turning with this knight takes b5, knight a6, brilliancy.
Possibly. I think that might have been someone else, but we'll get confirmation on that. But yeah, either way, that's a very difficult pairing for Fabiano. Nico is a very solid Grandmaster. So, okay, elsewhere we see the third page of pairings. Danny Wrench against Ray Robson. That'll be interesting as well. That's not going to be easy for Danny. Wow. Ray is a very quick, very tactical player. Okay, round 3. Oh, sorry, round 2. Soon to get going.
Round 2, yes. Well, actually, which board is that? Do we have camera of that game of Danny or not? Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it would be lovely to be able to cover Danny in action against Ray Robson if ever we get the chance. But yeah, for the moment we are focusing on the top boards where we do have camera. It's always so nice to see all the emotions, all the body language of the players, the nerves that are kicking in, especially in time trouble.
Yeah, and yeah, we're just seeing the players take their seats now. Peter Giannatos, he is getting ready to announce round 2 can begin. Linnea Dominguez had a good showing, very solid in the Rapid yesterday, but couldn't quite win at the critical rounds. And there, Eric Rosen against Robert Hess, having a catch-up. They've known each other for many years, I'm sure. And yeah, it's going to be fun. We saw yesterday Robert actually scored 5, I think, out of 7 in the Rapid. Only lost to Levi Rosman and Javokir Sindarov. Yeah, so decent result for Robert, who hasn't played for a long, long time. So the rust, the cobwebs have gone. But Eric is a very well-known Blitz player. Lots of tricky ideas in the opening. And here we see Fabiano getting ready to play.
Yeah, I feel like Fabi is very determined today because, of course, yesterday's result was hurting him. Certainly was hurting him. He wanted to do well. But yeah, sometimes you have tournaments when nothing works, but then you have another chance the next day, then all the more you are super motivated to turn things the right way. And yeah, Aman Hambleton against Javokir Sindarov, and there is the handshake and the first move.
Mm-hmm. Let's get going. It looks like a London system. Aman always seems to play the London in big games. He's a specialist. He's released a course about the London system. In his famous chess boxing match, he played Bishop f4 as well on move 2. And very solid start to the game. Sindarov sets up in a King's Indian defense type of way. And he's going to try and play for, okay, maybe more c5 now than e5. First fianchetto. Double fianchetto here for black. Peter, what do you think? Aman, he's very, very solid and quite a good blitz player, but Javokir surely the favorite.
Yes, for sure. And also Javohi is playing a line which is very uncompromising. Yeah, he wants to play. I was showing with queen e8, but yeah, rook e8, queen e8, the same idea. Black wants to push e5. And as the big question for white, like, what do you do? Do you keep the tension in the center? But normally, of course, if you say Daman is a big expert, he should have experience treating these positions. Yeah, e5 played.
And the trick is normally not to touch anything in the center for white, right? You don't want to exchange pawns too early. You don't want to kind of block things too early, because then black has a clearer plan. You want to ask black, invite black forward in the center, because then the h2 bishop has more influence, more control. So it's just for looking for useful moves for Aman as he continues development. Here we see the bird's eye view, our top 8 boards. Peter, where else could we potentially be looking?
Well, probably everywhere. Yeah, I can imagine that we are treated with action. Of course, it would be also probably very nice to see Fabiano, just to get a feeling in which shape he's after yesterday. I would be very interested to check out how confidently he plays this game today in the second round.
Fabiano, yeah, not his best day for sure yesterday in the Rapid. Out of contention with a few rounds still to go, and this looks very symmetrical, but you're highlighting a very strong pawn center, blunting black's bishop, Peter, so maybe a small advantage for white.
Yes, in symmetrical positions, especially if there is something that is better for you than for your opponent, that's kind of brilliant news. I kind of feel like moves like king h1 getting out of pin, or queen c2, both the king h1 move is getting out of this pin. Okay, Fabi plays h3. He kind of kicks that bishop away, but can he do this? Can he really do this?
Ooh.
Wait a second, bishop takes h3, because the bishop on d3 will be hanging. So wait a second, g takes h3, queen g3 check, and then after king h1, queen takes h3 check, we cannot play knight h2 because the bishop is hanging. Wait a second.
Just a draw on the spot then. It's a perpetual check, and Nico has seen it. He's looking away from the board, so he's calculating something. Otherwise he would just play bishop h5 in a heartbeat, and he must have seen it. Fabi's going to drop a draw. Bishop takes h3.
Wow, yeah, and he goes, no, he takes on f3. No, come on, don't do this, giving up the light squared bishop just like this.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh.
A little bit shocking.
Yeah, a bit lucky there. I think it's quite normal the first few rounds. Everyone's a bit careless, or maybe not quite calculating as quickly as they can. But yeah, that's surprising. Bishop takes h3 would have forced perpetual check on the spot. And now Fabi should be quite a lot better. He trades off, and he's going to try and win the e4 pawn. Black's bishop on b6 still stuck, Peter. Unless there's going to be some sacrifice in the near future on d4, it looks like black is going to be suffering.
Yes. Okay, at least there is queen g6 with a tempo, yeah, protecting the e4 pawn and hitting the bishop on g5. I think this is kind of a almost automatic only move. And then try, if white falls back with the bishop, for example, to e3, to somehow get knight e7, activate that knight, try to dream of potential c6, knight d5, bishop c7. Then if all this happens, black is perfectly fine. But of course, Fabi will hit black's position move per move, not allow him time to regroup or to stabilize.
Yeah, and Fabiano with an advantage here. Nico Khashin is thinking, does play queen g6 though. Can we go back to board 2, Peter? Because Aman Hambleton has a huge advantage against Javokir Sindarov from that London system. And it's a dream for a London player. The bishop on h2 is open. Black's got no kingside play. And on the queen side, Aman's just breaking through. He's going to have a huge bind. He's going to have a big knight on c6, open c-file. Looks beautiful for Aman.
Yes, the only problem is that he has brilliant choices. Yeah, queen takes d5 or knight d5. How nice it would be just to have one move and then you blitz it out immediately.
Yeah, he looks very nonchalant, Aman, just casually playing rook c1. And I mean, he's playing fantastic moves, but he will need to speed up. 47 seconds. How to defend c7. This is not a pleasant position for black at all. White can double up on the c-file. I don't know, later b4, b5. Maybe Gukesh is going to play the London system in the World Championship if this is the type of position he might get.
Wow, wait a second. Also now the d6 pawn will be weak, yeah, because the bishop is from h2 hitting that pawn. Wow, but maybe even not to take it, but to first go knight b3 in order to able to maintain the structure after c takes d4, knight d4. Wow, on the
nice.
board.
Classy move from Aman. Knight b3. Yeah, those knights for white are going to be glorious. How does black even defend here? Like, the knight on g8 is so sad. Everything's so passive for Sindarov. Aman on the brink of victory. Big advantage. Takes on d4. Knight fork threatened, so rook b7. Can he just start collecting on a6? Or does he play b4 and cemento? Okay. Starts taking pawns.
Yeah, also just picking up d6 pawn looks very promising. Yeah, queen d6.
Black can't take the a5 pawn because the knight is hanging on d7. And that a pawn looks like a winner. Those white knights are so strong. You can just play a6, rook a1, just push. Easy plan. Bishop's coming off. Queen's coming off, maybe? Peter, should he trade queens among Hambleton? 10 seconds left.
He needs to make a move.
Okay. Drops his queen back. Hits the black rook. Nice move. For 9 seconds left for Aman. Only a 2-second increment. And rook takes f2. Sindarov's trying to speculate here. He's trying to confuse Aman, change the momentum. Knight d3. Great square. f4.
But queen c3 is a big problem. Yeah, exactly.
And now he can start swapping stuff. Careful of some knight forks on e2. The white king should maybe hide in the corner.
1 second.
Oh.
Oof. Aman needs
just
to
looks so
speed up.
casual.
He has to rush with his next moves to get some extra time.
2 seconds. 1 second. Oh, he's playing every move with 1 second left. It's getting more messy now. Queen g5 is going to threaten checkmate. e3 instead. Aman's only got... Oh, he's giving us a heart attack on the clock. He defends the mate. Great move. Aman is totally winning now. He gets another queen. Peter is going to play a8. Make a second queen. He's 2 rooks up for just a knight. Check. Can he go for mate? He drops
Queen
his queen
f3.
back. Yeah. Full control.
But
Is
now
it?
knight
No.
takes e2.
Knight takes e2. There's some knight forks. The board can't keep up. He must be mating Javokir here, though. But he's got no timer, man. Oof. That's a check. He's going to get the queens off. And Javokir Sindarov resigns. We'll recap the last few moves of that game a bit later, but huge surprise. Aman Hambleton takes down World Championship challenger Javokir Sindarov.
Wow. In a very good game. Finally, things got out of control. Yeah, he was down to a second couple of times. That's a heart attack situation for everyone who's following the game. But what were the last moves? So knight takes e2, queen f8 check, or?
Yeah, maybe we can recap that after this round is finished, Peter. I'm not sure. There might be still some games going. Danny Wrench against Ray Robson. I wonder if we've got cameras there or whether we can show the board. This game just finished. Robert Hess did take down Eric Rosen. So Robert on a hot streak. But maybe we can pull up the board. Danny Wrench has a winning position against Ray Robson.
Wow. Board number 19. Yes, I'm having it.
Okay, I don't know if that's still going, or maybe Ray's just lost on time, but it looks like the moves have suddenly stopped. But final position here, Danny's just a piece up.
Yeah, but look at the clocks. Apparently, Danny had 3 seconds. Ray lost on time. It could be, judging from the position, it could potentially be. But also objectively, Danny is actually winning here. Nevertheless, it's still a bit messy.
Okay, maybe we can see if there are any other games still ongoing.
Well, Liang Gavander is still playing, and he's losing to Eaton. Yes, look at Eaton. you remember he lost that heartbreaking game to Aravind. That is for sure. He was the one who should have won the Brilliancy Prize with knight d5, and now takes down Liang Gavander. Amazing.
Amazing stuff. And he even gave us a thumbs up after the celebrations there. It continues for Ethan Sheehan as he did win a very nice queen endgame against Awanda Liang. He was about to make a second queen on the board. That was unstoppable. Elsewhere, we did get a camera briefly on Danny and Ray Robson setting up the pieces after their game. But it looks like round 2 now has finished. And yeah, maybe...
But wait a second, Fabi lost.
Whoa.
Can you believe? Fabi lost.
What? What's Fabiano Caruana? He was a rook down in the final position. And there was confirmation of the results. It was a loss for Fabiano Caruana, a loss for Javokit Sindarov. So congrats to Nico Hassin there and Aman Hamilton. Also, Lenia Dominguez losing on the 4th board to Arav Dengler, a Indian Grandmaster. Surprises all over the place. Blood being spilled as early as round 2, Peter.
Yeah, incredible. But of course, yeah, Ethan's celebration, yeah, that how much it meant to him. This was just amazing that we caught that on camera.
Yeah, and Peter, just after the confirmation of these results, maybe we can jump in and show how those upsets did occur. Fabiano losing with white and a full rook down in this final position.
Yeah, let me pull the game up. By the way, also Andy Woodward lost. So what happening here in the tournament? It is just completely out of control. So that was the moment when we left it. Already the move h3 signaled that this is not yet the Fabi we want to see. It's a shaky move in a good position. Black misses the chance for bishop takes h3, but okay, so the game continues. Knight d2, queen g6, the move that I kind of felt that black has to play. Bishop f4, knight e7. The knight starts its journey. And okay, if you give black some time, black will get counterplay. So Fabi decides to take the queens off, but suddenly he loses coordination. Takes, and black breaks with c5, a timely c5 break. You have no time to play bishop d6 because of c takes d4. And after bishop takes c7, there will be the discover check, d takes c3, winning material. So that was a huge problem. Wow, so black was able to break with c5, takes bishop c5, and then all of a sudden Fabi is actually losing material. He cannot stop the e-pawn, and the bishop on f4 is hanging. That's the other problem.
Wow. And yeah, after some adventures, he did end up crashing to defeat. There's also his checkmating ideas on the h-file. And maybe we can just see how Fabiano ended up with that rook down after knight to d4. A few moves down the line, the knight came in, and that's just over.
Yeah, white can't even pick up the knight because of rook f1. So there's no time to pick up that knight because of rook f1. Oof. Yeah.
Okay.
Horrible. It just shows that, yeah, in Blitz, all it takes, you lose the control, you lose the grip at one moment, and you might suffer a defeat. What a shocking start to many of the stars.
Exactly. Fabi not in form. Javokit Sindarov, I mean, just wasn't allowed to show his form. Great game from start to finish by Aman Hamilton. Chess Bras doing the business there. We're going to be back with round 3 very shortly. Now that round 2 is over, the players just having a short break. Pairings will come out. But in the meantime, we just want to remind everyone why we're here today. We're doing it for Dania. And yeah, for anyone who does want to directly support Dania's legacy, the official Daniel Naroditsky Memorial Fund is now accepting donations. Every single donation goes directly towards funding this annual memorial tournament and, in the future, establishing fellowships to support talented young chess players on their journey. If you want to get involved, of course there's no pressure, but every little helps. You can hit !fund in the chat right now to see how you can contribute. And we'll be back for round 3 just after this short break.
I hope it's the same. Of course, as I just mentioned, the Blitz and Rapid format was something that he really liked, and I think that for most people, Blitz and Rapid does mean a little more fun, a little more casual, something that doesn't involve as much preparation. So I hope that even though this is a serious high-level event, that's likely going to meet the FIDE circuit requirements, and so many will be taking it seriously. I think combining it with an amateur section where fans get to come see their favorite creators and top players, I think will really give this tournament a vibe that's extremely fun and, well, and something that brings back a positive memory of Danya and his contributions to the chess world. Yes, so part of the original fundraiser that we made for the Naroditsky Memorial Fund included two initiatives. One of them was this exact Blitz and Rapid tournament, which we're carrying out now, and the second was the Naroditsky Fellowship to support top junior players. So at this event, we found it very fitting to announce that we would be giving $50,000 in the first year of the Naroditsky Fellowship to be distributed in January of 2027. And we'll open applications for that in the month of August, and we'll have players apply for that through the end of the year. Yes, so we raised a large amount of money, a little over $1 million in the original founding stage of the Memorial Fund. And it's our responsibility, of course, to carry out the initiatives we said we were going to do while still managing things in a fiscally responsible way. So, of course, we could have guaranteed a $500,000 prize fund for this exact tournament, but then that would spell disaster for future years to come. And that wasn't the message we wanted to send, and it's not what we promised. So the support that we receive from now onward will make sure that these two initiatives continue to thrive and grow as time passes. So our goal, of course, is to manage it fiscally responsibly and host this event and the fellowship every year.
A lot of people think that chess principles are good to know, but I am smarter than the principles, so I am not really gonna follow them. I'm gonna take my own path. You know, I am guilty of this too. I do it all the time.
So I really like the way that Anna introduced this because I think that oftentimes the phrase chess principles is met with an eye roll by players of various levels, even beginner players, because they're so general as to sound like complete platitudes. And I personally don't have a lot of tolerance for, dumb cliches in real life. The issue with chess is that when you're starting to play, it's kind of like being stuck in the ocean. And, you're trying to find little pieces of flotsam and jetsam and debris to grab onto so that you don't drown. And that process will continue for the first couple of months. Eventually, you build yourself a little island in the middle of an ocean. But for the first part, you have no choice but to grab onto whatever pieces of debris are coming your way. That's a slightly violent way of looking at it. But I like the way Anna phrases this because it's important to hear these chess principles out. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about how you should approach them and how you shouldn't approach them. You should definitely not approach them as some sort of, guiding light that you should follow 100% of the time. But definitely don't just kind of curl up your nose and roll your eyes when you hear control the center or bring your pieces out. If you're a newer player, these are very important rules of thumb that can help you get into normal positions that you can kind of build your chess career off of.
we're back just in time for round 3 of the Naroditsky Memorial Blitz. Peter, it was one of the most dramatic round 2s that I could have possibly imagined. So many top seeds falling, and in quite brutal style.
Yeah, well, actually, Aman Hamilton's win was just a masterclass. Because, you know, normally you can say that in a blitz game you see upsets, some blunder or something. No, that was a masterpiece. From the first move till the end, every single move had its purpose, and just beautifully outplayed Sindarov. I think that's clearly the biggest chess achievement, but also the way how Nico beat Fabiano, that was also very impressive, using the chance, this queen g6, knight d5, c5, all kinds of dynamic moves, and all of a sudden Fabi was lost. He probably did not even understood what hit him.
Yeah, and Fabiano needs to find his feet again, just in time to try and make a surge later for the top 10. Still plenty of rounds left, of course, and for anyone just joining, it is about getting into the top 10 by the end of the day in order to qualify for the finals tomorrow. Here are the pairings for round 3. We see Mukidin Madaminov, one of the golden generation of Uzbekistan, facing off against Wesley So. Andrew Hong against Bortnik, Samsevian against Emilio Cordova. Very strong grandmasters now, and it's nice to see that so many pairings, so many fun pairings are ahead. Hikaru Nakamura is slowly rising back up. He won in round 2. He was kicked off the live boards after drawing round 1, but he's playing your boy Ashwin, a player you're a big fan of, as we heard yesterday, Peter.
Wow, then actually it won't be an easy game for Hikaru, and he should be warned before the game that, wait a second, Hikaru, don't take it lightly, because you are up against a very dangerous opponent. And normally I think it's very important for the strong player to know that I'm up against a very dangerous player, because then you adjust your play, you are trying to be super focused right from the beginning with your openings also. If you are a little bit careless, you let your opponent get his game, and then he gets going, then it's very difficult to slow them down, and you always have the pressure that you feel like you have to win the game. So emergency break is normally not what you desire to push. So what else do we have? Yeah, hero against, because this means that actually Ray did turn the tables against Danny Ranch, and I felt like, I know that Ray is always in crazy time troubles, but I have never seen him flag, to be honest. Yeah, he played more than 1,000 moves with 1 second during his life, but he made sure that he never lost on time.
Exactly, and now we see another player, or we did briefly there, Andrew Tang, another one who can play 1,000 moves in a second. And here's Andrew Hong against Alexander Bortnik. Yeah, strong players at the top. Robert Hess is on 100% so far. He plays against Gauri Shankar, who I believe is resident in Charlotte. That's going to be a fun one. And Samsevian against Emilio Cordova. I've played these two many times, both of them. Very strong, dangerous grandmasters. And handshakes, round 3 begins. Yeah,
well, I actually would like to follow the Madaminov Wesley So game, because we haven't really seen Wesley too much in action, and Madaminov not just coming also from Uzbekistan, but he is the main second, the man behind Sindarov, always going with him to every single tournament. He was there at the World Cup, winning. He was there at the candidates when Javor here won the candidates and qualified for the World Championship match. So he's super prepared.
Yeah, very well prepared. He won the Chess Cup recently. A very, very impressive performance. And there's this really cute picture of him and Javokir when they were kids. And I think at the time, Mukidin, he was unrated, but Javokir was already 2400 and they were like 9-10 years old. Now they're both world-class, top-class grandmasters. And maybe we can jump in and see that board. It looks like it was a Roy Lopez, so I should ask for your expertise here, Peter. What's going on, and what should both sides be aiming for?
Well, actually, I'm also trying to understand myself what's going on, because we actually have to get back to the 4th move. After d3, the anti-Berlin, Black played the move d6, and then Madaminov played d4, and I believe that by now already we are out of theory, and definitely Wesley has spent some time. Okay, he opted for c5, it's the most typical move, and then white plays this knight c6, queen d7, knight a5 maneuver. The knight is beautifully located on a5, but black uses the chance now with queen g4 to trade the queens. Wesley, of course, showing his super class, understanding all the details, and we are ending up in this endgame, which kind of feels solid for black, but maybe white can try to squeeze something out. On the other hand, the pair of bishops should give black definite counterplay.
Yeah, I can imagine Wesley being relatively happy. It looks solid for black. He's got long-term potential. But yeah, it might depend on some immediate stuff that's going on. Wesley looking around there as if something's happening. e5 never really works because of knight to h5, I'm assuming. And that means that white can't crash through immediately. I don't know whether he can try and build up for that. And if the black knight on f6 ever moves, then white can play knight d5. There we go, g4 hints at e5 next. There we go. How should Wesley defend, Peter? Should he put his knight back on d7 to stop that, or can he just allow it to happen?
Yeah, it's kind of a tough question, yeah, because knight d7 allows knight d5, as you highlighted. Yeah, whenever that knight moves too early to d7, then after knight d5, you are faced with a direct problem on the c7 pawn. But nevertheless, Wesley does it, all right. So he's ready to give up his light square bishop. Is he?
Mm-hmm. Oh, castling queenside would lose material, so he does decide to give up one of his bishops. And a pawn recaptures. Okay, that pawn could be strong, but it could also be a bit weak later, as Wesley does castle long now, and he's going to put rooks on the central file and the e file. I think Wesley, like, is his type of position. He's going to be quite comfortable. White's knight and c6 doesn't really do too much, and yeah, Madaminov maybe no longer with an objective advantage.
Yeah, I feel like Wesley has reacted very nicely. Also typical Wesley, taking everything under control, making sure that he's safe, and once he's safe, he will look what to do next. Yeah, it's not the task at the moment to look forward very much, just understanding that it's a good structure, I can play it, I'm fine. And you highlighted very nicely that if white falls with the knight to c6 too early, then okay, black anyway sidestep with rook d8, and potentially this pawn on d5 can be a target. So white maybe would love to get c4, b3 and knight c6, but those are three moves. Then black will start some counterplay on the king side, potentially against the weakness on f3.
Yeah, maybe an easier position to play for black, if anything. Kind of less space, but also less responsibility to create, as the knight does. Oh, not land on c6, it retreats. More of a control move. And yeah, Madaminov doesn't have so much time. He's under 1 minute. He's got half of Wesley's clock time. While this is ongoing, Peter, we do have news that we have a board of Hikaru Nakamura's. We have a camera there as well. So I'm wondering if we can check in, because I see that he might be in trouble.
Oh, he is. Actually, he's in huge trouble. Very big trouble. Nobody warned him about Ashwin.
Although, I'm looking at this. The camera doesn't match the board, Peter. So maybe Hikaru isn't actually in trouble. It looks like what's happening on the board is totally different to the position we've got in front of us. So maybe we shouldn't trust everything here.
Yes. Then we shouldn't. Yeah, because what we are seeing on the camera, this is then some other game, because this one looks very good for black.
Ooh, I think this board might be boards 11 and 13 seem to be mixed. So if we do click on board 13, which on paper should be Sagar Shah, it is actually this position in front of us. And I don't know if we're able to do that, but yeah, Hikaru is in full control. It's maybe a slightly better position for him. So yeah, my eyes almost deceived me. I thought Hikaru was going to go down to a loss, but that's probably not the case. Looks like he's doing okay. We'll come back here later, Peter. And okay, in the meantime, maybe we can go back towards our bird's eye view first of all to choose where we jump next. And it looks like already there have been some results. Ponomarev won very, very quickly with white. And it looks like Nico Hasin was about to win as well. Where do you want to go, Peter? You can choose which game.
Well, Wesley is massaging. Actually, it is a big question that how Madaminov will survive this game, because it looks kind of solid, but with no time on the clock, 5 seconds against 55, and weaknesses on the king side, this is practically much more difficult than it meets the eye.
Mm-hmm. Exactly 4 seconds for Madaminov. It's going to be tough to defend this one. How does Wesley improve? Does the black king start activating? Can the black knight find any better circuit? Okay, Wesley, long think. He goes for the f-pawn, but counterplay. Is he just going to close it up?
Counterplay with h5.
Mm-hmm. G5 is not a move you want to play positionally, but maybe it's the only way to keep the white rook out of the game. Ooh, Wesley blocks.
Exactly, but he goes rook h2. Wow, rook h2, rook e1. Suddenly, all of a sudden, with few seconds on the clock, Madaminov is done. Knight a5 is coming. Is he able to come with knight a5?
Oh, he should have done.
He misses the chance.
The black king's in kind of a mating net. If the white knight comes, now he finds it, but is it too late?
It's too late.
The d-pawn. D-pawn's dropping.
Yeah, and the bishop is protecting all the key squares.
Mm-hmm. Capture a check from Madaminov. Okay, Wesley did take the knight. It is confirmed. He didn't leave that knight on d8.
Of course.
So we have an error on the board there. It does look like Wesley is going to have an advantage once the d5 pawn falls. Okay. Always tricky. Do we stay or do we go if we don't have the board here? Peter, it looks like Wesley...
Yeah, this is a big scramble.
Yeah. He's the one with the winning chances, though. See a check. Oh, it's not a check. Pawn's dropping. Okay, maybe we come out of this game and try and catch a time scramble elsewhere. Peter, it looks...
Yes, for example, the Bortney game, also very dramatic against Andrew Hong.
Mm-hmm, let's go. And, oh, who's even better here? Black's pieces are so active, but white's a couple of pawns up.
2 pawns up, yes, and this knight on e3 is kind of cementing the position.
Mm-hmm.
Refusing the repetition. Rook b4 gives stability for white. And look at that knight on e3, basically covering the very important g2 square and also the weakness on c2.
Okay, Andrew Hong repeating the position. Maybe a perpetual check from behind. Nope, white's king hides. And runs into the center. Brave move from Andrew Hong. He is a blitz specialist. Both of these are very, very good at blitz. And in the meantime, okay, Wesley actually ended up losing that game, according to the kings in the center of the board there. So Madaminov turning things around. In the meantime, time scramble. Bortnik in big trouble. Andrew Hong's making huge progress with his pawns.
Keeps on advancing. But now black collects it. Rook a8. So black seems to hold.
Okay.
But nevertheless, it's a pawn up, and finally white is able to trade the knight for the bishop, and it's a rook endgame. It can be very tricky to defend.
Mm-hmm. That's what's happened. Threatening some checks now. Andrew Hong, the white rook's lined up. Okay, he can win a second pawn again. He does, but now a check. Oh, and can black grab. Oh, the board is teasing us. The rooks connect on the first rank. Looks like sufficient counterplay for Bortnik, although he has to be careful that he doesn't trade off one set of rooks and the white c-pawn is going to be a passer. Black's king is far, far away. And Bortnik has traded.
Yes, no, I don't like this decision. This is now hopelessly lost.
Oh, maybe there was a miraculous way to save it. Maybe he had to bring his king closer first, king f4, but he's going from the front this time. But this is well-known win for white. You put the king on a6, you bring the rook. Oh, okay, I was going to say behind the pawn. But he goes from the side.
Exactly. Yeah, rook c3 would have been easier, but it's still winning now.
Yeah, Black's king just one move away from being able to come across and block the c-file. White's king now able to help. A check, and Bortnik runs out of time, lost position anyway. Andrew Hong takes the win in a very well-known theoretical rook endgame at the end there. But yeah, Peter, strange things happen when the clocks tick down.
Yeah, we have all been there, we know it, so we are not critical of the players at all, we feel with them. By the way, Ray Robson against Eamon Hambleton end in a draw. Ponomarev continues his great run, winning again. Robert has made a draw. Do we have some game still in progress? I don't see any on the top boards.
It doesn't look like any games
Hikaru
still
lost. Is it true, or this is because we had the wrong game there, so I don't dare to say anything.
Yeah, I think, Peter, it is the relay. I did find the actual board that matched the camera, and it looks like Hikaru went on to win. So I think it was just two boards set up with the wrong names. So Hikaru fans can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yes, which means then Hikaru is back to 2.5 out of 3, which is great news for all the Hikaru fans. So he's catching up, and we will soon be seeing him on the top boards.
Yeah, Hikaru will soon be back. We'll also soon be back with the results and the standings. We'll confirm those shortly. Of course, the pairings as well for round 4. But in the meantime, it is time for a short break. But don't go anywhere. We will be back with more action soon. And of course, if you want to know more about schedules in general, especially in the chess world, when the next elite chess event, the next bloodbath is happening, then Chess.com's new broadcast schedule is the ultimate pro tool. You can see every tournament, check commentator lineups, know when Peter and I are commentating, and of course get the exact start times in your local time zone without doing any maths. It even syncs to your calendar so you can block out time for high stakes chess. If you want to know more, then hit !schedule in chat to sync up and start acting like you have your life together. We'll be back shortly for round 4 of the Naroditsky Memorial Blitz.
We have found some of Danya's best moves that he played in Bullet and Blitz games. We're going to show them to you, and I'm going to give you 5 times as much time as it took him to find them in his real games. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, this first puzzle, you're going to be white. He took 2 seconds to find this.
2 seconds?
I'm going to give you 10.
Oh God. Oh gosh. Okay.
On your mark, get set, go.
Oh, queen takes f6.
You got it in 6 seconds.
Yeah, I thought that was my first instinct, but then I double checked it and hesitated. But also, Daniel is one of the most brilliant chess players. I know they're giving me the easier ones, but most of the moves he finds probably would take me a couple hours, so they're being gracious. Queen takes, king takes, and checkmate.
Okay, Andrea, here is position 2. You're going to play white, and in the actual game, Danya took 4 seconds. You get 5 times as much, so you get 20 seconds. Are you ready?
Great, I'm ready.
On your mark, get set, go.
I mean, it has to be rook takes d6. Ah, I was wrong. Oh no! Oh, wait, I think I was very wrong. Okay, I'll take more time. Oh, it's definitely not rook takes d6 because king takes d6. Oh geez, it was bishop takes c5. It was bishop takes c5. I got it wrong the first time.
You got it in 17 seconds though.
Ah!
All right, show us the checkmate.
Okay, bishop takes, rook check, king down, bang, bang, mate.
Do you think online chess could ever be as prestigious as classical chess?
No.
True.
Do you think women are inherently worse at chess than men?
No.
True.
Do you think you can ever become an international master?
Yes.
True.
Do you think it's moral to clickbait female titles as open titles?
Yes.
Also true.
Why?
I do it all the time, and probably maybe it's just also like a culture thing. For instance, in Russian, when people like talk about my title, they always say grandmaster. They never call me women's grandmaster.
Are you proud of your title, although it's a female title?
Yes, I am.
True.
Question, should I be? I like Alex's point on that she does not want to have it near her name and would prefer not going for it, and it's limiting. That's what Judith Polgar says. I agree with that. But again, my motivation in chess is competition, and pursuing a title that is achievable, that is an achievable goal, was one of the reasons why I stayed with it. So I want to embrace it as well.
Do you think Anna Kramling is more talented at chess than Alex and I?
Absolutely not.
True.
Do you think Anna Kramling is more talented at chess than I am?
Absolutely not.
True.
Wow.
I genuinely think that with the amount of time that chess has been a part of Anna's life compared to yours, had she had a better talent than you, she would have gone far
further.
Do you think I should continue playing competitive chess?
Absolutely. I think you have a very huge talent for it, and like everything you've done in your life, you only need to want to achieve something and you can do it. But if you were as dedicated to chess as you were, for example, for 1 month for your boxing fight with Michelle, had you spent like at least 1 month training chess, you would have like easily gained 200-300 rating points.
I think we'd get so beefy, Chessilo.
Yeah, it just sucks that we don't enjoy it.
We're back for the Naroditsky Memorial Blitz. We've had 3 rounds. We've had some tech hiccups, but we've sorted them hopefully. And Peter, it's been very, very dramatic. All of the top seeds having some trouble. It looks like if we check out the results, Wesley so lost in this round. So he joins the wounded. We saw Fabiano Caruana, Javakis Sindarov also lose in the previous round. And yeah, it just feels like an open field.
Absolutely. And I have done a little bit of a Sherlock Holmes during the break, and I immediately felt like, wait a second, that Hikaru position, that was no way Hikaru could be in that position, but who could be on Black's position? That's for sure Boris Gelfand. And I think, yeah, they were playing next to each other, the boards were mixed. So actually, Boris went on to win comfortably with the Black pieces in that game that we have seen, which was not Hikaru at all involved. And here we have the standings, and that will bring us clarity.
Yeah, here we see the current standings. Apparently only 4 players on 100%, which is a surprise this early in the event. Lots of draws actually, so a bunch on 2.5 out of 3, and this leads us to these pairings. Dura Bailey plays Sam Sevian on top board. Grigory Oparin beats the Wesley So Slayer. Mukidin Madaminov, Andrew Hong as well. We saw him convert a rook endgame earlier. He plays Ponomaryov. And elsewhere, I can't believe it's on the second page, but Fabiano Caruana against Aman Hambleton.
Yeah, wow, that's gonna be a fantastic game, because Gelfand is known for his classical play, but we have seen from Aman Hambleton that he also loves the strategical finesses. So I'm very curious to keep an eye on that game for sure.
Yeah, so these two, they've both dropped a draw, but both in a very good position right now. And it looks like Aman has played a slightly offbeat opening. I never know exactly what to call this, but some kind of Owen's defense, English defense, I'm not sure. There's a quick b6, e6, bishop coming out to b4. He's allowing white the center here, Peter.
Yes, unfortunately, I'm still also having some technical issues. The games from round 4 haven't loaded up yet. So I'm also just looking at the screen, and I do see this bishop b4, e6, knight e7 setup being played. It's a very sneaky setup, because you have to be an expert to understand the finesses in these positions. And of course, being an expert helps.
Mm-hmm. Being an expert helps. I'm not one of them in in this exact opening, in this position. There we see the board though, Peter. It looks like we have caught up. And yeah, I'm always reluctant to give someone like Boris the pawn center, like the space. I guess Aman though here, he's chipping away at it. He's got a target, and he's trying to open up the diagonal for his b7 bishop.
Yeah, well, actually, in my mind, I thought when I saw Black setup that White has played c4, but the White pawn is not on c4. So in fact, I think this is good news for White. He got more center control. This x.1 tempo meant a lot. And Boris being Boris, yeah, very classical, making sure that he is able to handle any kind of counterplay with f takes e4, calmly with knight takes e4. So in this regard, then Black should of course refrain from changing on e4. That would help White. So what do we do? Try to develop that knight to c6, but that blocks the bishop on b7. I'm not an expert, and it's not my style at all what Black is doing here.
Yeah, it's high responsibility for Aman. He needs to somehow find compensation for the bishop pair at the center. Here we see the bird's eye view with our top 8 boards. I see a couple of evaluation bars going crazy. Hikaru's game, board 4, is not one of them. That's the brown board on the top row. That just looks very, very level, so maybe we don't go there. Very symmetrical. Yeah, it does feel like Hikaru is going to have to somehow create some magic if he wants to win this game. He's playing against Simon Kanin, who we did see yesterday with that very nice win against Wesley So. And yeah, maybe
exactly.
We can go.
I mixed him up. Yeah, he was the one who crushed Wesley. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very nice tactics yesterday for anyone who wasn't here in the Rapid. Suleimanli is playing against Robert Hess. Looks like that's the biggest evaluation bar. It looks like maybe an opening mishap for our good friend Robert. Where would you like to go, Peter? Which game would you want to jump into?
Yes, well, we can jump very quickly, just like, guys, Robert wants to make sure to give you a position that never ever get in your life. He's doing it on instructional purposes. Look at this gorgeous bishop on e6, dominating black's position. The king on e8 is stuck. You can't castle to the short side, you can't castle to the queen side. The queen on d8 is kind of blocked, trapped. It's a complete disaster, and it's only move 10.
Yeah, even when he's not commentating alongside us, Peter, he's still teaching everyone at home. He's showing, what not to do in the opening. Don't try this, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
But we won't stay here for too long. Suleiman Lee.
We have to move. We have to definitely move immediately. So let me get an update on Hikaru's position, because after realizing that this is the gentleman who has taken down Wesley so yesterday in a brilliant fashion, I think it's very frustrating for all these top guys to play against someone who is so solid. And at the same time, he's also ambitious. He's combining, he's playing on the nerves of the top players, that if Hikaru would have this position against some top guy, then he would be calmly defending and think like, okay, I make a couple of precise moves and I'm going to make a draw. But you don't want to make a draw like this against a low-rated opponent. But if you try to create something in this position, you might be creating trouble for yourself.
Yeah, and talking of creating trouble for himself, Hikaru's played b5, which looks fine for now, but if a white knight ever comes around and gets to c5, then it's going to be suffering in the middle game, end game. Knight a2, exactly, some kind of journey. I don't know when it starts, that knight's tour, but Hikaru, he's trying to change the structure while he can. Trying to put pressure on b2.
Wow, but actually he got very lucky, because after b4, white could have played knight a4, and then the knight lands on c5 immediately, and I don't know, I would have been scared. But after ab, queen b4, now Hikaru, I think, makes sure that he will have enough country, but not.
Okay, and g5 has to be played to block things up. You can't allow a pawn on h6 ever. So I was going to say, he either takes that pawn or he pushes forward. But now two white pawns are hanging. I guess h5, not quite yet, because white's knight is hitting d5. But yeah, it feels like Kanin is trying to go for tactics when maybe he should just be playing for cemento. Rook e2, rook d2. h5 feels very committal for white.
Yeah, it looked like a clever idea that, wow, maybe I gonna win, and maybe it was connected with A before, that he thought like, yes, I don't want to play AB, but I have this concrete idea with h5. But g5 was a brilliant defensive move, making sure that h6 is not a problem. Yeah, queen g3, and where is this queen going?
Yeah, black rook moves, rook b7. Okay, rook e7 instead. So Hikaru is happy to just trade things off now, because h5 is a target long term. And he's arguing that any endgame, normally queen and knight would be better than queen and bishop, but here there's a pawn hanging. Queen f3 defends. Still looks level, Peter. It's going to be hard for Hikaru to win.
Yes, now that the d5 pawn is also weak, white has cemented the position, and actually white has decided of going just g4 and then king g2. So Hikaru has to go for active play, exactly queen e1 check, queen d2, targeting the weaknesses. So h6 check. Very strong. King g6, so knight takes d5 is not possible. Because in the other position, black could have black could have captured on d4, but knight would lose to knight e7 check. King takes h6, knight f5 fork.
So if knight takes d5 happens, does black have to take that knight? And I guess we'll find out. We might head to a drawish looking queen and pawn endgame.
Yes.
Here we go.
It is. Now Hikaru can give a perpetual check with queen f4 or take on f2 and continue playing.
Will he bail out Hikaru? Yeah, you can take... Yeah, I think he's going to take an f2. There we go. Like, white's going to force the draw anyway, at some point, if he can. So why not keep the game going a little bit longer? White's king is so open that I don't think Hikaru is risking so much. How does Kanin try to keep control?
Yes, I feel like queen e4 check is kind of nice, and then push the d pawn. I think it was queen d7 instead.
Yeah, threatening queen g7. So Hikaru might have to take a timeout and grab that h6 pawn. There we go. And the deep pawn runs. Can Hikaru play for checkmate? He's trying. That white king is boxed in.
Yes.
Ooh, mistake. Big blunder from Kanin. Hikaru pushes forward g3. But now the white king is so stuck. And the d pawn just, you can pick it off. 2 pawn advantage. And it's a mate in one. There we go. Hikaru. He works his magic in the endgame nowadays, Peter. He likes to keep these kind of equal, stable positions and try to catch his opponents out later on.
Yeah, Magnus style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Magnus.
Wow. So wait a second. Ponomaryov is winning against Andrew Hong. Yeah, it's a checkmate. Just a checkmate. Wow, and the players are discussing something extraordinary happened there for sure. And Ray Robson in action still. Almost a drawn endgame, but White's rook on h3 is kind of trapped. Makes a huge difference.
How to get that rook? He's going to play h4 and then bring his king round. He's just waiting here.
Yeah, but you have to place the rook somewhere because there will be g4 check.
Mm-hmm. Wow, how to win though? White's rook is so bad, but Hikaru's smiling in the background. He was laughing at this position. How to win? Not easy.
Yeah, and Ray is down to 3 seconds, so he has no time to think. So now g4. Wait a second, g4, I can open up the rook.
Mm-hmm.
Ray, don't lose on time. h4, okay, now it's going to be a draw.
Yeah. Fascinating, because we saw the eval bar, but the winning plan, like we said, we can see black putting a pawn on h4 and locking in the white rook, but after that, slightly unclear. And now it's a definite draw. Ray looks annoyed at himself. No way to dodge the checks. And yeah, we'll see Gowrie here. He's very, very interesting to follow on social media. I follow him on Instagram. Some great chess videos, always breaking down endgame studies. He's got 100,000 plus subscribers, I think, followers. Very popular content creator based in Charlotte. And Gowrie does hold the draw against Ray Robson. Great result for him. And smiles from both of them. Nice to see.
Wow, yeah, that was just crazy position. Yeah, that how that rook was trapped, and you couldn't really trap it with no time on the clock.
And in the meantime, Julian Song faces Tushar Anand, and maybe we can pull up that game if possible, although it does look like there's 3 or 4 white knights on the board. White has 3 knights, a bishop, and they're playing on. 2 famous content creators here. And
yes, I have it.
Playing for the content. Okay, so white has 3 knights. Black has just a king, if I can tell from the camera. 2 knights versus a king is a draw, Peter, but what about 3 knights versus a king? Or 4 knights versus a king? There was a hidden one.
That is a little bit too much already.
Yeah, 2 knights versus a king. I still can't believe, like, even now that it's a draw. But I guess because of all these stalemate patterns. But with 4 knights, he's struggling to checkmate Julian Song. I think he was trying to be too clever playing for the cameras. Now he's confused himself. And has he finally found the way? There we go. Checkmate with 4 knights against the king. And yeah, you can tell this is a content creator board, Peter. Probably wouldn't have seen that elsewhere on the top boards.
Yeah, definitely not. I was looking around and I understand that Andrew Hong actually over-pushed against Ruslan Ponomaryov, so that's why they were after discussing that he actually Pono got lucky there. He was defending, probably would have made a draw, but the win was a big shock. And Durar Bailey beating Sam Sevian on the top board.
Durar Bailey, very nice checkmate actually at the end of that game. So he looks like he'll be one of the leaders, maybe Ruslan Ponomaryov as well. We'll check out the standings shortly. Fabiano Caruana did get a win. Sindarov being held to a draw. He's not having the best result, the best tournament so far. That was against American Grandmaster Mike Hyman. And yeah, great result for Mark there. Wesley did win though. And these are the standings. Only 2 players on 100%. Pono, as you called him yesterday, Peter, and Vasif Jurabeli.
Yeah, so they will face each other, clash of styles, because Pono is, of course, a very big strategist. Yeah, he loves to have his structure and enjoy playing his setups. And Jurabeli is a very aggressive player. We have seen it already also against Fabiano. He's not getting intimidated playing against the strongest guys. He probably very much enjoys those challenges.
Yeah. Every time I see Vasif, he's sacrificing pieces or going for mate, or he's trying to break the status quo. So it's going to be interesting to see how that fares against the rock that is Ruslan Ponomaryov. And yeah, in the meantime, I think we're going to go on a short break. We'll be back with round 5 very soon. Remember, it's 11 rounds in total, so things only beginning to heat up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
I believe in 2023, this is the memory that has been coming back to me the most. We were in a lodge in oh my gosh, where was this? Utah. We were there to play chess 18, I believe. So 960, but only 18 positions. And it was me, it was Danya, it was Eric Rosen, Anna Kramling was there as well. It wasn't a very serious event. However, I very clearly remember first, they gave people odds for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why, because it was a round robin, and obviously Danya is extremely strong. So I guess they gave everybody odds, and Danya was there playing people being down a knight with 3 minutes on the clock to 15 or something, and he was just taking it in stride, He was just yeah, no worries, I got this, and he would just play every single game, obviously he's still trying to win every single time, and no complaints whatsoever. He's just there doing his thing. And I just remember this entire week, because I spent a week there. We were all kind of just stuck there. This is in the mountains in Utah. There's nowhere to go. There's no Uber. We were snowed in for 3 days. He just wanted to play that. And then he wanted to play some more chess after. And then, we would go snowmobiling. He was like, no, I'm just going to stay here. And I'm not exactly sure he was working on that day, but he really showed that he had a love for the game and appreciation for the game in a way that's not completely unegotistical. He was really a shining light in the chess world, and every single time I played against him or I saw him playing, he was just always happy to be there. He was happy to play against anybody. He was happy to play people from all walks of life. He was totally ready and super engaged if you were going to ask him any questions about the game. I asked him so many questions that week.
Do you think I'm smarter than you?
Yes.
Lie.
Well, you have to define intelligence, because for me, okay, there's emotional intelligence. I think IQ and general knowledge, Alex is definitely smarter. I think I'm more creative, but I don't think most people value creativity, intelligence. I do. So again, intelligence is a very loaded question, but I do genuinely think you're smarter.
True. With some doubts.
With some doubts.
With some doubts. Would you die for your sister?
Yes.
Oh, true.
Wow. If I had to sacrifice myself to let her live, I would do it.
Do you think she would do the same?
Yes.
I would.
She's not sure, but she thinks yes.
Do you think, as a unit, we're the best chess content creators?
Yes.
Yes, maybe, but after she thought a little bit about it, it's a lie.
That's a good read. I think when you said it as a unit, I thought you meant if I thought we're the best duo. I think we're by far the best duo in chess content because there's
Like
no
the
other
only
duos.
ones?
But I think we're greater than chess content creators in a sense of outside of the chess world, we're better creators. They're better at chess, but we're better at general content, and I believe that.
Do you think you would be a good girlfriend?
Yes. With some doubts.
No, but she thinks she would.
Do you think you'd be a faithful girlfriend?
Yes.
Yes, she thinks so.
Do you think Hikaru is a better content creator than you and your sister?
No.
I think she would say define successful.
I think he's better chess content creator, but I think we're more talented content creators.
Do you think Levi is a better creator than you and your sister?
No. Well, in chess content, yes.
I would say that it's a lie.
I think he's a better chess content creator than us. I don't think he's a better creator. But he honestly works probably harder than us, so it's hard.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Naroditsky Memorial Blitz. We've had 4 rounds, only one more to go before our big lunch break. Peter, what are you most looking forward to, the next round or the lunch that comes after?
Well, sitting in Hungary, I don't feel like lunch is now needed. So yes, definitely I'm looking forward for chess, and more chess the better. And look at the pairings. Ruslan Ponomarev against Vasily Dulaybali, Hikaru Nakamura against Grigory Oparin. So yeah, already Hikaru, after winning straight 3 games in a row, is already back there on board too. Aravind against Boris Gelfand, clash of generation. Madaminov against Sulem, only 2 youngsters, and Fabiano is also there against Andrew Hong. Those are the players with the 3 points, and Wesley. So we see that all the top guys are there, which kind of already gives us the feeling that really the top 10 will be a super strong field.
Exactly. If anyone just joining, remember it's 11 rounds, and the only goal is to be top 10 at the end of those 11 rounds. Or at least join in one of those positions, because there will be playoffs at the end of the day. Other the pairings that catch my eye, Javokir Sindarov plays Ethan Sheehan, one of the heroes of an earlier round. Aman Hambleton against Bortnik. But my personal favourite here of all the pairings, Peter, is Robert Hess against Levi Rosman. The rematch, the revenge, game after Robert didn't have his best encounter against Levy last time. And yeah, Levy looking very, very chilled right now. Will he do the double over Robert?
No, definitely not, because Robert is fighting for his honor. Yeah, this is already not about playing a chess game. Yeah, there's the handshake. Look at the determination on Robert's face. He knows that that game hurted him so badly. He does not want to repeat of that.
Yeah, and no, Robert was in very good spirits, I think, after yesterday. Just in general, because he ended up on a very decent result. But the one blemish was that game. I called it Levy's Immortal, just because Levy was sacrificing pieces here and there and ended up forcing, with a king hunt, forcing a checkmate. But yeah, Robert will probably keep it a bit more solid, you would think, this time around. I'm trying to work out which football shirt Levy had on there in the meantime. I know Levy's been watching the World Cup. And here's Aman Hambleton against Bortnick. Yeah, and confirmation that it is an MLS football or soccer shirt, but yeah, we'll try and figure out exactly which one. I thought it was Charlotte Football Club at first, Charlotte FC, but we'll find out a bit later. In the meantime, big crowd for Hikaru Nakamura against Grigory Oparin.
For sure. Okay, Grigory is also a very well-prepared opponent, so it will be a big test for Hikaru. That how does he approach the game? He wants to keep things solid. He goes for the bishop b5 Sicilian, avoiding all kind of sharp theory, trying to rely on his class. Very much I feel like Hikaru is really playing in Magnus's style of, avoiding all the complication. Just let me settle for a position and let me squeeze my opponent.
Yeah, I think they've faced each other so many times, Hikaru and Magnus, that they've started to turn into each other, and we're definitely picking up tips from each other along the way of their great careers. And that's how Hikaru has had so much success in Blitz. It's kind of low maintenance. You can play it with high energy, you can play it with lower energy, you can play it every day like he does, this kind of style of chess. And okay, that's one of our games on the top row there. Where would you like to jump in, Peter? Which game should we dive into?
Well, okay, we have two leaders. Yeah, Pono and Dural Barley with 4-on-4. It could be an interesting game, but it's a rather slow affair at the moment, so I prefer maybe to check out something else. Also, Aravind against Boris Gelfand, but also I'm just enjoying so much seeing Hikaru on our camera. Yeah, that's basically a perfect game to stay with, I believe.
Okay, so you mentioned this one as well, but this one still looking like early days. This looks very similar to the other board. Okay, actually, this is the Hikaru board, just the Gelfand camera. So maybe we can bring back Hikaru, since you enjoyed seeing him. There we go. I'm just enjoying that crowd. They look transfixed. And white gets the big center, Peter, but black is very solid, no weaknesses.
Exactly. The point is that the light square bishops are traded off. This is good news for black. It means that black's king is much more safer compared to, for example, if bishops would be on d3 and b7, then white could start an attack. Like this, the queen can also beautifully hide on a6, potentially setting up the knight b6, knight c4 counterplay on the light squares. The b and c files are already open. Yeah, queen goes to a6, knight b6. I believe that Grigory can be very happy, and also the clock situation is kind of fine. He did not fall too much behind Hikaru, and he has a very stable position.
Yeah, looking very stable. And yeah, I think this one, it tends to come to life a bit later, like when black's knight starts getting into c4, maybe Hikaru will feel the pressure to push something in the center. e5, d5, maybe e5, and then switch to a kingside attack suddenly. But yeah, trading off pieces probably just helps Oparin here. Slightly surprised Hikaru. Yeah, bishop f4. It feels like he hasn't come up with a plan exactly yet, and he's just making useful moves. Maybe he's hinting at d5, followed by a capture knight into f5. He wants to set that up.
Yes, I'm somehow tempted to play h6. I do understand that somewhere exactly along your lines, yeah, it's played potential d5, ed5, knight f5. One could argue that it could be a weakness, but I still feel comfortable covering the back rank, and I'm believing that I might be able to rely on the bishop retreating on f8, protecting the king side. I don't have to be afraid. But already Hikaru lining up with queen d2, potential sacrifice in there, so Grigori stops it.
Yeah, that's typical blitz moves, especially, right? Like, you kind of want to threaten bishop takes h6. Probably it's not a threat, but you want to scare your opponent. And then the opponent just says, okay, if you're going to try and scare me, I'll just defend anyway and try and come up with a new plan, please. And yeah, rook to c1. Both sides have open files. Just feels easier for black to play. Like you're highlighting there, Peter, a3 coming, rook b2 coming. Probably later black wants to push the d pawn and block with d5 rather than e5, and suddenly black's pieces will be very, very happy about the pawn structure in the center.
I'm pretty sure that if Hikaru would be black, he would be super happy. But yeah, Hikaru is Hikaru, and the professional player has to always play with the color that he's with. So forget about it that you would love to be black. You have to find the best moves for white. Maybe take, and then some queen d3, knight d2 regrouping, because I feel like the knight from f3 needs to join the battle. Yeah, capture, queen d3. Yeah, this is the classical spirit.
Yeah, I love it when you make suggestions like that, Peter, and then they immediately land on the board. It shows yeah, the great positional feel that you have, and Hikaru as well, of course, has that too. And yeah, he's going for all of this, and queen a6, suddenly a bit annoying. That's maybe not doing too much,
but it's still a bit too much of an adventure, no?
Yeah, a bit offside, the queen. Now queen c2 is threatened, now that black's defended everything. Ooh.
Wait a second, now queen c2.
Whoa.
Yeah, on the board.
Hikaru
shaking his head. The knights are protecting each other, and the queen is hitting the pawn.
Oof. I mean, that's just going to be hunting for pawns there, and the black a pawn is a beast. It's a monster. Hikaru in big trouble.
Yeah, how do you fight that pawn at all?
Exactly. It's the flow you talked about, Peter, earlier. Like, easier to play black, and that is everything in blitz. Objective advantage means nothing. It's just easier to play.
But wait a second. Why is Grigori not capturing that pawn? This is the magic of Hikaru, yeah, that you show sign of weakness. But okay, it's a good move, but it gives the chance for Hikaru maybe somewhere with queen b1 to protect the pawn.
That is, yeah, bizarre. Like, that's a very important pawn as well. Like, that's the most important pawn in the position. And okay, a brilliant move in the meantime. He wanted this knight takes d5 idea. The whole idea was to take on f4, and the white knights would have been hanging. But now the queens are off, and Aparan's going to have a beautiful pawn structure. But yeah, is it enough to win? What do you think, Peter? Is he going to take that knight and hope that his white's weak pawns are going to decide?
Hikaru will hold this already.
Should do now. Black's king could come towards the center though. Ugh. The pawn chain is horrible for the structure is horrible for Hikaru, but I guess it's only knights left on the board.
Yeah, but his king gets to e4. Exactly. And also the pawn on a4 is weak. The knight is stuck on protecting that pawn. Whenever you push a3, there is knight b5 check. So I don't think that black can make progress.
Yeah. Okay, so this game heading towards equality. Elsewhere, it looks like Boris Gelfand is about to win on board 3 against Aravind. Maybe has already won. And I just see, yeah, one result further down. Sevian's also won. But maybe we can jump into Boris's game just to see whether he can finish off a big advantage against Aravind.
That would be a huge win. Yeah, I have the game up and running.
Oh, he doesn't trade off queens yet.
He captures on f8. Okay, he has 2 pieces for the rook. This should be a technical win, and he still has time. He has 17 seconds.
Yeah, and he's creating a huge pass pawn. That c pawn is super strong. Defended by the knight. Aravind, yeah, no chance he saves this against someone as classy as Boris. Outposts for the pieces. All the classical rules coming into play, Peter.
Yeah, everything is protected.
And now easy plan.
He's just going for the direct.
Yeah, bishop b3, c2, knight a2, c1, pre-move. There we go. Aravind plays on, but clear piece down, handshake. Boris showing his class, his quality, experience. He's a very good blitz player.
Oh, and
I
wait
found
a
out
second.
myself.
Fabi in a lot of trouble. Fabi as well. Let us jump there. Is he surviving? I don't think he will survive. And the Hong about to take down Fabi.
Ooh, King Hong is about to win. It looks like the White King is about to get checkmated, although maybe didn't need to give back the exchange like that. Now he really has to try and deliver mate. Oh, the Black Queen's coming. The White King's just too open. Surely this is over. And there we go. Rook check now. Looks like it might end things. Confirmation that Hikaru made a draw here. Fabiano has lost to Andrew Hong. Great win for the American, well, the younger American Grandmaster, and that gives us time to investigate Hess against Levi Rosman. Robert, how's he doing? Is he going to get revenge for the Rapid? Maybe we can bring up this board. Oh, it looks like we've fallen
no,
a
we
little
have
bit
to zoom
behind.
in. We cannot zoom in because the DGT board, I think, collapsed on move 17. So we won't be able to get access to this game, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah, hard to tell exactly what's going on. Levy's trying to bring his queen in. Looks like opposite color bishops plus rooks and queens, but kings on opposite flanks. And okay, a game that hopefully we can follow is Aman Hambleton against Alexander Bortnik. And okay, also the board's lagging behind here. This one, it does look like Aman has 3 extra pawns. Rook, knight, and 3 pawns against rook and bishop. But the White King in a bit of trouble. Aman is going to win this, though. He's been in such good form today. Peter beating Sindarov with white. The white pieces have been a real weapon for him. Oh, but
yeah, for sure.
There. Okay. That's actually a white B pawn on the board. So he was 4 pawns up. Now only 3, but should be enough to win this game.
You're eager to help us out.
Bortnik does not look happy. He's playing in his hometown of Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm being told as well, by the way, for everyone wondering, that Levi Rosman's top was Sporting KC, Sporting Kansas City, as the game is over. And where are the kings? Oh, is it just a black king in the middle? It looks like Levy's done the double. Levy's done the double over Robert Hess with his Kansas City top. I think he got that when he was filming content recently with Kansas City striker Dejan Lovelic. Oh. Okay, so we'll try and get confirmation of this result shortly. Unclear. Oh, it was Robert who won. Levy pointed out to the arbiter there.
Yes, yeah, because Robert signaled the arbiter that no, it's me. Yeah, I have seen it on camera.
Okay, I shouldn't have doubted him, my good friend Robert. So it's 1-1. It's 1-1 in football terms between these two after the Rapid and the Blitz.
Yeah, wow.
Okay, and yeah, if anyone wants to go and check out more about that Kansas City striker, there is a bot on Chess.com, and very strong player on and off the football field. Good chess player too. Here we see the results, Peter. We saw Boris take a big win. Some draws at the top there. Andrew Hong taking down Fabiano Caruana, but Wesley now storming back after a tough start. What, in your mind, is the most important of the results we've just seen?
Well, also Madaminov beating Suleymanli, so winning the clash of youngsters. So Madaminov continues his great trend, Suleyman, because I think after losing a game like before Madaminov, it's very nice to bounce back immediately. This is the right attitude. And Ray Robson won as well. Andy Woodward has won, so we're gonna be seeing more of Andy. I'm really rooting for him. I really hope that he makes the top 10. And Ivanchuk also won his game. So come on, Chucky. We want to see you up there. And Sindarov drew with Ethan Sheehan. Ethan Sheehan keeps on causing nightmares to all the superstars.
Yeah, it looks like he has a playing style that the top guys don't like to handle. Quite dynamic stuff from Ethan. Great result for him. These are results elsewhere. We see Danny dropping in this round. But yeah, we can maybe jump into the standings to see where this leaves us after 5 rounds. Remember, everyone, it is the lunch break shortly. It doesn't leave Fabiano Caruana too happy. He's on the bottom end of this first page. He's in 18th place. But up at the top, Ruslan Ponomarev, Vasif Durabayli, Boris Gelfand looking very happy to qualify for the top 10. Still long way to go, of course, but they look like they're in a very good position.
Yeah, and so far I have to say that Andrew Hong and Eamon Hambleton has really been super impressive, because they already played against very tough opposition and they are still there with 4 out of 5. For example, especially Andrew, seeing what he's capable of in all this, and his only loss was against Ponomarev when he overpushed. I think that he's also a candidate to make the top 10.
Yeah, if he can keep his form up, it's looking good. Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura as well. They're poised. They're currently in 9th and 10th position. Peter, it's been a lot of fun so far, but I think we've earned a short break. I'm going to go grab some food. I'm sure the players are going to go grab some food as well. So for everyone at home, this is your chance to chill a little bit before the play heats up even more later. We still have 6 rounds to go of the Swiss, plus potential playoffs. It's the lunch break, but in the meantime, I should remind you all that for anyone looking to directly support Danya's legacy, Daniel Naroditsky, of course, is who we're all here for today. Then the Daniel Naroditsky Memorial Fund is now accepting donations. Every single penny, every donation, it goes towards funding the annual memorial tournament that we're seeing right now, and equally importantly, establishing fellowships to support talented young chess players on their journey. So hit !fund right now in chat to see how you can get involved. It's time for lunch. This will be a longer break. However, in the meantime, we'll leave you to be entertained by some of Danya's best moments and some other great content. See you soon.
And when I say I want to start by inspiring you, rather than jumping straight into pawn endgames, with which we will begin our endgame odyssey, I would like to present and deeply analyze an endgame from my chess career that stuck with me and still sticks with me to this day. It's probably one of the most mind-boggling and beautiful and amazing endgames that I have ever played. It's incredibly deep. This endgame in and of itself teaches us a lot about endgame play, but the reason I want to show you this endgame is not only for its instructive value, but as a way for us to make an inroad, as a way for us to sort of lift the proverbial champagne glass and start our endgame journey. So I'm going to analyze this endgame very deeply. There's a really cool story that stands behind this endgame, which I will be telling as we analyze as well. So the position that you have in front of you occurred in 2014 in a game that I played with White against Grandmaster Conrad Holtz, who is a fellow American Grandmaster. Now, this game was played online in a tournament called the US Chess League, which is now the Pro Chess League. It's a team tournament that used to be played between, well, still is played between different cities. I was representing San Francisco at the time, and we were locked in we have a rivalry with Dallas. Conrad was attending the University of Texas at Dallas at the time, and so this was a very important game. Well, I played a phenomenal opening and middle game. I sacrificed many, many pieces. You can find this game online. Maybe I'll even analyze it at some point. And eventually, after 40 moves, after 37 moves to be exact, the position in front of you was reached. It is White to move. It is my move. Now, let's look at this position for a short while just to see if we can get our heads around what's going on. Well, White is up 2 pawns. That's the first thing you might notice. It's a rook endgame, king and rook versus king and rook. But White is up 2 pawns. And apart from that, I also have 4 passed pawns, and the b2 pawn is technically also a passed pawn. Now, 2 of them are doubled, but they're connected. There's a pawn on d5, b and a pawns. It looks like it's completely winning for White. But the more I looked at this position, and I didn't have forever, I had about 20 minutes left on my clock, I started to realize, well, it's not that simple. Because first of all, black has a pawn majority on the other side of the board. And if you fall asleep, well, black has the possibility of moving his own pawns down the board and eventually creating a far advanced passer of his own. So there's not a lot of time to waste. The second thing I noticed was that it's not that easy for white to push his pawns. If you play a4, then you blunder the b pawn. Okay, you can play b3, but where are you going from there? And so after about 2 or 3 minutes, I identified an interesting idea. I noticed that you could play the move rook to c4. Now, you give up one of your passed pawns, but in return, you make sure that the others can move. Now you play b3, protecting the rook. Let's say that black plays e4 and pushes his own pawns. Well, now these pawns are free to move forward. You can go a4. Black can continue pushing his pawns, but black's progress is so much slower. And after b5, white is basically winning. These pawns are unstoppable in the long run. So for instance, if black plays f4, these pawns are still not that easy to push forward. If you go rook b4, which is, by the way, possible, you can prepare a5, but you have to deal with king c5. So the winning method here is actually to activate this rook in a very common technique that we will talk a lot about, the rook infiltrating the enemy territory and then attacking pawns from behind, and white is winning here. You can do some analysis on your own. This is a little bit outside the scope of what I'm going to talk about, but white is very convincingly winning by combining the idea of pushing pawns with the idea of just picking off all of black's exposed pawns. And if the rook tries to help out, then of course the a pawn moves forward. Now I saw this and I knew that it was probably winning, but after a little bit more reflection, I found a very, very interesting idea that I thought was quite a bit more convincing. Now, anytime you have a rook endgame, you have to open up to the possibility of a liquidation, that is a transition to a pawn endgame. And it is critically important to always keep in mind the question of who benefits in the event of a rook trade, because if it is you, then that is often the simplest way of converting an advantage. And as you might notice, there's the possibility of forcing a transition to a pawn endgame with a move rook c6 check. And so I started to evaluate this move. Well, black has to trade. We take on c6. Okay, black has to take on c6. And I tried to wrap my head around this position, realized it was not that easy because both sides have their respective pawn majorities. And at first I was skeptical because the thing about this 4-on-2, right, is that black can essentially create two passed pawns on either side of the board, on either side of the king side, a situation that there's a name for only in Russian. You say shtanli, or literally trousers, right? I think it's named because there are two pant legs that are resembled by the pawns that are moving forward. So how can this happen? Well, let's say white just dilly-dallies, or white pushes the pawn. What's going to happen is this, g5. White's pawns are going nowhere. The black king is going to stop them easily. And let's just move back and forth to illustrate this concept. Black goes h4, then black goes e4, then g4. Black pushes all of the pawns in order. And then black goes f4, and here black is ready to create the passed pawns. First, black goes h3. Now that pawn white can stop, but the combination of these pawns white cannot. e2, h2, and black promotes. And by the way, a detail that will be important later on, white can try to halt the progress of black's pawns with g3. Here black can play h3, and it's not at first clear how to create a second passed pawn. Here the concept of the pawn breakthrough comes to the rescue. There will be a video specifically dedicated to that concept. Black plays f4, sacrificing a pawn. This looks like madness, but hopefully you can see the follow-up. Now another pawn is sacrificed, g3, clearing the way for this e-pawn. And you get the same scenario as before. These pawns are useless. They're nowhere near promotion. And black wins the game. The queen will pick up all of white's extra pawns. So I calculated this pretty quickly, and I realized that this was not an option. But then, right as I was about to reject this line, I spotted a very interesting idea. My idea was, okay, I have a move that actually forces black to ruin his kingside pawn structure. I can make a sacrifice of my own that brings black's pawns closer together so that they resemble my pawns, and perhaps that will prevent black from creating a passer. And you can pause the video, try to find the move. You'll have plenty of opportunities to do that in subsequent videos. The move that I ended up playing is f4. I was very proud of this move when I made it. Rare is the occasion when you sacrifice anything in a pawn endgame. And hopefully you can quickly see what the idea is. Now, first of all, black has the move e4. But now it is no longer possible to create a second passed pawn. White can play the move g3 just to fully prevent the progress of black's pawns. And technically it is possible to create a second passed pawn. You can go g5 and then f4. But this is a different story because white's passer is now far closer to promotion and black's passers are nowhere near promotion, and so white makes the queen long before black wins the game. Now, you might look at this and say, well, how does white actually win the game? Because the white king is tied down to the black passer on e4, and we'll get to that in just a moment, just in a slightly different version. So my opponent ended up taking on f4. And you get, after king f2, a crazy endgame. I mean, how often does an endgame like this occur? A 4-on-1 on one side and a 3-on-0 on another. I knew this would get crazy. And I thought that I had calculated this all the way to the win. How did I even approach the question of how to calculate this endgame? Well, I did something that I refer to as long-term calculation. Long-term calculation essentially means you act as a meteorologist. You try to forecast what's going to happen in 10 or 15 moves without physically calculating the moves themselves. And the way that I did this is I first imagined that all of the pawns would be gone from the king side. Imagine if all of the pawns were gone from the king side and white just had these three passers. This is not a conventional setup, not a pawn structure I was familiar with. Rarely do you get a double B pawn. And the question that I wanted to ask myself, if we transition to this position, is whether the pawns can self-sufficiently promote. Can they promote without the assistance of white's king? And that question is not too hard to answer. So let's imagine that. White goes b3. It forces the black king back. Looks very promising. And I don't know what to compare this motion to. I feel like it's almost like a starfish or like a Medusa moving in a weird kind of way. After king a6, you push this pawn. And then the role of the doubled pawn is to move forward and force the black king back. If the king takes the pawn, then white promotes. Okay, so the black king moves back. But now you reach a dead end. If you go a5, you give up one of your pawns. This is where you do need your king. But I figured you don't actually need your king to help out. You just need to make a pass move with your king. That forces the black king back, and the entire process repeats itself again. Really, really cool stuff. a7, a5, b6. If king b7, then just b5, accelerating the process. So king a6, b5, check king b7. You need another king move. King f2. The black king has to move back. Keep it going. a6, king a8, b7, king a7, b6, king b8. Wait a minute. There's no checkmate. a7 check, the king takes on b7. And if you make a pass, well, it's stalemate. So I figured at first, so what does that mean? Does that mean this doesn't work? But now we have to add the pawns because we have to see how that changes this narrative. And I all of a sudden had a light bulb moment. Okay, so I went back to this position. I said, okay, let's think about what can happen. Let's imagine a scenario where white can do all of that, but somehow, somehow you're able to eliminate all of black's pawns and you actually do have your king, which you can use. Well, then, sorry about that. Then also keeping an eye on Levy's tournament game here. Then what can happen is, well, simply speaking, even if you reach this position, that's not a problem. You can play a7 check, giving up the pawn. And if you have the assistance of your king, you just walk your king toward the queen side, and this is a very well-known theoretical win. What you do, this might not be that easy if you don't know the process, because you reach this position, and if you go king c6, it's stalemate. And if you go king d6, it's unclear how to make progress. Here, I would encourage you to pause the video if you're not familiar with this win and try to find the very pretty winning sequence. I'm going to take a sip of coffee. Okay. So the winning move is actually a8 queen. You sacrifice the second of three pawns. After king takes a8, not king c7 stalemate, but king c6. Diagonal opposition, very important. King b8, b7. And hopefully at this point you know the drill. King a7, king c7, king a6, and you make a queen. So whether white is able to win is predicated on the question of whether you will have the services of your king once your pawns reach the 7th and 6th rank. So that is the question that I set out to answer. Can white's king and pawn, little team, contain all of black's pawns put together? And this is where I started calculating. Now that I have the roadmap in mind, I started calculating. And at the end of my calculation, I figured, yes, it is possible to stop the 4 pawns. And I was right, except there was one wrinkle that I failed to account for. Let's take a look at what happened in the game. My opponent started with king b5. I responded with b3, much like we expected. And, of course, black starts pushing the pawns. He's got nothing else he can do. And here's what I did. I made a little triangle. This is a notion known as triangulation with my king. I went king f3. Now, black doesn't want to move his king back. He doesn't want to allow the pawns to progress. So he goes h4. Now I drop my king back to e2. Conrad goes g4, and I go king f2. And this is what I calculated to, because here's the thing. If black pushes h3, what happens? Well, white takes it. And white easily contains these two pawns because they're only one file apart. And the process starts to repeat itself. King has to move back. You go a4. Now, you already know how white wins this, so I'm going to go quickly. King f2. You do have waiting moves with your king. That's the critical factor here. King b7, a5. Let's get to the critical moment here. You make another waiting move with your king. Blah, blah, blah. a6, b7, king a7, b6, king b8. And here's the critical moment. Now, you can't exactly walk forward with your king because black still has pawns. But what you can do is another waiting move. Black has to push one of his pawns. Let's say he plays f3. You take that one. Black pushes f4. You go back. Black pushes h2. You take all of the pawns except one of them. You reach a situation like this. Now you might say, oh, king g2, and that's it. We win. No, 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 no. Black makes a queen, and now it's stalemate. So at the very, very last second, you have to play a7 check. This is a beautiful idea. King takes b7. Now you play king g2. And now black's king has plenty of squares, but the pawn is dead. You're going to take the pawn, and you're going to win in exactly the way that we discussed. So this is the basic winning mechanism, or so I thought. You wait until black has only one pawn left. You play waiting moves to get black in zugzwang, and when that pawn is on the second rank, that's when you play a7 check. You pick up the pawn, and you walk your king forward. And I was, again, really proud of finding this. I thought this was going to be a great win, and I thought that I had it all figured out. But let's rewind all the way back to this position. So here's what Conrad did. At first, I thought he's biting the bullet. He went king c6, king b6, b5. I did the whole thing. Now I make a waiting move, king back to g1, expecting h3 or f3. Then Conrad played g3. And I saw this move, but I didn't fully appreciate it. I thought, well, it's going to lead to the same exact thing. King f1, he went f3, g takes f3. This looks scary, but I thought, okay, my king is containing the black pawns. I still have waiting moves. We're still going according to plan. He went h3. Now I pushed my f pawn up to f4 just to eliminate this extra move. And now we start repeating the process. King b7, a5, king a7, b6, king b7, b5, king b8, a6. Everything is great. b7, king g1, waiting move, king b8. And here I saw something. And this caused immediate horror because I was totally oblivious to this as I was pushing my pawns. I was about to play b6, right? We're good. Black's going to give up one of these pawns. You're going to take the other one. You're going to play a7 at the right moment. Well, do you see what the wrinkle is? Do you see what I hadn't properly understood? Pause the video. See if you can figure it out. Well, the problem is that black doesn't go g2. Actually, g2 is fine. But my opponent would go h2. That's the most forcing move. After king g2, black gives up the pawn. This is the scenario that we're aiming for. But the problem is that he gives up the last pawn by force. You don't have time to play a7. You don't have time for it. You have to. If you don't take the pawn, black promotes to a queen. If you block the pawn, it's stalemate. And if you take the pawn, it's stalemate because the f pawn is blocked. And by the way, if I hadn't gone f4, then black would have gone f4. It doesn't matter who goes f4. The point is that the f pawn will have no more squares. So amazingly, let's fast forward again. Amazingly, there is no way for white to win one of the pawns and buy time to go a7. You might say, well, what if we circumvent the problem by going a7 first? Well, then black doesn't have to give away his pawns. Then we're at a standoff and neither side can do anything. So either you allow stalemate or you give up your b pawn and then it's just a positional draw. I really, as I was playing, I was quite amazed at this because you rarely get a kind of a situation like this. The game actually ended. I played king g1. Conrad played h2. Sorry, I played king h1 here. So we were looking at b6, but I played a meaningless waiting move, king a7, b6, king b8, king g1, and the game actually ended like this. h2 check, king h1. He gives up the g2 pawn first. Doesn't matter which pawn you give up first. King takes g2, h1 queen, king takes h1, and 3 pawns up, stalemate, and a draw was declared. Okay, I was really amazed at this endgame. I spent a long time analyzing it, and I actually published this I was writing for Chess.com at the time. I was writing weekly articles, and I wrote an article that featured this game. I was really amazed by all of these ideas, and I decided to share this with the world. I don't remember in which article I shared it. I can look. I don't have this information at the ready. I think it was an article on stalemate or an article on pawn endgames. It could have been one of the two. So I analyzed all of this, and you can probably hunt that article down, and I thought, well, this is a really interesting endgame. Fast forward a couple of months. Okay, I get an email. Email's from my good friend, Dana McKenzie. Dana is a national master, also lives in the Bay Area, and we're very good friends. He's an incredible person. If you look him up on Google, he recently wrote a bestseller book on science. I think it's called The Science of Why. He's a scientist, mathematician, sort of a Renaissance man. He's written many books. Really one of the best people that I know, and he helped me tremendously when I was writing my first book. He was my main proofreader. He proofread the entire book. He made incredible edits and suggestions, and Mastering Positional Chess in my second book would not be even close to what they are without Dana's help. So we correspond about certain positions. He has a great blog on chess. Anyways, I get an email from him. Okay, Dana McKenzie. The email subject title is Your Game Against Holt. And it says, Daniel, I was analyzing I was reading your Chess.com article. I was looking at your game against Holt. I had a question about it. And that question led me to analyze it. And I found something incredible. So in the position after rook c6, d6, Dana said that black is winning. He thought black was winning. And I was laughing. You're funny, Dana, because if we're talking about anybody winning, it's white. And I, of course, checked this with Stockfish or Fritz. I don't remember what I used at the time. I checked this with the engine. If you flip on the engine and you look at it under depth 30, even now, it says that it gives like an advantage for white. It gets +1 for white, which you can interpret to mean that white is the one pushing. But if you let the computer sit for longer, you will see that Dana is right. What the heck? What could it possibly be? Well, the amazing thing, and maybe you caught this, maybe you didn't, I told you a lie when I was first showing you this game. And I tried to slip this lie in, really low key and casually. The lie that I said is that black has to take the c-pawn. Well, black doesn't have to take the c-pawn. But that sounds absurd. Are you saying that you're going to leave white with 4 connected passed pawns? Well, that's exactly what Dana was saying. Remember something I said earlier. We analyzed the line where white does not play f4. If white does not play f4 and disconnect black's pawns, or bring black's pawns closer together, and black wins. So we analyzed a4, and we found that if black is able to play g5, he wins. Because, by the way, if you play f4 now, that doesn't help. Black plays gf4, and this construction is winning. Black basically pushes the h-pawn, and then you know the drill. f3, h3, and the h and e pawns tear the king apart. So Dana's question was, what if black doesn't take the pawn, but instead plays the move g5? We already know that g5 is winning without the c-pawn. Isn't it winning with the c-pawn? And it turns out that it is. It turns out that black's king can keep the 4 passed pawns contained for long enough for black to make a queen and push his own pawns. Let's take a look at what that looks like. And I have Stockfish open on the Chess.com interface. It's still showing that white is winning. And it's giving b5. And I'll tell you the moment at which it changes its mind. At depth 25, it was giving a win for white. So, b5. Okay. Well, let's say black plays e4. And here's the problem. White plays a4. White starts pushing the pawn. Black doesn't even need to move his king yet. Black plays the move h4. Stockfish is still giving a win for white. But now it's lowering its evaluation, but still it doesn't realize what's going on, which is truly amazing. Let's say that white continues to push pawns. Now here white is threatening a6. So at this point, you have to step back with your king in order to meet a6 with king b6. You've got the pawns completely contained. White has no choice but to make a waiting move with his king. But now black plays g4, and you already know the drill. This is exactly the same mechanism as before. The engine's still not seeing it. And now it's beginning to see at depth 25, it's giving equality. Now it's giving a slight advantage for black, still giving equality. It says that g3 equalizes. Let's take a look. h3. And finally, it sees that black is winning. Only at this point does it see that black is winning. a6, king b6, king g1, and you know the idea. f4, g takes f4, g3, f takes g3, e3. And black wins. There's simply nothing that white can do about it. The added pawn on c6 makes absolutely no difference. We already analyzed the move f4, and we saw that black is winning. The only other move I looked at was g3, trying to slow down the pawns. And black even has time now to capture the pawn because f4 is no longer effective. f4, black plays gf and e4. So again, you have nothing better to do than to move your king up, and black wins in exactly the same way as we're already familiar with. By the way, if white tries g4, setting a trap, right? You don't take on g4, you play h4. Trousers are very important here. The quality of passed pawns is so much more important than the quantity and of pawns in general. So h4 wins. And if what I analyzed was GF, and you know the drill, e3, doesn't matter where the king goes, and black wins. The pawns are unstoppable. h4, king f3, h3, king e3, h2, and black wins by 1 tempo. These pawns are not going anywhere. And when I first saw this, this blew my mind, because what's so amazing about this is how your brain automatically takes c6. Everybody I've showed this position to, all my students, even some grandmasters, nobody even thinks about not taking the pawn. Conrad took it within a couple of seconds, because how can you not? And yet, the beauty of this endgame is that black wins the game by leaving this pawn alone and focusing on creating a passer. And it is this depth, it's this paradox, this beauty that I think really makes endgames so rewarding to analyze. Because the more you analyze them, the more you realize that, yes, there is the component of endgames that's boring. You have to learn theoretical position. You have to memorize stuff. Yes, you got to do that, but that's chess. But there's also this whole other endgame world, which features incredible tactical ideas. And pawn endgames are probably my favorite in this regard. As we'll start exploring them, you will see how many incredible ideas there are, even in positions that look ridiculously simple. That's what makes chess magical. You could have a pawn and a king for each side, and you have unbelievable, mind-boggling complications. And you have so much tactics, because the nature of pawn endgames is that you want to create passed pawns, and so you will do anything to do that. And as in this position, you can see that the number of pawns often simply doesn't matter. And so this game has stayed with me for a very long time. I got to give a shout out to Grandmaster Joel Benjamin, who wrote an excellent book on liquidation in chess, the transition to pawn endgames. And he featured this game. This was just a year or so ago. And he actually found the win. He didn't make that mistake. So thank you for watching.
We're with Grandmaster Wesley So, and in 2019, he became the first ever Fischer Random, now known as Freestyle World Champion, and you are playing white against Magnus Carlsen in Norway on his home turf in front of a large crowd. Tell us about this position, Wesley.
Yeah, so this was one of the position. I think he was already behind the match at this stage, so he was desperate for victory. But our kings haven't moved yet, and he took here with the bishop, probably a mistake. Maybe he should have taken here instead with the queen. Try to trade queens, regaining the pawn. So the pawns are equal, like I could go for an endgame. But this pawn is very vulnerable, so it will be very hard for black to create winning chances anyway. But he took here with the bishop, and one of my favorite moves is basically short castling, but in this case, long castling. So it just amazes me how, in freestyle, how the king can be on the queen side, like could be here, and then just fly all the way to g1. So it's just very impressive. So I castled here, and here now black has big problems along the f file, and yeah, his king is stuck. I mean, he can castle too, like he can castle long, but I have bishop takes b6, winning this piece. So I think he played g5, if I remember correctly. Then I went knight e2. Then after e5, g3. Yeah, Magnus lost a piece. I mean, maybe he could have retreated with bishop, like bishop d6. But white is better anyway because his pawn is very vulnerable. Perhaps queen e4, turning take.
If you had to guess, do you think he forgot about castling?
No, he didn't. He didn't. Maybe other players would, but I think he's just very desperate at this point. Like he played e5, g3, and then he sacked this piece. I think he went king c7 or something. Right, king c7.
Not yet. So e5, g3. He castled now.
Oh, castled. Okay.
He took.
Yeah, I think he's just very desperate. Like he had to win, then wants to play like knight e5, g4. But I think I played rook e1 or something.
You traded on b6.
Take on b6 first. You know, it's easier to win with an extra piece when there's less pieces on the board. So yeah, and black has no attack. So I think the rest of the game he went knight here, queen d6, defending the knight. But I was very sharp in that tournament, if I remember. So I guess he wants to play like g4 next move. And I can't play king h1 because he's got a check. Unfortunately, I saw knight d4. Then he pushed, and then knight f5 wins. After attacking this queen and attacking also this knight. I have a check king h1. And black cannot play queen d5 because of the family fork with knight e7. So then basically black is just losing. He's down a piece. I think he went here. Check. King b8. And then takes. And takes. And here check. It's always a good idea to centralize your queen. It prevents queen d5 check. And black cannot go here because of knight e7. The king is almost checkmated. So he went here. But then knight f6. And this pawn is defended, so the queen has nowhere to go. And here he finally resigned because rook a4 is another threat with checkmate, and this knight is hanging. So it was a very smooth game.
And this is the game that made you the world champion.
Oh, was this the last game?
I think it was.
Oh, yeah. Very sweet. Very smooth game.
Just real quickly, is this your favorite freestyle game of all time, given that it got you a world championship?
Well, definitely the favorite freestyle tournament that that I played, but probably not my most favorite game because there wasn't like Magnus made a lot of blunders here. But the thing is, I don't remember my freestyle game. But Levon Aronian keeps reminding me my game against Maxime Vacher-Lagrave in the 2021 in St. Louis was really beautiful.
Cool. Well, thanks so much, and first ever world champion of freestyle. Thanks,
Thank
Wesley.
you. Appreciate it.
My name is Peter Leko. I'm a chess grandmaster from Hungary, and I'm very excited to be presenting you my first ever Chessable course. The topic that I chose is very close to my heart. In fact, it is my very favorite opening, the Ruy Lopez. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. This is where our journey starts, and it continues. a6, bishop a4, knight f6, short castles, bishop e7, and rook e1. We are protecting the pawn on e4 with the rook. It's a very nice little move. Black plays the move b5, bishop retreats to b3, black plays the move d6. Now black sets up the threat of going knight a5 after the bishop on b3. That's why the move in the spirit, the soul of the classical Spanish, is the small little move c2, c3, making sure that white's bishop will always have a retreating square if black starts attacking that bishop. So black plays the move short castle, and we play the move h2, h3, a very important preparatory move, in order that when we play the move d2, d4, then the move bishop g4 is already avoided. Thus we are getting this very harmonious position, and this is where all the big systems are starting. Black has tons of options. This is what we're gonna take a look step by step. I first started learning the Spanish opening at the age of 12. And I was fascinated right from the very beginning of all the classical games of Fischer, Spassky, Paul Keres, Anatoly Karpov. They were so rich in complexity. There were so many brilliant ideas that I fell in love with this opening right away. After I started playing it on the highest level against extremely strong grandmaster, building my knowledge, and finally now I can share you a 3-decade of journey, and I want to give you my very spirit that I have learned and experienced throughout those years. The material, the standard is on like 2800 level knowledge is what I'm sharing with you, but breaking it down step by step to every single level so that any player who is just now starting out, just like myself when I was like 12 years old, starting my journey, getting the spirit step by step. So black has 4 big major moves. After the move h3, knight b8 is the Breyer system, bishop b7 is the Zaitsev system, knight d7 is the knight d7 Spanish. It does not have a name, at least not according to my knowledge. And last but not least, we are dealing also with the Chigorin variation, the very classical variation knight a5. So let's go step by step. After the move h3, knight b8 is also the absolute main chapter, my absolutely favorite topic. d4, knight b7, knight b2, bishop b7. I will be also highlighting many move order tricks of what happens if black is trying to trick us, for example, here in the Breyer with c5. Very important to know. In general, the whole spirit of my Spanish knowledge is based on all kind of understanding exactly every single small nuance, that if black plays this or that tricky line, that what he wants, and if we know what he wants, then it is so easy to find the antidote. So that's why extremely important to know the spirit. Don't be afraid of not knowing exactly the move pen move variations. If you know the essence of the positions, and I'm pretty sure that going through my course you will get the knowledge, then you will be always able to navigate no matter what your opponent is doing. So after c5, I had my own experience. Bishop c2, c takes d4, c takes d4, e takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop b7. It's a tricky system. People don't know it. It has a completely different soul because white's knight is still on d2. So the position, just because of this small nuance, has a completely different dynamic. And to make the most out of this, white plays the move a4. You will see all the finesses, all the details inside my game against Panchanathan from Isle of Man Open. So knight b2, bishop b7, of course, the classical main Breyer, bishop c2, rook e8, knight f1, bishop f8, knight g3, g6. This is the starting position of the Breyer tabia. White has reached the destination for his knight on g3, beautifully protecting the e4 square. Yeah, the knight on g3 protects the e4 square. The bishop on c2 also protects. That's why white maintains the center and now has a free move. And this free move, my absolute favorite variation, and I have been winning so many games with it. I feel like I know in and out all about this move, is the move 15b3. This we're going to be dealing extremely extensively. So first of all, black has a very wild move, very concrete principle move by playing d6, d5, breaking in the center. Look at that tension in the center. And here we have to know our special, very special direction. By going bishop g5, we are already setting up a piece sacrifice, a fascinating piece sacrifice. h6, bishop h4, g5, knight takes g5, h takes g5, bishop takes g5. It was considered very dangerous for black. However, then there was a new development. Mamanyarov was bringing new life into e takes d4. However, after the stunning e4, e5, things are very dangerous for black, and you will find all the details in the course with many games explained with fascinating tactical ideas. So bishop b7, the Zaitsev spirit, the Zaitsev system, another very important system. It's a very ambitious system. Here black is putting pressure on the e4 pawn. So the main idea is not to allow white's knight on b1 to reach all the way to g3. This is the main essence of this variation of the classical Spanish. So white plays d4, rook e8, knight bd2, bishop f8. We see there is immediate tension on the e4 pawn. We cannot move the knight from d2. So one of the systems and one of the moves that I have been using with quite good results, and I feel like it's very much connected also to the Breyer spirit. So after this, we might be also talking about Zaitsev-Breyer hybrid kind of spirit. This is not the move a4, which is like the main Zaitsev move, but the move bishop c2, which is a small, well, not small, but a little bit more like old school move. Yeah, so old school often means a lot of knowledge, lot of spirit behind, not exactly move per move variations, and I'm guiding through all the move order issues. Yeah, for example, after bishop c2, what happens if black plays the move g6, then after g6 we go for d4, d5, turning it very much into a Breyer kind of structure, or if after bishop c2 black plays the h6 move, which is the more like the Zaitsev spirit, then however we also go for the d5 move. All these finesses, that what happens between the structures when black has a pawn on g6, what happens when black has the pawn on h6, how do they change the dynamic? Yeah, this is also one of these intriguing moments that I feel like it is very important to be well aware. Once we know these kind of things, then we understand exactly what is the natural flow, who wants what, and how to best proceed in this type of positions. Then we have the knight d7 variation in the classical Spanish. The move knight d7, it's a rare move, but the system one should really know, because many superstars of the 50s, 60s were playing this line with knight d7. It shows that there is tons of spirit behind this move, and whenever we see a strange looking move, it is so important to get the essence that what black wants to achieve with this move knight d7. I faced this move twice in my career, and both times I managed to win a very instructive game. After knight d7 d4, black has two options: the absolute main move bishop f6, but an equally important move knight b6. Now here we see already one of these finesses, that what are the differences? Well, if black plays the move knight b6, this means that there is no pressure on the d4 pawn. So this case, yes, black has succeeded on bringing his knight to the queen side, but it also enables us to start our journey with our knight from b1, knight d2, bishop f6 is now met by knight f1. The knight has already been moved to the king side. This is good news. And after rook e8, bishop c2, I was very proud of this move. It was a preparation prior to my game. And you can find all the details to this extremely memorable game against Laurent Fressinet from 2002 Cannes tournament. So what do we have after d4? If black plays the move bishop f6, now we already understand immediately what we are dealing with. There is a direct pressure on the d4 pawn, so white is unable to develop the knight on b1. But what happens next? White uses this time to do something that is quite annoying for black, targeting the queen side weakness with a4. We are immediately opening up the rook. There's a pin against the rook on a8. So after a4, black has different moves. Fascinating strategical battle starts. I had a game against Josef Pinter in the Hungarian Super Championship 1997. I'm guiding through that game, but also giving a complete overview of all the main variation, because he tried to trick me with a sideline. And again, thanks to my knowledge, knowing what black wanted to achieve with the sideline, I was able to get the upper hand. Because usually one thing is very important, that why sideline is a sideline, because there should be something wrong with it. Otherwise, it would be the main line. Then we are dealing with the main classical Chigorin variation with knight a5, bishop c2, c5, when white occupies the center nicely with d4. Black has different options here. This is the absolute main line of the Chigorin, queen c7, protecting the e5 pawn, keeping the tension, not allowing any extra option for white. So white starts the journey with the knight to d2, knight b2, and black has now different move orders. The main line, however, is clearly c takes d4. Sometimes it's also transposition. It's very important to be aware that which transposition leads where. C takes d4, c takes d4 knight c6, putting pressure on the d4 pawn. And here one has to know that this is a very special variation. Basically only here in the classical Spanish that knight from d2 goes to b3 now to protect the d4 pawn, not prematurely pushing it because the bishop is still on c8. So that's kind of also one very important wisdom. And as long as the black bishop remains on c8, the move d4, d5 is not desirable. That is aimed against bishop b7, so that we are closing the bishop. And here, many things are happening. I'm covering, because I very much respect this system from black side, I'm covering in big depths, and I had many, many personal experiences in this variation. I feel like I have created something very special. I certainly have put all my knowledge, all my heart into it. I want you to enjoy it, study it carefully, and I also believe that no matter what's your level, and then if you keep on improving your level, you will be always discovering something new that, wow, now I already understand this, I already understand that. It's a never-ending journey. Thank you very much, and enjoy the show.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Naroditsky Memorial Blitz. The lunch break is over, it's time to get back to some chess. I'm your host for today, David Howell, and I'm joined still by my good friend, the legendary Peter Lecko. Peter, what did you get up to in the break?
Well, actually I tuned in to Canada versus Morocco, just of curiosity. I'm also recording every single match and I'm gonna rewatch it, quietly just to get a feel for how the match was. But yeah, I'm already looking forward to the 6th round of the Naroditsky Memorial because we have seen some incredible action in the first 5 rounds.
That's right, this is the real World Cup here in Charlotte, North Carolina with the chess. But during the break, our very own Mike Klein, Funmaster Mike, caught up with one of the co-leaders, Vasif Durabaili.
Thanks, guys. We're here with one of the Blitz tournament leaders, 4.5 out of 5, Vasif Durabaili. Thanks for joining.
Sure, my pleasure.
You're having a great tournament. We don't see you play that often. There's some kids here you've never played before. Tell me about one of those kids you didn't know about.
So I'm in round 2 or 3. I was playing against Nico Chazen that I didn't know about him. And at that time, Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley were next to me. And I asked, do you guys know this guy? They're like, he just beat Fabiano Caruana. And I was like, oh. Then in the game, he was completely crushing me, sacrificing queen, knight, etc. I was like last one cheapo, yeah, they call. I was acting like I'm attacking the pawn, but actually I was threatening to win his rook. He blundered, and now I am leading the tournament.
But it's fair to say that Hikaru and Wesley are kind of your seconds now. You ask them for help.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I get chance, I ask the higher rated players. Always good to hear their wisdom.
And finally, I know you want to win the tournament, but who are you most wanting to play in this preliminary round before the finals?
I mean, I enjoy playing against very strong players. I would like to, I don't know if I haven't checked the pairings, but I would like to play Hikaru Nakamura here. I mean, he beat me in World Blitz, so maybe some revenge chance. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, well, Robert got his revenge against Levy. Hopefully you'll get your revenge against Hikaru. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Vasif. Peter, we heard from him there. He's a very lively player, both on and off the board.
Yes, that's exactly his spirit. That's why he's also so aggressive at the board. Yeah, he plays the Benoni. He plays all kind of big main lines where you can attack the opponent, and definitely he enjoys playing blitz. He has just taken down, I believe, Sam Sevian with some great attack. He wanted to get Hikaru. Well, I'm pretty sure that he will face Hikaru in the next rounds, but not yet.
Yeah, still on the cards, maybe later. Still 6 rounds to go. And just to confirm, these are the current standings. 4 players in joint first. Ruslan Ponomariov, Vasif that we just saw there, Durabaili, Boris Gelfand, and Mukidin Madaminov. And a whole bunch on 4. Peter, it's all about the top 10, though. Currently, there would be a playoff because Vasil Ivanchuk is in 11th place. There would be a playoff to see who squeezes into that top 10. We'll talk about it more later, but Naroditsky rules mean that everyone gets a chance, anyone on that score group. And these are the pairings. What are you most excited to see?
All of them. Actually, when you look at the pairings, you just feel like, wow, wait a second. On top board, Boris Gelfand against Ruslan Ponomariov, El Clasico, kind of. Then Durabaili against Madaminov. Ray Robson against Hikaru Nakamura. What a game that will be. And Ivanchuk against Sam Sevian, and back and forth. Also, Caden Troff playing against Lenier Dominguez. I have been playing a couple of Blitz games with Caden not now, last year in Charlotte, but we spent some time together. What a nice person. I'm rooting for him. Maybe he can pull up an upset, but please don't do it against Lenier because Lenier is a very good old friend of mine. So I'm hoping for a draw there and both somehow getting into top 10 later on.
Oh, Peter, you don't want anyone to lose. That's so sweet. But in the meantime, okay, Robert Hess as well, sneaking up the standings after taking down Levi Rosman in the previous round. And Awanda Liang plays Eric Rosen. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun games ahead. Shout out to Sam Copeland, who's playing Julian Song as well in the next round. But yeah, let's go to our top boards. A lot on the line. It feels like you can afford a couple of losses in the Blitz, but probably to get top 10, you will need around 8 or 8.5 out of 11 at least. Wesley looks in good spirits as he faces Andy Woodward, one of the stars of yesterday, although Andy pipped at the post to the title. And wow, Fabiano, he's not even on the top boards anymore, Peter. He's been dropping.
Yeah, but he will climb. I believe in Fabi. I think he will climb. He just needs to somehow get his mindset right. Yeah, I feel like he got way too much blows already, and then you feel like a little bit dizzy. I think the lunch break came exactly at the right time.
Mm-hmm. And Boris Gelfand looked very locked in, very focused, very concentrated. I like Pono's top there, just as I like Ivanchuk's shirt here. I'm not sure if that's a Brazil top. Looks almost like it is, but he's going to be playing white against Sam Sevian. Experience really counts in Blitz, right? Like people assume that speed that's going to favor the young ones, but experience, often just having that flow and having that feel and trusting your instinct, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, especially the older guys who likes to play Blitz, who are really enjoying these challenges are very good, because you highlighted beautifully yesterday that sometimes seemingly rapid suits the older guys better, but you need to find the rhythm with 10 minutes. Here you know that you have no time to think. You get into the spirit that you don't expect from yourself to make always the best moves. You just listen to intuition and just enjoy the game. And that's when these experienced players are the most dangerous.
Yeah, no coincidence that Ivanchuk, Gelfand and others are at the top there. Still fighting hard. Smiles between Ray Robson and Hikaru Nakamura. Games will begin any second now. And there we see Durabaili against Madaminov. Madaminov, he took down Wesley So earlier in the Blitz. But okay, games have begun. Round 6. We're officially in the second half of the Swiss stage. And okay, games have begun. Okay, I think we stay here for a while, Peter, in the bird's eye view as we see the openings. I see Aman Hambleton again trying to sell his course on the London system. He made a great advert for that earlier in the day, taking down Sindarov, one of the surprise results. That's on the bottom green board, this time against Aravind. Looks like a reverse London system at the top between Gelfand and Ponomaryov. In that Reti, black bring the bishop out. Okay, anything too dramatic at this early stage?
Don't think that anything dramatic. I'm also looking at the games just to get a feel for how the players are trying to, get the game into their kind of spirit. For example, the game between Ponomaryov, the one knowing, the normally Boris with white is very energetic, but he wants to just play a system position, which kind of surprises me, because I would believe like this kind of strategical position suit Pono's style very well, and probably Boris wants to be more dynamic. But these are very tricky kind of positions, and I believe you know them very well. That white has this d4 square, white will play b4, then knight b3, knight a5, trying to transfer the knight. Yeah, we are seeing these moves being played. Lot to play for in this endgame.
Exactly. There's enough imbalance for both sides to have something to play for long term. I quite like what Boris is doing as well. He's got easy moves coming next, easy plans, a lot of squares. Elsewhere, Hikaru's got an interesting position. I think that's still theory against Ray Robson. Ray Robson temporarily sacrificing a pawn, but there we go. He's about to win it back. That's the top central board, the blue board. And okay, opposite side castling, Wesley So against Andy Woodward. That's going to be very sharp. I believe it came from a Rogozin. Maybe also still theory, but that could explode any second. Opposite side castling, often the prelude to a race, mutual attacks.
Yes, it's one of those very sharp lines, which is quite trendy. And there is this knight before, the computer highlights, and I know this kind of moves. It's very typical. When Andy played the move a5, actually it hit me that, wow, so Andy really wants to go for this knight before sacrifice, which computers very often like, but no, he just plays bishop e6. But that's a missed opportunity, because actually maybe white could have played knight e4, I believe. I had this feeling.
But it might be on again, Peter. Knight b4, I see a red cross. I see the eval bar. Slightly on black side, maybe. Knight b4 has got to be so tempting. Andy set it up. And it opens up the A file. It's now forced to capture it. I guess H7 might hang as well, but he's got to be tempted. You've got to go for the white king. Time is everything.
Yeah, time is very important because we are talking about this opposite side castles. If black suddenly defends this pawn, for example, with h6, that will be a long-term weakness, and also the pawn on g7 will be weak. If you play g6, you will be hit by h5. So it gives all the more reason for black to say that, wait a second, actually the spirit is knight b4, then maybe let's go for it. But down to a minute and 15 seconds, Andy, no, he just goes king h8. I don't like it because knight e4 is coming. I don't like knight e4.
Yeah, knight e4 is coming into g5. It's very quick for white suddenly, and then knight b4 loses some sting, right? Like maybe after knight b4, the white knight would have had to move anyway, and then you've saved a move on king h8 in the attack. And yeah, Wesley most likely will play it. I'm surprised he keeps allowing this knight b4, but okay, now is the time. He has to decide what to do anyway. And oh, he grabs a pawn.
Takes the pawn. Wow. Come on, knight b4. Okay.
Game on. Brilliant
All
move.
right.
He's so good at tactics. He's the puzzle champion, Andy Woodward. And yeah, I think he was probably resisting temptation for ages to do this, and now he was forced to give up his knight to open the A file.
Yeah, but I'm shocked by Wesley that he missed knight b4 first, or he was inviting it, then Andy was hesitating. He did not play it immediately, but it was hanging in the air. And then getting this posture of just going knight e4, avoiding all these complications was so tempting. But nevertheless, he enters and now he thinks and goes queen b1. Very passive.
Oof. Queen b1. Yeah, that's not a very pretty move. Bishop b3. Oh,
Bishop
that white
b3.
king. White king almost checkmated in some positions. This is scary for Wesley. So rook a6 is coming.
Yeah, look
exactly
at
as you highlight.
Exactly. Look a6, look c6, and then already knight a2 will be a winning set. So actually Wesley had to capture the piece, but this is even the worse version.
Still looks like you can try to rook lift. Rook a5, rook a6, not sure which one. Oh, how to get in. How does black get to that white king? The queen can also try and come in.
Yeah,
Queen e7, queen c5.
That's the big question, because if black would have time, if it would be a rapid game with 10 minutes time control, then I would be very confident. But with 40 seconds on the clock, it can get out of control. Yeah, queen d6 is very logical. Heading for c5.
Yeah. Just a quick update that Ponomarev is almost winning against Gelfand on top board. Gelfand blundered a pawn earlier as white. I quite liked his position, but there have been some twists and turns. And Ponomarev just a clear pawn up in a rook endgame. Boris needs some luck. But, okay, a check.
And now
Another
if
player
bishop
needs-
c and bishop a2. Bishop a2, boxing in the queen.
Black has b3. Is there anything better, Peter? b3 looks super strong. Winning back the piece.
Yeah, and it's good enough, and you have to be practical with 30 seconds on the clock. Just play the simplest. No need for fancy business.
He does play it. It does allow the white bishop on a very nice square, but the white queen is on the worst square possible. It's terrible. Wesley in big trouble. Okay, how to cash in b5, b4 in the near future.
Yeah. d5 is a very tempting kind of move. But down to 6 seconds, Andy needs to speed up. He goes queen c4.
Okay, he's threatening bishop b3 in some positions. c5 will kick the white knight away. Great move, but can Wesley try anything else? Oh, this is so horrible for white. The knight drops. There's going to be more checks. And he's just going to trade off. Oh no, he doesn't. He was a full piece up, but he wants more. That's a check. Where's the checkmate? Wesley fighting. Piece down and getting attacked though, Peter. He offers his hand. Yeah, there we go. Brilliant. Brilliant attacking game by Andy Woodward.
Wow. Yeah, but what a shock it was. Like, what did Wesley do? I haven't seen him being so naive at all. This is not his style. But all right, we don't have time. What about Ray Robson against Hikaru? It's crazy time scramble as usual with Ray, but he's up a pawn, but opposite colored position. However, with rooks on the board, and the b3 pawn can fall as well.
Yeah, this is a 2-result game, or at least it should be. Ray Robson pawn up. Shouldn't ever lose this. It's going to be so hard for Hikaru to defend. Like, oh, there's going to be exchange sacrifices in the air that White can think about. The white bishop is so beautiful, Peter. It's I don't think in practical terms you hold this, although Hikaru is maybe one of the best defenders in the world. So if anyone can, he can.
Yes, I also feel like that, okay, with the speed he plays and he puts pressure on the clock. And okay, now Black has got perfect activity. Now I think he will just hold. Yeah, Rook F2 is a draw offer.
Oh, especially now.
What?
I don't know what Ray was looking at there. He was smiling. This is just a draw.
Yeah, but actually Hikaru offered the draw with Rook takes F2. Did you see it on camera? He was offering a draw and Ray said no, but what are you playing for? That's what Hikaru is signaling. Come on.
That's why Ray made the face. I saw Ray's reaction. I didn't see the draw offer. But yeah, this is fortress. Total fortress. Thanks to the en passant rule. So White can't push the h-pawn. And there we go. Draw agreed. It was also a drawn top board. Boris Gelfand getting out of jail, surviving. It looks like Ivanchuk, there we see Boris in the background. Ivanchuk is losing, however, to Sam Sevian. He's just down at full piece. And there we go. Resigns. Doesn't look so happy in that Brazil shirt. What other games are still ongoing? Further down, a Wanda Liang against Eric Rosen. Eric Rosen is a pawn up. Danny Wrench still in action. Okay. We get some cameras. Big crowd to this one.
And this is the
Sagar Shah in the
position.
back.
Eric second.
Oh, wait. You
Wait
can
a
promote.
second. Now F1. F1 was a check. Wow, wait a second. Total blunder.
Wanda in big trouble though. Is he getting checkmated? Eric is doing everything right. Was Bishop D4? That's such a killer move, but so hard to find. Oh.
Yes, with no time on the clock.
Yeah. Now
And
it
if there
should
is
be a
no
draw again.
checkmate, White should survive this. Yeah.
Oh, White's got the perfect defensive setup, like with the queen and bishop defending f1, but also threatening mate on b7 always. So now Eric, that promotion, I think that was the only realistic practical try, like or practical winning chance to promote with a check. Just no time. Okay, this should be a draw now. Oof, Peter, we're getting nervous as well. I think on the player's behalf every round.
We are getting the treatment, yes, the heart attack for everyone, and we are not even the relatives or family members of the player. So imagine the family members following this.
Exactly. We have no skin in the game, but I think we've played so much Blitz in our lives that we totally understand what the players are going through. Now Queen's off the board. It's just going to be like the Hikaru game. It's opposite color bishops and a dead draw. Yeah, as long as the Wanda doesn't
this
play
is when
bishop
you know
d5.
that things have calmed down. Yeah, now you can just chill, and your heart rate stabilizes.
Yeah, and total fortress. Wanda can just move his bishop back and forth. Eric's hoping for some kind of over-the-board pre-move, but it's not going to happen here.
No.
He can build up all the increment time he wants. Big bank. They're up at 20 seconds now. And finally a smile and a draw. Okay. Round 6 looks like it has pretty much concluded now. And we can recap the results. Ray Robson, that was a draw against Hikaru Nakamura. That's missing right now. But elsewhere, Peter, I saw the Boris Gelfand game. He should really have been punished by Ponomariov, but a draw in the end. And Durabaili keeps up the winning streak.
Wow. That's kind of super impressive. and also many wins below them. Yes, that Andy Woodward, we have seen this brilliant attack knocking down Wesley So, Ivanchuk losing to Sam Sevian, Grigory Oparin winning with white against Andrew Hong, and also Lenier Dominguez winning a very important game against Caden Troff. And many of the favorites who fell behind before, like Fabi, Sindarov, Suleimani, they have all won their games. So they are climbing.
Exactly, and most importantly, Sam Copeland defeats Julien Song, so he's also climbing up those standings. Chess.com's very own. And okay, yeah, that means round 6 is done for now. Yeah, I think that's time for a short break. The players, of course, they're well fed, they're well rested, and the players will be aiming to get their act together for the last sprint. We're going to also get our acts together. We'll be back in just a few minutes after a short break.
Daniel was very much a dear and close friend. He's a friend first, somebody that I talk to almost every day. Really just a loving, caring person and somebody who I considered a great friend. Daniel was definitely the star of our city. Prior to Daniel moving here, we were doing great things in Charlotte, but was relatively little known what we were doing. He brought this great light upon our city, and he was such an incredible force for raising awareness of what we were doing here in Charlotte, and he meant the world to those who lived here locally and got to see him often. Well, of course, as a great friend and somebody who I worked alongside for 6+ years, I couldn't fathom the idea that his life just was over and that we wouldn't do anything to continue his legacy and his contributions to the chess community. So shortly after his death, I was already thinking of ways to do that. And it took some time to really think about what would connect to him, who he was, what he would have wanted. Prior to his passing, we had discussed the idea of hosting a large-scale Blitz and Rapid tournament here in Charlotte. But of course, the logistics and the funding and all of the things that go into that make it very difficult to do. And so I know that that was something that he truly cared about. So even after his passing, I thought it was really a great thing to do in his memory. And the others around me also agreed with that. And the fellowship aspect to support high-performing junior players in the United States, that goes hand in hand with who he was. He loved high-level chess. He was, of course, a high-level player himself. He was a recipient of the Samford Fellowship himself back in 2014, I believe, to support his growth in becoming a grandmaster. So we want to do the same things. It may be slightly different, but we believe that those two initiatives were the closest to who Daniel was and respect and lift his spirit the most.
This exact position I'm sure I've had as a kid. So one of the early kind of serious ones that I learned. And this was kind of topical at the time, which started in the Italian and then here and then knight g5, which attacks f7, which is if you're kind of new to chess, then you probably immediately think why can't I just attack that pawn and take it? And then I'll attack the queen and the rook and so on. The only way for black to kind of avoid that is to play d5, which is the best move. And then white takes a pawn, and the big question is always why can't black take back? Which you can, of course. It's not, you don't lose immediately or anything. But the usual point of this, which is called the fried liver, is that now white sacrifices a knight, black takes, otherwise black's just losing everything. And then we give a check here, which not only gives a check, but also attacks the knight. And most people who are kind of new to chess, they're already totally unsure of what to do with black here because they move their king back and then you take here and you're up a pawn for nothing. Or even worse for them, sometimes they go here and then not only are you of a pawn, but you're checkmating him. And the knight can't go anywhere because of the pin. So the only possible good move, which is not even so bad, is king to e6, and then you're up a piece, but you have this like serious pin, which lasts a really long time. And this is kind of like an opening trap called the fried liver. It, I think, ends up being not the worst opening trap to fall into with black, because you can kind of hang on to your knight and hope for the best with your king on e6. But this was like one of the really topical openings as a kid for me.
We are back, and it's time for round 7 at the Naroditsky Memorial Blitz. Peter, we now have a sole leader. Vasif Durabaili has stormed his way to the top.
Yeah, and he has been super impressive so far. He did reveal that there was a very special moment in the interview in the early rounds against Nico. But ever since he survived that scare, he's very convincing. But he's playing against someone, the very young super genius Andy Woodward, who has just delivered a horrible punch, a terrible knockout blow to none other than Wesley. So it will certainly bring all the energy and all the emotions in Andy forward, and he will, I think, be super motivated.
Yeah, Andy Woodward yesterday beat Sindarov very early. Today he's beaten Wesley So already, and with the white pieces he'll be quite confident. Elsewhere, Samsevian, Boris Gelfand, Ponomaryov against Oparin. Hikaru plays Suleimanli, but further down I'm seeing Madaminov, the famous second against Javokir, his best friend. It's going to be tough. Robert Hess, meanwhile, against Aman Hambleton. That's also going to be a lot of fun to watch. And
I feel like we just cannot do justice to the tournament because there is so much to cover, but there is limited time. It's the 3+2 segment, the Blitz segment. Everything goes very quickly, super exciting, super dramatic, but I can just sympathize with all the players who are fighting there, that they have to control their heart rate and their emotions, because those are the main skills, a part of being a great player, which they are already.
Yeah, and here we see Wesley cracking some jokes with Man Hambleton. We did briefly see Danny Wrench. For anyone wondering, he's currently on 50%, 3 out of 6. He is there facing FM Benjamin Moon, who drew against Gelfand earlier in the day, so not an easy opponent. He's kind of caught in the middle, Danny. He's had that yo-yo tournament. He's lost to a couple of very strong GMs, Ray Robson, Andy Woodward, and then he's been beating most of the players he's expected to beat. So, yeah, it can be tough, Peter, in the middle of the pack, just to break out of that yo-yo effect.
Yes, yeah, this is also called the ping pong effect. Yeah, back and forth, back and forth. Not easy to get out of it, but it's also a lot of fun. Yeah, when you face brilliant players. Yeah, that's, I think, one of the main reasons why Dan is also playing the tournament. That yes, to honor Danya, but if getting a chance to play against some great players, that's all the more a bonus.
Exactly, and here we get a glimpse of the fantastic Marriott Center in Charlotte, North Carolina, the venue where everything's happening. I'm loving the big screens in the corner. The first time we've seen that today, and yeah, everyone getting ready now for round 7. It's the final sprint, as they say. We're now in the second half of the Swiss, and a reminder for anyone who wasn't here in the first half of the day, it's all about the top 10 spots. Top 10 qualify for tomorrow's Blitz finals. And yeah, I'm secretly cheering for Robert Hess. Well, not so secretly. In general, although I love a man too. So this one, I'm hoping this is a draw, but then they both qualify for top 10. Just like you were saying earlier, Peter.
Yes, but actually I was hoping for the draw there with Caden, and what happened, Lanier won. Lanier being professional, yeah, he has to use his chance. And talking about being professional, what about Madaminov versus Sindarov? That will be a super interesting game to keep an eye on.
Okay, and yeah, that one, the clash between the best friends. They're playing kind of mainline Roy Lopez theory. I thought they'd play like 1 A3, A6, and then kind of just start playing from there, just to avoid any prep that they've discussed together in the past. But you were saying in the break, Peter, that in the past, in the good old days, you know, seconds, if you're playing your best friend, you agree a draw and then you move on. Everyone's happy. But nowadays, the youngsters, they like to fight.
Yes, they don't know what this draw is, because basically you feel like when you play against your best friend, then if you do him any harm, then maybe the friendship will change. Yeah, somehow. This was the old kind of guard, so you just don't want to touch each other. But the big question is maybe and we are gonna see the Zaitsev repetition. Professionals, the Uzbek kids. That's the way.
Oh. The commentator's curse, we jinxed it. Okay, they do know what a draw is, the young generation. They find the famous Zaitsev draw repetition. Hard for Black to avoid that one.
Yes, they don't want to. What a surprise, they don't want to reveal the World Championship prep.
Okay, and talking World Championship, here's one challenger, Boris Gelfand, on camera, but his position not too lively. Peter, can we go to board 1? Because Andy Woodward, the puzzle world champion, has unleashed a peace sacrifice against the sole leader, Vasif Durabaili, and it's crazy. He played 1b3, and this is the position we're left with.
Yes, it is actually stunning position, and Vasif is taking his time, and he plays king e7, the correct move. Yeah, you have to step up with the king. Seemingly it's a crazy move because the king is moving in front of the bishop, but okay, white has sacrificed a piece already, and the bishop on b2 is blocked by the central pawns, and black only needs one move, knight gf6, to actually stabilize.
Yeah, maybe just a very quick action replay just of the piece sacrifice a couple of moves ago, because I think he might have miscalculated. Like, it was a strange opening. Black gets the big pawn center, but
yeah, apparently here everything was very good for him. He would have just played simple chess like ed, cd, and then knight takes e5 was winning, in fact, because just to compare it, here after king e7 there's bishop a3 checkmate. Wow. Ooh. So that's a big difference, and he took immediately, and now after king e7 suddenly he doesn't have this idea, and ed knight gf6. Wow, so a mixed up of the move order, and after takes, queen takes e5. Now actually black's king will hide on f7 sooner or later. I don't know if we take on d4 first or do we sidestep immediately.
Yeah, so puzzle world champion, even the super strong whiz kid Andy Woodward sometimes mixes up move orders. Gives hope to the rest of us. But yeah, White's going to get 2-3 pawns for the piece, so not over yet. He has a safer king, probably, and he has an extra minute on the clock. They sometimes say a pawn is worth a minute in blitz chess, Peter, so maybe he'll hope that he'll find some compensation a bit later when the clocks tick down.
Yes, so bishop c4, queen d7. Anyway, black will play king f7 next. Maybe it's even... I'm somehow more happy with black now that we might be trading the light squared bishops. I would be very happy about this because I get more freedom. Yeah, takes. And what is the choice for white? This is the moment of truth. Do you trade and take on d4 and go for an endgame like this, or do you try to keep the queens? But I believe that with queens on, black will be the one attacking maybe white's king. That's the feeling I'm getting. But he nevertheless took with the queen.
I think I agree. Like, if you give black 2 moves, get the bishop out and connect the rooks, bring the rooks to the center, then black, loving life. More pieces equals bigger attack. But maybe he was just hoping, Andy Woodward, that he was quick enough to bring his rooks before black can mobilize his forces. But okay, looks like black can simply bring stuff out. Rooks to the center. He's giving up the h7 pawn in some lines, but it can't be taken yet. Okay, Andy Woodward,
of course,
uphill challenge.
Yes, 3 pawns, but they are not connected. Yeah, so I don't really believe that white can rely just on the pawns. But black's next move might be simply rook a8 or rook ac8, just bring that rook into the game. Black does not even need king g8. The king on f7 feels safe enough.
Yeah, Durabaili's been super strong today. Rook e5 question mark. Is that because black can safely take the d2 pawn? When I see a question mark, it means that it's normally something quite direct. He just wants to double up his rooks in the e-file.
But with less than a minute, and he goes for queen takes d2, so he lost the queen c4 check, and I don't know, some rook a1 was probably the idea of Andy to bring the rook, but maybe black can just move the bishop from e7, and then we're actually getting back rank issues. So rook e2, but now the black queen, wow, don't play queen d5, because then there's this bishop takes f6 trick maybe. Wow, and he does, because bishop f6 does not work, but there's rook e7. Wait a second.
Wow, double question mark. He hesitated there, Peter. Did you see? He played queen d5, but kept his hand on it. I thought he was going to kind of take it back and move the queen somewhere else. Will Andy find it? Puzzle world champion. Rook takes e7. Boom! Wow.
And look at this. He is shaking his head.
Off. Okay, and he's still the exchange up, but suddenly your white has 2 pawns for that exchange. It's not going to be easy to convert this anymore. A piece for 3 pawns was better than the exchange for 2 pawns somehow, and yeah, psychological blow. But he did recover quite quickly there, Durabaili.
Yeah, luckily for him, he had this choice, and I mean, this option, and he has no other choice than to trade queens. Wow, queen b4 check, but he's running into queen d1. How is he planning to deal with that?
He's going to block with his queen. The white queen still can come back to e1.
Yes.
But
wow,
okay, maybe
not playing queen d1. Surprise.
Maybe black could have done that and taken on c2 safely. Queen e6 check, there would have been some rook f7 block, and black could have won a pawn, but okay, still in the air, the back rank. Ideas, and panic from Andy Woodward.
Now also just taking on c2. Watch out for checkmate, but just h6.
Yeah, easy to defend. Andy gives his own king some space, but now the pawns are just dropping like flies. 2 seconds for Andy Woodward. I think it's just about the clock here. He has no time. The black queen is beautiful in the center.
Yeah, also you can move it to f5, making sure that you will never get to check on the diagonal. You are also settling the f2 pawn.
Gets the queens off.
Okay, but this is not capitulation. Yeah. Rook b4. Okay, even collects the pawn.
Yeah, Andy's playing for bishop to d4 and to take on g7. But you can probably prevent that. You can bring the other rook around to g6 if you want. There we go. Very professional from Vasyl Durabaili. He's going to keep the lead here. Maybe even extend his lead in the tournament. A7 drops, but... Okay, the bishop's offside. He could have taken on b3. I don't know why he resisted that. Still totally winning, though, of course. Full exchange up. Surely no chance, Peter, of saving this, although the longer the game goes on, the more frustrated Durabaili might get, shaking his head there.
Yes, of course.
He looks annoyed at himself that he didn't take the b3 pawn while it was just hanging.
Yeah, and with lead time on the clock, actually now it's easy for Andy just to move back and forth, and Vasif has to find the win.
Yeah, it's hard to keep the b pawns on the board. Like you can go for the white b pawn, but yours might drop in the process, and then it's just likely to be a draw. Some of these positions, even with a rook exchange, with the white f pawn, it's a draw anyway. With a pawn on f3,
But at least
rook versus bishop.
he forced the bishop back to g3. But what next?
Elsewhere.
6 seconds.
Lots of draws on the top few boards, so this could be huge. If Durabaili wins, he might be extending his lead. Okay, Andy defending well. Is it b4? Oh, I was going to say, is black going to play b4 and rook c3?
Well, that's a big question. Was it a clever idea to change the structure? And he's losing now the b4 pawn. He shouldn't have.
Yeah, that's typical with the younger players. They don't want to just sit and do nothing. Like he had almost a fortress, so it felt like that in practical terms. But by pushing b4 himself, he just lost the pawn. He got itchy fingers and decided to change the structure. Didn't need to. And now the b pawn.
Yeah, knight is just losing.
Durabaili's he's very good at overprotecting everything. When he's material up in this game, he's been protecting his pawns multiple times. The rooks defend each other. Oh, bishop e5 is tricky. You could probably even take that bishop though. And there you go.
Yes, you can. And then
White's
b4.
White's king is super cut off with the pawn on g5 and the rook on e5. Yeah, and the black rook is going behind. That's going to settle it. White is paralyzed now. And handshake. Andy Woodward resigns. Vasif Durabaili gets a nod of approval from Matt in the background there. And yeah, he's going to be guaranteed the lead heading into round 8. Feels like that was one of the later games to finish in this round. Fabiano Caruana still going though on board 8. Hikaru had a long game as well, ended up winning. And nice to see the players discuss things there. Fabiano though is about to push forward his pawn and queen, Peter. He's about to continue his comeback.
Yes, that's what we all want to see.
Yeah, you can safely promote. The b pawn is super slow. Just don't allow a fork. And you can take that pawn. The bishop covers the fork.
Yes.
Yeah. And that is going to be that. Fabiano does win. He moves on to 5 points out of 7. And that means he's within touching distance of the top 10. It's all about the top 10 today. You don't need to win the event. It's all about qualifying for those finals tomorrow. And confirmation of the results, Peter. What stands out to you?
Well, Durabaili just super impressive. Of course, it was like a heartbreak from mixed up the move order, and then instead of winning, got into terrible trouble. Then later he was given a chance to just play queens and then rely on this exchange down position, but I think it could have been a draw. So there he showed some sign of weakness, then he fought back. It looked like it's over. Then Vasif didn't know how to win, but then finally, nevertheless, he converted, and Ponomarev has also made a big win. So actually now we are having Durabaili leading with 6.5 and Ponomarev with 6, and then a couple of guys with 5.5, including Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, big win for Hikaru as well. And on the second page, big wins for the likes of Wesley for Aravind, Ivanchuk, players who are hoping to make that last-minute surge up into the top 10. And here are our standings. As you mentioned, Peter, we have a clear first, we have a clear second right now, and then a trio on joint third. Boris Gelfand, Sam Sevian, Hikaru Nakamura, and then a huge number on 5. If it finishes like this, we're going to be here all night with a long playoff for the top 10. Everyone on 5 points will be up against it. They'll be fighting for their lives.
Yes, exactly. Of course, till round 11, things will clarify, but let's just also talk about players who are not on 5 points, on 4.5. For example, Javoi Sindarov, Suleymanli, and Alexander Bortnik. So some super big guys who are not yet even there to tie for the qualification spot. So all to look forward to. Things will get out of control. That's guaranteed.
Exactly, and I think every chess player quite likes it, especially as a viewer, when things get a bit more dramatic, a bit more chaotic, and that's guaranteed in this last push of the Swiss section. We're going to go on a short break in a moment, but in the meantime, big news for youth chess, because chess is coming to the Junior Olympics. The Amateur Athletic Union has just launched the AAU chess program, spearheaded by chessboxing world champion Matt Thomas, who we just saw in the playing hall a moment ago. They are building the ultimate path to get young players competing on the Junior Olympic stage by 2027. Scan the QR code or hit !AAU in the chat to join the AAU Chess Club and learn more. We'll be back with round 8 of the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid after this break.
We have found some of Danya's best moves that he played in bullet and blitz games. We're going to show them to you, and I'm going to give you 5 times as much time as it took him to find them in his real games. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, Andrea, this is your third Danya tactic. He beat a 3000 with this move. You are black, and in the actual game, he took 0.4 seconds.
Jesus.
So you get a full 2 seconds for this one. On your mark, get set, go.
Okay, bishop takes, knight takes. Knight takes, rook takes, and rook checkmate. Yeah, I hesitated. These are hard because like you look at your first instincts, which my first instinct was to sack, so I'm not as fast as Danya, but these are awesome. Thanks, Danya, for these awesome games.
This is a tough one.
Okay.
You're gonna play white, and in the actual game, Danya found this amazing move in 3 seconds. You get 15. Are you ready for the challenge?
I'm ready.
On your mark, get set, go.
Oh boy, what? This position is much more confusing than the others. Well, I'm already past Danya time by a mile. I'm struggling with this one. Okay, wait, I'm actually upset I cannot find this one. Let's calculate. Okay, this might take me a little bit. I mean, we're just down a rook. So what can we... That's gonna take a while. And it's probably not... Now I'm overthinking it. Take... Oh. Wait. Jesus Christ. Is it Queen G7? Check? No? Only other move would be a bishop move. Generally don't know what else it could be. And not bishop move because then you just trade. Yeah, I have no idea.
Queen G7 is only good for a draw. But how about F8, which you said promote to knight?
Oh. Oh man, I'm so upset. I don't think I didn't even think about that. Wow.
Can you show us the 3 legal moves for black and how you defeat all
wow.
of them for F8 knight?
That's a really nice one. Wow. I literally didn't even cross my mind once. Check, because you have the forcing move. And they even gave me a hint. And one move. And then, let's see. When you just won the queen?
Correct.
nice move, Danya.
The king takes the pawn.
King takes the pawn. Do we have mate? No, because he blocked with the queen. But then... Oh, no, wait, what? You can't take the pawn. Wait.
Right, sorry, I didn't see the bishop thing.
Oh.
It's blocked by the queen.
It's okay.
And what happens if rook takes knight?
Rook takes knight, then you just take the queen.
You got that?
That was really nice. Wow, I totally forgot you can even promote to a knight. I didn't even consider it. That was a really nice one. That was a beautiful tactic. That's my favorite tactic that I've seen in a long time.
Welcome, everybody. This is GM Daniel Naroditsky. In this series, I'll be taking a look at some questions and pieces of advice that circulate on the internet and offering my thoughts on them. Let's jump in.
This is a pretty general question, and here's how I'm going to answer it. I need you all to start thinking about mistakes in a different way, because mistakes can happen in a one-move situation. It's just a one-move blunder, a loss of a piece. Your opponent gives it away and you don't see it. Like, for example, just the dumbest example I can possibly give you, the 4-move checkmate, right? Like, that is how you'd punish if they didn't see it, by doing it. That's it. But there's also something not as dramatic. And in all your games, trust me, you're missing these opportunities. Both of you are, like, whatever level you are.
When you're a beginner, the focal point is always just to make sure that you're not blundering pieces and that you're taking pieces that your opponent is offering. That should be your complete focus until you're, about 900, 1000 and you've stopped committing, regular one-move blunders. And at that point, you can start focusing on not committing more subtle types of mistakes, which I think Levy is about to talk about. What does a mistake that's not a blunder look like?
Welcome back to the Naroditsky Memorial Blitz. It's time for round 8. Peter, it's the final sprint now. Things are starting to clarify a little bit. The cream is rising to the top. The Grandmaster's now fighting it out for those top 10 spots. And our leader, Vasyv Durabaily, we saw him in the last round. We also saw an interview with him earlier. He has got his wish. He wants to play Hikaru, and he will be facing one of the best players in the world.
Yes, be careful what you wish for, right? There is this saying. But we have seen Durabaily playing with super big confidence. However, okay, against Hikaru, it will be tough. It will be super tough. But, so probably when you're going to face Hikaru, you want to face him when you feel yourself in the best shape possible. And Durabaily, after winning all his games, kind of a part of one draw, he should be super confident.
Exactly. If you're going to face Hikaru, you want to be white, you want to be in great form, you want to be 1 point clear of him, you want everything, and Durabaily has that. I'm also looking forward to Ivanchuk against Fabiano Caruana, because it's a rematch from yesterday. They played this incredible game yesterday, Peter, in the Rapid. You mentioned it was your highlight of yesterday's action.
And actually, thinking back once we finished the broadcast and just calmed down, I realized that, wait a second, that game actually destroyed both of these players' tournament. I think they lost way too much energy, way too much emotion with that game. It was such an epic battle, which finally cost them later on in the tournament. So playing those kind of crazy games with so much emotions normally takes too much out of a player.
And interesting there, we saw Pono adjusting his opponent's pieces. Most players just adjust their own pieces, but he was helping out his opponent, or maybe he was turning the knights away. They were too terrifying, so he was turning them a different direction. But yeah, Pono will be black. He's been in solid form. He's going to be playing black against Sevian, I believe, in the next round. But yeah, maybe lacking the killer instinct so far to kind of, at least yesterday, to kind of win that Rapid. I guess he just wants top 10 today. Here we see Sagar Shah. One of the most famous faces in chess these days, the voice of Indian chess. He's been enjoying things, judging from what I've seen on social media. Yesterday, up and down tournament, but nice to see him back at the board.
Yes. By the way, talking about Sam Sevian against Ruslan Ponomaryov, I believe this was the very last round in the rapid portion, and Ponomaryov won with the black pieces against Sevian, and that's how Pono finished on the podium, and Sam Sevian fell back. So basically, it signals me that Sevian will be, on one hand, of course, he wants to take revenge, but he will also be kind of careful not to run the risk of falling victim of Pono once again.
Yeah, and this is the board, I believe that was Raja Panjwani, a Canadian player that I first played in the World Under 10 Championship. So nice to see some familiar faces. I'm not sure exactly who he was facing up against, but yeah, here we see Pono waiting for Sam Sevian to arrive. Grant Owen in the background, about to announce that round 8 can begin. But several players nodding their chairs. Okay. Eric Rosen. Yeah, nice to have cameras on some of these content creators. And we'll see handshakes.
Yeah, you know, actually,
now.
I had the games up, but suddenly the games disappeared. So I have to wait for the games to appear before we come to any of the boards. We still have time, luckily. Wesley saw after this knockout against Andy Woodward, how is he able to smile at all? That's a big question, but it just shows that he has very good spirit, and probably he's climbing back. He thinks like, wait a second, I'm still in time to get to the top 10.
Yeah, another really important game between Aman Hambleton and Andy Woodward. Andy on the back of some disappointment against Durabaili, but both players have had good tournaments so far. They're in the mix. A win here for either of them would give them great chances of getting into that top 10 at the end of the day. Aman is especially dangerous with that London system. And yeah, no coincidence he's done a course on it. Javoko Sindarov as well in the building, meaning business. Yesterday he timed his charge, his winning streak to perfection. Can he do the same again today? But 8 boards in the meantime, Peter, and it looks like top board hasn't begun yet. Someone hasn't found their seat.
Yes, probably someone still missing. But yeah, Pono means business. Yeah, he adjusted the pieces of Sam Sevian. Sam Sevian doesn't know that actually, you know, Pono interfered with his army prior to the game. Big question if it will have any consequences.
Oh, and maybe we jump into that one because some crazy stuff is happening. I think this is some kind of theory, but Ponomarev has sacrificed a pawn to open up some lines, and Sam looks away, frowning. Queen c7, maybe not the best move due to bishop d4, the blue arrow says. Protecting the e5 pawn is very natural. White's a pawn up.
What is Pono doing? He is such a solid player, and all of a sudden he enters such territory in the Blitz game. What an adventure, and it came from an accelerated dragon. And here Sam played this tricky line with knight x6, bc e5, and I believe knight g8 is now the main move. Pono played the old move knight d5. I believe in my childhood they were telling me that you can sacrifice the pawn, but that was 30 or more than 30 years ago. Things might have changed.
Yeah, that's what you do, I guess, nowadays against the youngsters. You try and revive all this old opening theory. Maybe Ponomarev trying to use his experience and this old line against Sam. But bishop d4 wasn't found. I guess that was slightly more accurate than f4, although the reasoning is a bit mysterious. It does look like black will get compensation long term. Like d6 might come at the right moment, bishop to b7 or bishop out to e6. Just confirmation, by the way, that Durabaili did appear 45 seconds late, I think, for his first board encounter against Hikaru Nakamura, which is huge. But now it looks like a normal position. But yeah, losing time on board 1 is not a great idea against Hikaru.
Not at all. And look at this. Suddenly then Sam Sevian was spending time and played c3. He's trying to shut down the diagonal, the long diagonal, but I somehow don't feel that this is right. This does not feel right. You highlighted, and Pono plays it. Exactly, d6, open up this bishop, and then the bishop from c8 will also join the party, and once the diagonal opens up, there will be all this sacrificing looming in the air.
Yeah. In the meantime, we just briefly saw there it was a very quick draw between Boris Gelfand and Lenia Dominguez. Maybe they feel that they're already sitting pretty in the top 10 right now, and they don't want to take too many risks against each other. A lot of mutual respect between those two. But yeah, slightly surprising. Daniel wouldn't have wanted quick draws in this Blitz tournament. But okay, here we are, back to this, and 2 pawns down for black, but so many open lines and diagonals.
Yeah, bishop f5 is super tempting, but also, I don't know, because all this, like if bishop f5, queen e4 comes, then queen b1 will be a checkmate. Yeah, queen e4 played. You just can't resist this move.
And I guess bishop d3 will meet bishop f5, but the f4 pawn's going to hang in so many variations. Oof, Sam Sevian. Yeah, this is interesting. Maybe this was a very, very well calculated gamble from Ponomarev. Like, maybe he just thought, okay, white is better objectively, but if he hasn't studied this, then black gets these incredible attacking chances at blitz. Time control. Oh, that is greedy. Queen takes a7.
Wow. Okay. I don't know if bishop takes c3 or something is not delivering checkmate, but yeah, Pono plays rook a8, and all of a sudden bishop d3. White is back in the game.
And better.
You can keep on chasing the queen.
Wow. Pono had 2 minutes. He didn't even blink before rook to a8. There were so many tempting moves there, though, and Sam finds the only way to survive, but important. Yeah, this is strange, this kind of mutual kind of dance. The queen's just hanging, but you can keep attacking, counter-attacking black's queen. Oh, that's such a strange decision from Pono. Not his style, really.
No, not at all. And the body language, Sam immediately feels like, wait a second, do I see it correctly that I can do this? And we know that the young generation is, of course, extremely good in calculation. When it becomes move per move, that's when they are brilliant. So he gets a chance to move with the queen with a tempo.
Yeah, very surprising play by black here. Now Sam is out of immediate danger, although, of course, there's so many open lines that still double-edged. Bishop c4, apparently, the blue arrow points out. I'm not sure if that's the computer or you, Peter, but that looks like a good move, defending a2 and stopping the black bishop landing on e6.
Yeah. I think it's kind of a mutual move. It was also the move that I was kind of thinking about, and the computer but he goes queen b6. He tries to chase down that queen to force some queen trade. Interesting, because of course black does not want to trade being 2 pawns down.
Double question mark, but why is that such a mistake? It looks quite normal, looks very logical. Does black keep the queens on, or does black keep running? Queen f3, queen d5 feels wrong, but queen f3 maybe? Strange moments.
Yeah, very strange. Actually, wow, and queen f3, again, white is clearly better according to the computer, but okay, forget about the computer. These players are down to seconds, things are out of control. Still, black is hitting the pawn on a2, black is hitting the pawn on h2. White's king is in danger, and the pieces are loose.
Yeah, very double-edged position. Just a quick update for everyone. Hikaru Nakamura is better against Vasif Durabaili on top board. Hikaru with his famous anti-Berlin. He loves that with white or with black. And okay, in the meantime, this game's so crazy. It's going to be a scenario, Peter, soon with 3 pass pawns for white on the queen side, maybe 3 pass pawns for black on the king side. It's going to be wild.
Yeah, but now it's over. Sam Sevian loses the queen, or how is he? He has to keep on chasing that. But I don't know. This is looking very bad.
Okay, they've repeated the position though. Sam has to play rook h1. What's he thinking about? And eye contact. Queen e2 apparently is the only way to dodge the repetition.
Wow.
Ponomarev.
Draw agreed. Wow, 3-4 repetition. Wow. Pono's nerves also couldn't handle all these ups and downs. It was just too crazy.
Too crazy. Let's jump, Peter.
All eyes on Hikaru.
Fabiano has just checkmated Vasily Vanchuk, so that's a very important result for Fabiano. Here, Hikaru, it's level material, but Or at least he's a pawn down even. But he's going in for the attack. He's crashing through on the first rank. Saw the famous Hikaru head bob, but it's not so easy. It's not
But
easy
there's
at all.
knight d7 fork at the end. You can't win the queen. So Hikaru has to switch gears, and now he's in trouble.
Hikaru has blundered. He's hanging everything, and Durabaili making moves with 1 second on the clock.
With 1 second.
Oh,
Oof,
and
and
he's
he
just hung his
blunders the
queen. Wow. Panic from Durabaili. He thought he had to do this to block the back rank checkmate. Oh, now it's Hikaru who lands the mate. Wow.
Oof.
Do you see the emotion? Both players jumped out of their seat as soon as they could. Hikaru shaking his head. He missed some big tactics, but he most importantly landed the killer blow at the right moment. Yeah, the last blunder is whoever...
1 second on the clock. I mean, with 3 seconds on the clock, he played the move queen to d5, blundering the queen out of panic to try to stop rook d1 checkmate. But actually, rook takes a7 check was winning. According to computer, it says like white is delivering checkmate. It's a fascinating line, of course, with no time on the clock. First of all, you don't spot the move, and then you can't even continue. But if you spot it, then you understand that you have draw in your hand of checks. According to the big finesse is queen d5, king e, and then queen a, the winning beautiful move. Queen to e8 because of bishop e5 check, to e7, and then queen a6 check, king c7, queen a7 check, and it's a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it looks like mate incoming, queen on d7, bishop on e5, etc. So that was a big opportunity for Durabaili, although he's still doing well in the tournament situation, as it looks like most of the games now in round 8 have wrapped up or are wrapping up. Just this very second, Wesley So has won his game, one of the last ones to finish in the round. I believe Ray Robson might still be fighting on, but these are the results we have in the meantime at the top of the table. So Ray Robson's still fighting on. Javokis Sindarov wins though. Bortnik wins, very important for him. Suleimanli beats Caden Troff. Sagasha unfortunately losing. Levy as well falling further down. But here at the title end of things, all about that top 10. Hikaru gets a very important win, draws on the next two boards. Fabiano beats Ivanchuk, so he's right back in the mix. Wesley So as well, winning long endgame grind. Madaminov, good round for Uzbekistan. He takes a win against Aravind. Aman Hambleton losing against Andy Woodward. I was told it was a very instructional end to that game, so we might revisit that one a bit later if we have time. But Oparin losing to Ethan Sheehan, one of the surprise packages, as now we see the standings and Grandmasters galore. Other than maybe 7th place, Ethan Sheehan, that is a huge surprise and fantastic performance from him so far. We see 3 players in joint first, Ponomarev, Durabaili and Nakamura. But most importantly, it's all about that top 10. And right now, if things were to finish as they are, Fabiano upwards, the top 9 would be safe. They would be through to tomorrow, and there would be a playoff between those on 5.5. So Suleimanli is currently the man sitting in 10th, but the Naroditsky rule, remember, for everyone, is that anyone who shares the same number of points with the player in 10th place gets a playoff. That's because Danya, in the World Blitz Championship a couple of years ago in New York, was unfortunately, in a very harsh way, unable to fight for the World Blitz title due to mathematical equations. So we're sorting everything on the chessboard here in Charlotte. There is another few rounds coming. We, of course, have that big climax to the Swiss portion. We're going to be back in the meantime with a short break, so see you again in just a few minutes.
It's a pretty normal equal middle game position. White played here knight to e4, and you may think for a second of how would you play here if you were black. I'm pretty sure that after white goes knight e4, many players would just, let's say, trade the knights, because why not?
Yeah, trade the pieces because why not I have been very guilty of that logic as well. For a lot of GMs, you see that their default is not necessarily to trade and release the tension, but actually to embrace the tension in the position and to see if they can maximize their profit from a trade. Sounds like a finance instructional video, but I'm not saying knight takes e4 is bad here, but you should always leave open the possibility that trading might be bad.
Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, the chess pieces are set up. You don't have a physical opponent. You're going to play ChatGPT today. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm curious to see how far it can go into the game before it makes an illegal move or does something that violates the rules of chess. Certainly, I hope in the future we'll be able to play a complete game, but let's see how it goes.
Hikaru, what's your first move?
I'll play e4.
Okay. ChatGPT is generally positive, and e5 is the response.
Let's go bishop c4.
Okay, it's already announcing the Italian game. I think it jumped the gun. I'm going to call it the bishop's opening. Knight f6 is the response.
Okay, I will play pawn to d4.
I think you might have made a video about this on your channel, the game you played when you were a kid like this. E takes d4 is the response.
Okay, I'll play pawn to e5.
Okay, it understands that its knight's attacked. Oh boy, already, knight d5 is the response.
Okay, bishop takes d5.
It's not showing us much right now. I'll respond c6, attacking your bishop. Its words, not mine.
Okay, bishop to b3.
Okay, I'll play d5, striking at the center.
Okay, en passant, e takes
oh
d6.
boy, let's see what happens. Now, the big question, do I type in the words en passant? I'm gonna type in e takes d6 as one likely would on the notation. It accepted it. It understands en passant. Bishop takes d6 is the response.
Okay, let's go knight to f3.
Okay, knight f3 on the board. Castles is the response.
Okay, castles.
Okay. Solid choice. Its words, not mine. Bishop g4. Okay. And for once it understood this is actually a pin. It got that one right for once.
Okay, I'll play queen to d3.
Queen d3, fair enough. Supporting your center and preparing pressure. Again, its words. Knight to d7 is the response.
Okay, queen takes d4.
Okay. Bishop takes f3.
Okay, queen takes d6.
ChatGPT. Ooh, it liked bishop takes f3 so much, it played it again. I mean, why not? Okay. The bishop stands up, goes right back down. And Hikaru, do you want to give it a different move, or you want to just let it go?
I'll let it go. I'll play queen to g3.
Okay, fair enough. Queen g3. And ChatGPT, putting pressure on my g7 pawn. Got that one right. I'll play bishop takes g2.
Okay, I'll go bishop to h6.
This is great. When I pre-type the move I think you're going to play, you choose something else, which is fantastic. You played bishop h6, attacking my rook. That's a little suspect. Aiming to weaken my king side, I'll say. Computer responds with g6. Great job, ChatGPT, making the game go longer.
Okay, I will play queen to c3.
Queen c3, okay. It says keeping up the pressure and eyeing my king side. Oh boy, here we go. Bishop takes f1 is ChatGPT's move.
Queen to g7, checkmate.
And you know what? Not only is Hikaru the winner, but ChatGPT almost got through a complete game without making an illegal move. Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, better than ChatGPT. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Naroditsky Memorial Blitz. We're about to see round 9. It's the final sprint now in the Swiss stage of this Blitz event. But first, Peter, we have a treat for the audience because we weren't able to see the finale between Aman Hambleton and Andy Woodward, but I'm being told that it was quite dramatic, a bit of a roller coaster there in the Canada versus USA clash.
Yes, wow, actually it was very difficult even to understand where do we start, but yeah, let's say that it was a London kind of game once again, and then in this critical moment, Aman Hambleton with 41 seconds on the clock delivered an incredible blow, knight to d6, sacrificing the knight, hitting the rook, going after the pawn on f7, and black of course cannot take the knight with queen d6 because of bishop f7 losing the queen. So Andy had to defend with rook e7, then after takes on c6, takes, white push g4, and after knight f6, white delivers another big blow, knight takes c5. It looks like that's it, it is game over. Indeed, it is game over, but of course Andy, knowing that his opponent is down to 14 seconds, he has to somehow find a way to hang on. He takes queen takes a4, white plays rook d4, things are out of control because objectively white is clearly winning, but the game goes back and forth, a lot of tension, 5 seconds on the clock only. So we're just going to go to the moment when things turn to the other side. Seemingly, Aman does everything right, but he already cannot correct his clock situation. He's down to 5 seconds for the rest of the game. And then, finally, in this moment after knight e4, he played the move h4, and then black got back into the game. He could have forced the trade of queens with queen d1, and then even the 2 second, I mean, simply relying on the 2 seconds increment should have been enough to navigate this position. Knight takes g5, king g2, and the knight on c4 is cement, and the pieces are super active. White will be able to play very quickly because black has no threats. However, after the move knight e4, he protected the pawn with h4, and suddenly after rook e8, bishop f4, he could have still played queen d1 now, and then blundered queen a4, a cold shower, a double attack, and all of a sudden, not only the clock ticks down, but he's losing a piece. And after rook b6, queen takes c4, it was all Andy. What a turn of events, and this is what Blitz is all about. It's not enough to get a winning position. If you don't control the clock, things can get out of control.
Exactly, especially against a tactician, puzzle world champion like Andy Woodward. Loose pieces like that, they do drop off. And I think a good tip for everyone at home, when you've done the hard work, when you've won material pawns, try and trade those queens off, just simplify the equation. In the meantime, Peter, it's non-stop action here because round 9 pairings are out now.
Wow, and it is Hikaru Nakamura after beating Vasif Dudaibalin. What a crazy game. Just when we joined, it looked like Hikaru wins the game easily. Then suddenly, 3 seconds later, it was Dudaibalin's game, and then 3 seconds later, it was Hikaru as a winner. So just shows that what a thriller finish that was. Fabiano also climbed his way back, and second board. And look at Ethan Sheehan, the player who had the biggest joy of winning. Whom did he take down? He won against someone.
Yeah, he's just beaten Nike-Sans and Aparin back-to-back. He also beat Awanda Liang earlier in the tournament, that fist pump, as you mentioned. Yes. So he's beaten 3 GMs, and I don't believe he's titled himself. So very, very impressive from the teenager.
How old is he, if he's talking about teenager?
I think he's around 18. I checked this yesterday. Not sure exactly when in the year he was born, but roughly 18. So, yeah, birth year 2008. So very impressive. Either way, he's the one non-GM on this first page.
Wow, yeah, super impressive. And we have seen the heartbreak. We have seen the heartbreak yesterday with him when he did not finish the job against Aravin Chithambaram. I will never forget that. The way he was complaining to himself that how could I have missed those chances? Well, today he's taking the chances and he's up against Wesley So on the 3rd board. But Ray Robson versus Javohir Sindarov on the 6th board, Lenier Dominguez, Suleiman on board 7 just goes on to show what a tournament this is, what a field it is. And there we see Ethan taking his seat with big smile on his face.
Yeah, just great to see someone who loves being here this much. Wesley's also been smiling throughout the day. Daniel would definitely have approved of everyone playing so much Blitz, but also especially with a smile on their face. And yeah, this is going to be a fun one. If Ethan pulls off a win here, it's going to be the biggest shock yet. And that would propel him even further up the standings. Very likely then to have a chance at the top 10. But yeah, Hikaru Nakamura, I think it was never really in doubt, despite the fact, Peter, that earlier today, feels like ages ago now, he didn't even win round 1. He was lucky to survive with a draw, but he's back to top form now. He's warmed up.
Exactly. Yeah, we knew that it is always this first game. Yeah, you don't get the rhythm yet. You are coming to a tournament freshly. Everybody's coming. Everybody wants to take some photographs. Yeah, you are probably not yet in real fighting mood. And then suddenly it was a great wake-up call. And ever since, Hikaru is in his element. And he has climbed all the way back to board 1. And certainly wants to establish dominance over the field, just to make a statement that yes, tomorrow's round robin is coming, but I'm the boss.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. He is a big boss. Andy Woodward against Sam Sevian. Someone needs to tell Levy that we're not in Kansas anymore with that football shirt we saw briefly a second ago. But yeah, in the meantime, round 9 about to begin. There we see Levy up against Tushar Anand, a very famous content creator. He's been upping the content games. I've seen him in Europe recently. I've seen him everywhere. And okay, Levy having a decent tournament, but in the middle of the pack. Here we see the top few boards, the top 8, and everyone's playing the 4 knights these days, Peter. That top left board, Hikaru with white, he's playing the Gleck system with this fianchetto of the bishop. What other openings catch your eye?
Yeah, so Hikaru, this is actually what he played against Irene as well in the very first round. Okay, we see Fabiano Caruana against Dulai Bailey, a very sharp, classical kind of Nimzo, but with a small twist with Rook B1. We haven't seen that played too often, but now we established a very familiar waters with the Botvinnik system. Yeah, this is called the Botvinnik system with bishop on d3, knight on e2, this pawn chain, c3, d4, e3. White wants to play with f3, e4 in the future. I think it looks very promising for Fabi. Should be super happy. What about Ethan against Wesley? So, wow, this is actually one of those tricky moments. Be careful, Wesley hits on f2 and launches direct counterattack with f5.
Okay, and Ethan, a very expressive player. He gave a check. Now he's bringing his bishop into the center. That's the top middle board. That blue board on the top row. Yeah. Elsewhere, we see some very simplified endgames. Andy Woodward, Boris Gelfand on the right side of that top row. They're playing much more solid stuff. I wonder elsewhere. Looks like some games haven't quite started. Okay, we don't have any moves at least on one of those bottom row boards, but. Okay, let's jump in, Peter. Let's jump into one of them. Maybe let's start with Ethan. We've been hailing him as the hero.
Yes.
He's around that 10th spot right now, just inside the top 10. And okay, this is a crazy position.
Please, somehow I feel that he lost the control. He felt like he should try to use this pin, but by doing this, he's also giving up so many squares. And yeah, Wesley, exactly. This is the professional way. Give up the bishop, but then coming back to f6, force the trade on c6, and now the light squared bishop will be a dominant force, and all the light squares in White's control. This will be massage and a very special one.
Yeah, Wesley looking in full control of the board right now. He's going to leave the piece hanging. Nod of the head from Ethan. He sees the checkmate. He's going to stop the checkmate on g2. He's going to block it with the knight or the pawn, most likely. But then, ooh, queen. I don't know about that. But yeah, maybe a queen exchange. Or maybe black just keeps the queens on the board, queen b6 or knight d5. And yeah, very beautiful position for black.
Yeah, basically you cannot ask for more. It's a dream scenario for Wesley. Also clockwise, but all right, clockwise he's fine, but Ethan is up on the clock. It basically also shows that this is one of his strengths. He's trying to play very quickly, put pressure on the opponent on the clock. If he can combine it over the board and the clock, that's a dream scenario. Wesley not trading queens, which basically signals that how comfortable and how confident he is right now.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. He can maybe even start attacking on the king side later with some tricks. But first he gets his queen out the way. White's queen vulnerable on the diagonal. Looking very good for Wesley. So I wonder whether we zoom out just temporarily. There's some crazy stuff happening on the second board. Fabiano Caruana, his king is wide open, but he's a piece up. And it looks like Durabaili, things might be getting out of control for him in the tournament because... yeah, he's gone on a sacrificial quest that just simply doesn't work.
Yes, and who is attacking whom actually thanks to the bishop on c2 and the queen on h5. White is attacking, and thanks to the knight on f4, actually everything is taken care of. White's king is perfectly safe. So I'm expecting the move g6, when the big question is, can White immediately do something? Well, White can actually also maybe just pick up the pawn, or can try even to continue the attack with queen h6. That will be a big question.
Oof, Durabaili. Sometimes it happens like that, right? You have a perfect tournament, everything's going so smoothly, but then you hit one speed bump. You hit someone like Hikaru Nakamura, you run out of steam, and suddenly the whole tournament spirals. But okay, Fabiano keeps some control. Maybe going for checkmate, like you said, Peter, was the way. But okay, queens are coming off the board. c3 is impossible to defend, though. So maybe Fabiano's running out of pawns. I think he missed this last move.
Yes, I think he was probably just very happy that everything is under control. But the problem is not about the control. The problem is that if you have to take queen takes c4 and you keep the queens on the board, and you feel like you should have actually probably gone for the attack with queen h6. The queen belonged to the king side. And if you trade on d6 and then you lose the pawn on c3, then also the pawn on d4 might drop. And as you called it, then White is suddenly running out of pawns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fabiano is still with the advantage. It's still nice to have that extra bishop, but okay, he does take on c4. Durabaili looks shocked there. I think he might have missed that pawn was hanging. But okay, how can he get at the white king while the white queen is a bit distracted on the other side of the board?
Exactly. For example, knight a5, kicking that queen further away because the rook controls all the central squares. Knight a5 played. The queen has to fall back maybe to a2. Don't tell me queen a2 computer. That's a typical computer where a human cannot play a move like queen a2.
Oof. Maybe Fabi can. He's so good at calculating and seeing these exceptions. I think it's just about keeping the queen on the diagonal, staring down at the black king. Maybe there's counter-attacking ideas. But yeah, it's so tough. A queen b4 is such a more natural move, and Fabiano plays it.
Of course. Yeah, queen b4, queen c6 is getting a question mark. Of course, everything is a question mark with 30 seconds on the clock in this position for a computer. For humans, you just play on emotions, and every all of these moves make perfect sense.
Exactly. d5 also given a question mark. That's really logical, blocking the black queen's diagonal. And the white queen can now sit on a really nice central square on d4, but this is a double question mark. Rook check. But after king h2, how's he defending his rook? He has to swap the queens off. There we go. Why is this such a bad mistake? It's going to be 4 pawns versus 2 if the queens come off. Can white keep them on somehow, maybe? Queen e7.
Well, maybe you can just ignore. Yeah, maybe you can, but with 20 seconds on the clock, it would be a cold shower. But no, yeah, Fabi is a human. He just trades and enjoys the endgame. Mm-hmm. But I'm not sure. The black knight can block this d pawn, and black has 3 pawns for the piece. It's not easy at all.
Not easy at all. One player making it look easy is Hikaru Nakamura, who is about to defeat Ruslan Ponomarev. Hikaru is 2 pawns up in a very smooth endgame. He's definitely at his best. But this one, yeah, this is not easy at all for Fabiano. Who's better? Black has so many running pawns. The knight on d6 will be very healthy.
Exactly. Also, just start bringing the king. Yeah. For example, who can stop this king marching all the way to the other side of the board? Okay, Fabi regroups that knight. That knight was horrible. The knight is perfect on c3.
Yep. And knight b5 can kick the black rook back, but okay, he doesn't try that yet. The white king is coming though. Durabaili keeps the king caged. Knight drops back. Okay, it does feel like it's easy to play white now. The rook is coming.
Knight e5, you have to come back to e5, yes, correct? Both players have 6 seconds each.
Oof, the adrenaline rush. Oh, he keeps
And
pushing
black
his
is also
pawns.
pushing his pawns. Yeah.
Oh, keeps going. The rook can come to h8 or c8 and try to come through. There we go. Oh, this is so tense. Fabi's put his pawn on the 7th rank, 1 square from promotion. Black goes back. Can white keep that d7 pawn though is the big question. Oh, he takes it. Suddenly black has 3 pawns. Like, even without the black 3 pawns, it might be a draw. But what do you think, Peter? Who's better and why?
Well, watch out for the clock. Yeah, it's very tricky with 2 seconds on the clock, but Fabi will be collecting the pawns.
Oh, he's collecting the A pawn. That's the most important one. Okay, first a check. Everything's falling. Oh, Fabi brings his rook across. Okay, if he gets all the pawns, I think he wins this game.
Yes, it is very very difficult to defend with so little time.
Bishop retreats. Yeah, interesting. The eval bar is not so excited. So maybe it is just a drawn endgame with best play, despite the fact black's a piece down. But yeah, you don't want to be defending this in blitz. No time.
Well, now the
king.
knight on g6 is kind of trapped. Yeah, knight e7, but knight e5. Black gets active. Oh no, knight e5 was very interesting. Rook b2. And king h3. King g3, knight h5 would have been kind of perpetual.
And yeah, if the bishop and knight get exchanged, rook and knight versus rook, a clear draw. Durabaili should hold that even with no time on his clock. But now black's getting very active and the king can drop back, hitting 2 pieces. Okay, it's rook and bishop versus rook, Peter.
Wow, wow. Another 50 moves.
The famous rook and bishop versus rook should be a draw, but especially with only a 2-second increment at blitz, I think white is the favorite. I think Fabiano wins this more than he draws.
And already also the whole history of the game, yeah, that we have witnessed before, also plays a big role.
Indecision from Fabiano. For sure, Durabaili knows how to draw this, but yeah, I think it's just a human thing in practical terms. With no time, at some point you feel the heat, feel the pressure, make a mistake. Although he's setting things up nicely, he knows the defense. Very instructive, Peter.
Yes, the Cochrane defense.
Cochrane defense, exactly. And whichever way the white king goes, you go the other way with the black king.
Yeah, that's the method. Then rook g5, then you come back with the king. But the problem is that white can do this as much as he wants, yeah, and he can start, and you just make one mistake with as a defender, and it will cost you the game.
Yeah. So very instructive though. The Cochrane defense, then the second rank defense. He's doing everything right, Durabaili. He's going to hope that the arbiter steps in after 75 moves to declare the game a draw, because if he claims before that, Fabiano gets more time and it's going to be even more difficult. Nice try by Fabi cutting off the black rook in the meantime. It looks like this is the last, or one of the last games going from the round. Unsurprisingly. There's always one rook and bishop versus a rook here, Peter, in blitz tournaments. I'm just surprised it's taken this long.
Well, maybe in some other boards which we haven't covered, but yes, for us this is premiere. And okay, basically, I feel like Durabaili deserves the draw because he had played a fantastic game. But we all know that chess is not about deserving. Are you finally achieving the desired result or not? That's the only question that matters.
They've already made 35 moves since the last piece trade. So he's getting closer to the 50 move rule. I don't know when he stops the clock to hope for a draw. And oh, he nearly put his king on the edge of the board. That would have been a bit risky. But still within drawing territory. Running away now. Yeah, I think Peter, like the practical thing to do is to play on and on and on. Don't think about claiming a draw. Only just when you're about to kind of blunder your rook or lose your rook, then you stop and you hope you've made 50 moves.
Exactly. Yeah, king d5, king a3. Again, the same defense. We have seen it already twice. Move 115.
Yeah, getting close. I think just around 6 more moves, if I'm not mistaken. 5-6 more moves, and the players don't know it, but they will have hit 50. Very impressive from Durabaili. Extremely impressive under time pressure. Never looked in danger. And yeah, they have hit 50 moves, so this game should be a draw now. If worst comes to worst and he blunders his rook, then just before it's taken, he can stop the clock, call the arbiter, and say that's 50. Yeah, I think the arbiter's only obliged to step in after 75 moves, according to FIDE rules. But this is where playing online is different, Peter, because it would automatically be declared drawn, the game. You don't need to do counting. The server would do it for you online.
Oh, wow. So king a4 or rook f4? Yeah, just waiting.
Yep. Yeah, pinning the bishop and then not committing the king to either side yet.
Yeah, super impressive so far by Durabaili, yeah, how he's defending.
Yeah, very impressive. I think this might be, like, he's won some really nice games, but it's one of the most impressive moments of the day so far for him. Like, losing 2 games in a row, that would be heartbreaking, and he might not recover from that. But drawing a game like this feels like a win, even if it was a bit topsy-turvy before this endgame.
Exactly. He also feels like I just played against Hikaru now. After losing, I'm getting paired with Fabiano. Come on, give me an easier pairing. Rook e4 check. Rook e4 check. Fancy business. Going for stalemate idea. But of course, don't do that during a game. Yes.
Durabaili, I mean, yeah, that's super tough. Hikaru, Fabiano, back to back. But yeah, he's done everything right. 147 moves now. They've played 73 moves of this endgame.
Yes.
And looks like a draw eventually. The arbiter might have stepped in. And confirmation of the results, Peter. It's a long, long round here. Round 9. Hikaru gets the win against Ponomariov. Wesley did take down Ethan Sheehan, the surprise package of the event so far. And elsewhere, wins for Madaminov, black against Gelfand. That's big. Sindarov black against Ray Robson, so a good round for the Uzbek players.
Yes, and for Sindarov, every win is vital because he was behind, but by now I think after this win, he kind of feels secure that he's on the right track. Also, Lenier Dominguez winning a super important game against Sulem only.
And elsewhere, Ivanchuk, Andrew Tang and others have won to at least put themselves in the conversation. All about the top 10 spots, remember everyone? So, yeah, Hikaru sitting pretty at the top of the standings. First time he's been in the lead on his own. Durabaili, Madaminov and Wesley So are tucked in nicely behind him. They're feeling confident. And yeah, big pack on 6.5 though. They're kind of in the danger zone. A loss and they could suddenly start losing momentum at the worst possible moment. But they still have their fate in their own hands. A couple of wins and they get into the top 10. But Peter, we've had 9 rounds now. It's the final 2 incoming. We're going to go on a short break, but in the meantime, a reminder for everyone at home why we have this event and why we're here today. It's all about the Naroditsky Memorial Fund in honor of Daniel's memory and his legacy, and anyone looking to directly support that can now jump in with !fund because we are accepting donations. Every donation does go directly towards the annual memorial tournament, what we're witnessing right now, and towards establishing fellowships to support talented young players on their journey. Hit !fund to chat in chat right now to see how you can get involved. We'll be back for round 10 after this short break.
should develop your minor pieces first before you get your queen out, your rooks out, before you go and have fun with these pieces. Your bishops and knights should develop.
There's a very famous chess movie, actually my favorite chess movie from the 90s called Searching for Bobby Fischer. I think a lot of people watching this might have heard of this movie. You should definitely watch it. I mean, this is kind of a really inspirational movie for me early in my chess career. The chess part is also pretty well done. And the big theme in that movie is that the protagonist, real person named Josh Waitzkin, who later became an international master, he has this problem where he brings his queen out too early because that's how he learns to play chess in the parks of New York City. And it's a little bit of a Hollywoodized sort of thing, but nonetheless, pretty important to prioritize your minor piece development. All of this is true. If you watch top-level games, you're going to see these principles largely put into effect and carried out. So again, this isn't like putting the training wheels on and then when you get good, you start violating these rules. Yeah, you violate them to a certain extent, but to a greater extent, you still follow the rules no matter if your rating is 600, 1600, or even 2600.
A quick look at the game. Of course, knight c6 already is a deviation from the theory. This is what's called the French defense. And in the French, the idea of e6 is to support the move d5. This is the cousin to the Caro-Kann. That's c6 and d5. If you've watched chess for any amount of time, you've seen one, probably both of these openings. And we'll talk about the French separately when we face it for the next time. Knight c6 is not a great move because black is kind of mixing two opening strategies, right? If you're bringing your knight out to c6, well, it's much better to then control a bigger share of the center with a move e5. I have 3 knight c6. This is, of course, the main opening in chess. To play e6 and knight c6 just gives up a bunch of center. That knight on c6 is incredibly vulnerable to the move d5 later on in the game. So we continue with simple development, knight f3, d6, and knight c3. Continuing simple development. There are many, many ways to cement the advantage here. A lot of you pointed out c4, getting a bigger share of the center and making d5 even more likely, totally possible as well, but we decided to play this more primitively. It also blocks the c pawn. Yeah, you often see black pushing the pawn up to c5, as he does in the Sicilian, to contest white's center. So black has given up full control over the center and blocked in his bishops. It's just incredibly passive. That's the best word to describe black's opening play. It's passive. Okay, so knight f6, and now bishop d3, which I explained during the game. And just to show you a hypothetical, let's say black plays bishop e7, which would have been the proper move. Castles, castles. The point of putting the bishop on d3 is eventually we will play the move e5. And this is, I think somebody mentioned, I never know whether to play d5 or e5. Well, here we play e5 for a very specific reason. We open up the bishop. You might say, okay, well, there's going to be a trade on e5. Let's say black drops the knight back to d7. Now, I pointed out that the bishop alone is not that impressive of a piece, but combine it with a queen on e4, and you already have a mate threat against h7. And you might say, well, okay, but black can defend against that mate threat. That's true, but if black defends against that mate threat, pushing a pawn in front of your king creates weaknesses. Those weaknesses can be occupied by other pieces. You can already see the attack kind of unfolding. So this is a very sort of straightforward idea that you should keep in mind. Now, there are modifications that you can make. You can start with the move queen e2. This is where we get into kind of finesse and subtlety, preparing e5. When do you play stuff immediately? When do you prepare it? One of the biggest questions in chess. But hopefully this makes sense. h6 is another subpar move, and b6 really, I would say, is maybe even the decisive mistake. Like after d5, I already think black is all on the cusp of being lost. Of course, the correct approach for black would have been to urgently complete the kingside development. Yeah, so d5 is crushing. ed. Now, a question for the more advanced players. How should black respond here? Because knight b4 essentially loses a piece. Where should the knight actually go if you're trying to salvage this with black? Yeah, suddenly people perk up because this is not an easy question. Now, I'm not checking the engine. I'm giving you my opinion. Very, very interesting because most of you are saying what I actually think is wrong. So most of you are saying knight e7, but how are you actually going to untangle after rook e1? How do you guys plan to like get your king side out? I don't see a way. Black is totally paralyzed. If you fianchetto, I mean, I'm going to put my queen on e2. I will let you fianchetto. But how are you ever going to castle in this situation? I'm aiming at your knight on e7. And let me one up you. The knight will go from d4, and I'm threatening to jump into c6 using the pin on the knight. So maybe you can survive with the move king f8 in the nick of time getting the king away. This is one option. But my instinct with black is actually to put the knight on e5. And I think the reason this goes against the instinct of most players is that they see that the work can go to e1, and they see that the knight is attacked 2 different times. It can hardly be defended. But my instinct with black would be just to give the pawn away. Chuck the pawn, but focus on the kingside development. So what move am I implying here? What is the professional approach toward ensuring that you're going to live to fight another day with black? Yeah, bishop e7. Yeah, this is a move a lot of people just would reject outright. Bishop e7. But this is the GM approach. You say, okay, I'll let you have my pawn. This is not a good thing. Black is worse, obviously. But at least I get to castle, and in the next move, you're going to slide the bishop over to d6 and attack the rook. And the other bishop can come out to b7. So already very early on, you should understand that chess is about priorities, right? You have a situation, you made a mistake. At this point, your priority is to castle kingside, and it's worth giving up a pawn in order to achieve that. Knight e5 is like a temporary move that puts it's like when you put a cabinet or something against the door to prevent the door from being broken so you can run away. The door is going to be busted open, but it's going to give you just enough time to run away through the tunnel. And by the way, bishop b5 check, not scary because of bishop d7. Okay. So no, knight b8, knight b8 is the same thing. Rook e1 check, bishop e7, queen e2. And again, it's the same problem. There's nothing on the e-file, so you're never going to be able to castle here. And that doesn't mean the game ends, but this is just so ugly. Black has 0 prospects here. Also because the c6 square is such a weakness. Knight bd7, knight c6 is game over. And if you play bishop b7, then I go the other way. And again, the bishop on e7 is simply trapped. So, yeah, so I think knight e5 might be really the only feasible move here. But knight b4, bishop b5 check, bishop d7, we take it. And this is all part of the same idea. We're threatening a3 and queen e2 with the fork. So black had to play king takes d7, the last chance to survive, with the point that now queen e2 is no longer a fork, and the knight can move away. This is still a terrible position for black, terrible position. And if you want to borrow a page from Wesley So's book against Hikaru Nakamura, in such situations, it is often very worthwhile to play the move b4 in order to restrict the knight. This is the concept of restriction. This is a very simple concept that you can even learn as a beginner. You use your pawns to control important squares. How do you know they're important? Well, it's the only square that the knight can move to that's not the pathetic b8 square. Knight is fully restricted. We can continue our development, and this is a horrendous position for black. Losing, objectively losing. Objectively losing. But after queen d7, yeah, we play a3, and then we pick up the knight, and then we end the game. And the rest of the game is very straightforward. I'm sure we'll get more of a chance to talk about conversion, but the important points here were, knight d4 is a nice move to get the knight into the center. Rook a b1, not being afraid to make these moves that don't look pretty but do a lot, right? We're just defending our pawn. And it's important not to give this pawn away. And then knight c6, noticing the discovery, and winning both rooks and taking the pawn, and then converting easily by promoting to a queen. And that's basically it. That's our first speedrun game.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Naroditsky Memorial Blitz. We've got round 10 coming up very shortly, but first, Funmaster Mike, FM Mike Klein, has caught up with Alexander Bortnik.
Thanks, guys. We're here with local Charlottean Blitz specialist, Grandmaster Alexander Bortnik, no stranger to Title Tuesday and everything. What do you think your chances are of qualifying for the Blitz final with 2 rounds to go?
Hello, everyone. I don't think that high, actually. I had bad start. I was like 2.5 or 5. Then I made some comeback, but now just lost. Painful game. I just blundered one full piece in just one move. So I will try my best, but I think like 20% right now. So we'll see.
And I know 11 rounds of chess is a lot. Today is also a national holiday. I think you already have some plans for tonight. What are they?
I think we're gonna play like some Counter-Strike. I already invited Sindarov and Eric Hansen, who also like to play that. So we'll see if they will accept the invitation. They said yes, but maybe, they will. Sindarov will be so upset or so happy. I don't know. We'll see. I hope we will just have a chance to play.
We have to know. Do you think you're better than Sindarov? Because I don't know your levels.
I don't know how he's playing. Like, he met Vitality whole team. Probably he's pretty good. We'll see, actually. I don't know. We'll see. I'm so excited,
After the 3+2 comes the CS2. Good luck in both encounters.
Oh, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Mike. Nice to see Bortnik in such high spirits. He has an uphill struggle he'll need on his hands. He needs to win his last 2 and hope in order to get into the top 10. I can't believe we haven't mentioned that it's 4th of July either so far. But in the meantime, Peter, round 10 pairings, what catches your eye?
Yeah, well, Hikaru is now in a safe spot, leading the tournament. I think he kind of knows, he can afford to slow down. There's no reason for him to keep on winning because just guaranteeing the qualification is all that matters. And the other guys, nobody is exactly safe because I have checked the standings and many players, believe it or not, with 5.5, we have tons of brilliant players like Al, 1 point away from the qualification spot, which means that we really need 2 out of 2 and it might also not be enough. But whoever is on 6.5 at the moment, if he just loses 1 game, then all the other people are moving over him. So I feel that this round is the absolute crucial round because if you get knocked out, then it's over. Then there is nothing to fight for in the last round.
Exactly. So 7.5 might get you a playoff. 8 points out of 11 should get you into the top 10. We're obviously operating off those kind of hypotheticals right now, but the players, they know they just need to win. If you win your games, that's all you can do, and you try to keep your fate in your own hands. Chucky here, he will hope to end on a high. He's playing against Seaman Cannon, and I'm especially looking forward to Andy Woodward. I think he has black actually against Sindarov. That's a rematch from yesterday, Peter, and Andy was the one player to take down Sindarov.
Yes, that becomes now a prestige duel. Forget about Blitz, Rapid, whatever, Sindarov, and there is the handshake because he knows that, Andy Woodward is someone whom he will be facing a lot in the future. Yeah, and then you don't want to keep all these memories that, I struggled with the young Andy Woodward. You want to turn the tables, and I'm expecting a super fight there.
Yeah. That's going to be a fun one to watch. And Wesley, I mean, every time we've seen Wesley today, he's been smiling. He's making everyone around him smile as well. Vasif coming off that Rook and Bishop versus Rook hold. Very impressive against Fabiano Caruana, who is up against Sam Sevian. And what do you think, Peter? Are we going to see players still take big risks? Or for some of those who maybe think they're guaranteed top 10 might start playing it a bit safer?
Yeah, that was my big question when I saw Wesley smiling like this with his opponent. Does this signal something? Wait a second, we have 7 points. There's absolutely no need for us to get at each other's throat. Look at this, the conversation, the smile continues, but the players are shadowing the pieces, getting ready for the fight.
Exactly. A draw, not necessarily a bad result for these two, but more likely we will see the battle on the board. It's hard to play it too safe in Blitz. If you go too passive, your opponent could punish you. And yeah, there's not that many kind of forcing draw lines out there that I think the players would be necessarily tempted to go down. We'll see. We'll find out. And handshakes, round 10 begins. D4 from Wesley. Elsewhere, lots of E4 this round, or at least a few on the top row. A couple of Sicilians, a couple of Roy Lopez. Madaminov anti-Berlin against Nakamura. Where to jump, Peter? That's always the dilemma.
That's always a dilemma. I also feel like Dudai Bali, we talked about, he played against Hikaru, then he played against Fabiano, a marathon 150 move game, and then he gets paired with Wesley, so with the black pieces. Come on, give me a break. What is this? Is this Linares tournament? Is this the World Championship final or the candidates final? What is this? Well, Dudai Bali is playing the Daniel Naroditsky Memorial Blitz, and he's facing all these players.
Exactly. Another pairing we didn't mention was Levi Rosman against Aman Hambleton, and a very interesting clash there. It looks like a Trompovsky attack from Levi. Neither of these players should be able to qualify. I think they're both on 5 points right now, and if they win their last two, 7 out of 11 shouldn't be enough for the top 10. But either way, another prestige duel between two of the most well-known faces in chess. And yeah, where to jump is the question. Maybe, okay, the Sindarov against Andy Woodward position looks quite quiet right now. Maybe one of the top few boards. Fabiano has sacrificed a pawn, I see, on the top row. Hikaru, in the meantime, looking away against Madaminov. That's a theoretical battle. Peter, the power's in your hands.
Yeah, well, actually, there are tons of theoretical duels, which is always very dangerous in Blitz. For example, what Fabiano is doing, sacrificing this pawn, it's kind of a trendy new direction, but I'm not exactly sure that this was the perfect execution, what Fabi did. Certainly he has tremendous counterplay. If this d6, d5 push is happening, which probably it is right now possible for black to achieve, then black will have perfect compensation. Then it is the scenario which white will be kicking himself, allowing it, and it just happened.
Yeah, if you could put the white g4 pawn back on g2, then white's just a pawn up, and d5 is a success for black, but it's not the end of the world. But with the pawn on g4, the white king open like this, yeah, it's a scary time for Sam Sevian. Breaking news, Peter. The laughing Wesley So has laughed all his way to a quick draw. And
yeah, but actually it was a fight. Yeah, it was just like Wesley probably felt like, no, I'm not so happy in this position, despite the computer giving, for example, an advantage for white, but he felt like this is not so secure. Let me offer a draw. And what about the Hikaru game?
Wow.
It is also a draw. Okay. I was kind of expecting this from Hikaru's game, because for Hikaru already draw is like qualification. Madaminov definitely does not want to risk anything against Hikaru. A solid draw with good preparation by both players, and all eyes on Sam Sevian against Fabiano Caruana. This is wild.
Yeah, this is a wild battle. This is the chess that Daniel would have wanted to see. None of those quick draws, but I guess it's hard to blame the players too much from trying to secure their place in tomorrow's final. Okay, Sam Sevian's hitting the black queen. Fabi has to move. F3 is still under attack, so queen b7 is the move he wants to play, but I guess white would continue harassing the black queen. Oh, I blundered there, Peter. Rook a7. Whoops. Queen b8 then. Queen c8 maybe.
Well, the good news as a commentator that it's not a blunder, it's instructive. Yeah, you are trying to highlight the public that be careful. Be careful, yeah. Queen b7, rook a7. So queen b8 sidesteps, and there is still the tactical possibility of bishop takes f3, because if you kick the queen away, if white has to capture back, then already the bishop on b5 is hanging. So how do you coordinate? How do you defend everything?
Oh, good question. And thanks for saving me there. I mean, I can only imagine how tired the players are. I'm blundering stuff like rook a7. But bishop c4, I was going to say either c4, pawn to c4, or bishop c4 would be maybe the most kind of tempting moves. This looks very safe, or at least trying to be safe here. If he can trade off pieces, he's just a pawn up, Sam Sevian. But Fabi pushes forward. Yeah, this is thematic stuff. Pushing on the king side where he's stronger, where white's king is open.
Yeah, trying to open things up. Well, the good news for white is that bishop takes d5 is automatic, but the big question after knight takes d5, what do you do now? You certainly don't want to take fe4 because then the king side will fall apart. There is the chance to include a bishop a7 move, hitting the queen, and then maybe try to pick that pawn up with the queen. That would be much more safer.
Ooh, I think Fabiano's missed that. That's very easy to kind of not have on the radar. He saves his bishop, but yeah, he could have won the e4 pawn. That would have been very interesting. I guess the bishop would have been a bit offside, but okay. Can Fabiano strike with the queen still on, with the knight coming to f4 soon? Bishop coming to d6 soon. Yeah, it looks nice for black, but you need something, right? You need to be quick.
Exactly. Do you include, for example, the ef, queen f3 moves, which, okay, you get rid of the e4 pawn and you destroy white's structure, but the white queen will be perfectly placed on f3, protecting the king side, and the rook can potentially get to f1, supporting all the action. So I understand why Fabi is posing. Finally, he takes on f3. And what next?
Yeah, exactly. What next? I guess his attack is kind of ongoing. It's a long-term thing because white's king is so open, even with, yeah, as long as the queens remain on, even with a couple more exchanges. But bishop g5, apparently a mistake. Rook a5 is so tough to play, though, in a blitz game. 47 seconds. Feels like you're going off the back rank. You're going to leave some tactics behind, but that is an annoying move. Black has 2 loose pieces on the 5th rank.
Yeah, it's crazy. If Sam spots it, he plays it, it will be very unpleasant for Fabi, but with 30 seconds on the clock and things out of control, and it's played. Wow.
Great move. Great move from Sam Sevian. Fabi doesn't have much time, 15 seconds. How's he going to save his knight and his bishop? Queen d6 looks like the only move, but c4. I don't see it. How does he save those pieces? Queen to b7.
Down to 5 seconds.
He's walked
now,
into a
rook
pin.
a7 or c4. Yeah, anything. It just wins for white.
Fabi pinned his own piece. He's losing that knight now. And yeah, no compensation. White bishop on f2 is going to protect everything. Oh, and he hangs his bishop as well, Fabiano. 2 pieces down. It's gone from bad to worse. g7 drops as well. And Fabi, it's almost time to resign. Devastating. Not enough counterplay.
Absolutely devastating.
Oh, bishop f2. Nice move. The white rook is hanging, but the black rook hangs too. And Fabi resigns. That could be a hammer blow to his chances. Fabiano, he now needs to win the last round and pray that things fall in his favor. Sam Sevian gets closer to the top 10.
Yes, and it might not be enough, and that was the reason why actually Fabi collapsed. But let's head to the Sindarov game against Andy Woodward. What a rook end game. What a crazy wild position this is.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Sindarov, he has to get his rook really passive on a1. And now the question is whether he can go forward with his king, push his pawns, or is there no way to make progress? Rook to a5. Very nice move from Andy Woodward. Stopping the white pawns from advancing.
Nice.
g6. Don't play g6. Rook h5 is checkmate.
Yes.
Yeah, that is a very classy move. No way forward for white. Andy played that as if he studied this before. Like, so nonchalant, just so casual. Looks like Sindarov might have to repeat the position, either with king h7 or giving a rook check and then back.
Yeah, he will try. He will come back with the king.
Okay. Handshake.
Draw. Wow. That's huge result for Andy, because I think both players can kind of live with the draw, that they will still have things in their own hands.
Yeah. And in the meantime, Levi Rosman plays Aman Hambleton, one of the last games to finish in this round. They're playing down on board 12. And what's happening here? Okay, I think unfortunately the PGN is cut out, but it looks like Aman has an extra knight. White has a pawn in return, so it's white has a rook and 2 pawns. Black has a rook, knight, and 1 pawn. But while the black pawn lives, it is a winning position for black, and Levi resigns. Aman has had some real high points in this tournament. Still unlikely he can qualify. But nice to see, those two friends chat about the game afterwards.
Yeah, he's actually showing tremendous class in many of his games. I'm very, very pleased with Aman's play. But there is still Suleimanli against Eric Rosen in action.
Yeah, and this is must-win for both players. It looks like Eric is winning against Suleimanli. This could be a huge upset, at least in rating terms. Eric's a very good blitz player, though. And it's all about the black H-pawn. Can he keep pushing? He gets a queen in his hand. White has some dangerous pass pawns of his own. The white rook goes behind. Both players need to win, Peter, because they're on 5.5, and 7.5 is the minimum they'll need to get into the top 10. Suleimani shakes his head. Oh, the pawns are dropping.
The knight on g5 just blocks the f-pawn and supports the h-pawn. So it should be an elementary win.
Yeah, and the black king gets the b-pawn. As long as he keeps the e6 pawn alive at the minimum. Yeah, and he's doing everything right, Eric. Just go with the king, take the pawn, and handshake. Eric Rosen takes down Grandmaster Suleimanli of Azerbaijan, and Suleimanli can no longer get top 10. Eric, still with an outside chance. That was a fantastic technique from him in the endgame.
That was amazing, but there's also another big upset. Semen Hanin has beaten Ivanchuk. So actually, Hanin has brilliant chances of qualifying. What a result it is, and poor Ivanchuk is out of contention.
Yeah, we won't see Ivanchuk in the Blitz finals tomorrow, but maybe his opponent, Hanin. And there we saw a lot of draws. In Blitz, that's quite a rare sight, Peter, but that just shows that the players, they sense the finishing line, and everyone's getting a bit nervous now.
Yes, for a good reason. Yeah, the stakes are super high. Everybody wants to get into this Blitz final, which already you can then enjoy because it's 10 players, round robin. You know that you have 9 games against the very same opponents, but how to get there? That's the big question.
Exactly. Here we see the top 20 as it stands, and as it stands, 7 points. Ethan Sheehan has just taken down another Grandmaster. He's just beaten Bortnik, and joint 7th to 11th. They would be having a playoff for the top 10 spots if things ended here and now. Hikaru, pretty much home and dry, should be pretty safe. Those on 7.5, probably a draw should be enough at this point. But still plenty to play for, Peter. The likes of Fabiano Caruana.
Need to, and look at Semen Hanin with 7.5 tying second place. Yeah, basically a draw guarantees his qualification. What a run, what a Sindarov story it would be if he makes it to the top 10.
Exactly. Full of surprises, the Naroditsky Memorial Blitz so far. We're going to go on a short break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's the final round of the Swiss section of the Blitz. Could still see playoffs as well, so stay tuned. See you in a few minutes.
You're a better chess player than me.
Oh, we're starting. Oh, wow. You're just throwing it right back to me. Yes, unequivocally. I think I'm a better chess player than a lot of people who I'm not higher rated than.
Seeing a lot of increase in blood pressure.
Okay. I'm staring over there to see the answer. Okay.
Does that mean...
This is good.
Does that mean...
I mean, there's a little deception indicated.
Oh, wow. I don't even know I'm lying.
Okay.
I think
you're trying to pump up yourself, maybe.
Oh, I'm not trying to do anything. Yeah. I'm probably just probably scaring me.
Yeah. Would you rather be competing in events than covering them?
No.
You love covering them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's truthful.
Have you ever considered quitting your chess creator career to pursue another career?
Maybe, but not anytime soon.
But you have thought about it?
Yeah, of course.
Truthful.
Have you ever pretended to know a celebrity, even though you've never actually met them?
I don't think so. Why would I ever do that?
I don't know. Just asking.
Don't see anything there.
Okay.
Okay.
That's good enough.
Maybe. I don't know.
There you go. I love it. Are you afraid to chess box?
Yes. Yes. Depends on the yes.
Do you like Andrea Botez?
Yes. A little bit. I mean, just she's not terrible.
What, is he lying on that?
Well, not when he says he's not terrible.
It's so good.
She's not terrible. Could be worse people.
Do you ever get your feelings hurt by YouTube comments?
Never.
Truthful on that.
Do you ever get your feelings hurt by any social media comments toward you?
No, not really.
Okay, Danny Ranch, we are going to see if you can solve tactics as accurately and as fast as Daniel Naroditsky. So when we reveal the position, this is an actual game that Daniel played on Chess.com.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you 5 times as long as it took him to solve the tactic. It's black to move.
Okay.
In real life, Daniel took 1 second. So you get the luxury of 5 seconds of thinking time, and then I'm going to cut you off. Are you ready?
That's so intimidating. All right, here we go.
On your mark, get set, reveal.
This is an easy one. Bishop c8, queen g3.
Very good. 3.2 seconds.
Okay, I mean, there we go. Only because I paused, but okay. I saw it right away with the mate on g3. So keeping up with Danya for now. All right, let's go.
Okay, Danny, position number 2. This is going to be white to move. And in real life, Danya took 0.5 seconds.
Oh, dear God.
So you get the
I can't even process the position that fast.
You get the luxury of 2.5 seconds. Your mark, get set, go. Time. 3.2 seconds.
But that was right.
You were right.
I was processing takes and takes b3. I saw right away to remove the bishop from the rook with back rank. And so instead of just doing it, I was calculating, am I supposed to take first? And then I was like, screw it, and I took. But I didn't calculate takes, queen d7 fast enough. So I saw queen takes g4. Damn, Danya, no, I'm kidding. We love you, Danya. No, it's too bad. Danya's too good. He's too good. All right.
Why don't we show the good folks at home the check?
Yeah, let's do it. So takes, bishop takes, it's back rank mate on e8. And what I was calculating, not nearly as fast as Danya, after queen g4 takes here, you take here first, I assume. Yeah, and now you're threatening back rank, so there's no like trade and takes a2 because you still have rook e8. So the chess player in me was doing my job, which, the only other thing about the exercise is obviously Danya got himself into this position, so he was probably setting it up moves ago because he's brilliant. But taking did not fail to taking on b3 because of the back rank. So that was Danya's ideas, overloading the bishop on d7. All right, let's do this again. This is fun, actually. Danya teaching us from beyond. Let's go.
that time of the day. It's time for round 11, the final round of the Swiss portion of the Naroditsky Memorial Blitz. Peter, it all comes down to this. Who's going to make it? Who's going to fall? Who will we see tomorrow? So many questions.
Yeah, so many questions, but one thing is already clear that, and the total heartbreak, Fabiano Caruana and Vasily Ivanchuk won't be able to make it. Yeah, it just shows what an incredible event it is, that nobody is safe, nobody was safe. And let's talk about the players who still have chances of qualifying.
Yeah, here we see the standings with 1 round to go. Nakamura is pretty much home and dry. Behind him there's a pack of 5 who know that a draw should be enough in the last round. It's all about the top 10 for anyone just joining us. It's top 10. If you are on the same score group as anyone in that top 10, then you do guarantee playoffs. So everything will be decided on the board. We still have a lot of chess ahead of us, most likely. And yeah, no mathematical equations. We don't need to get our calculators out. That's the most important thing. The Naroditsky rule in effect. And Peter, that means we'll see some risk taking, especially from those on 6.5 and 7 points. Eric Rosen, the last on 6.5. He's the one in the second page with chances.
Yes, and also we see many top guys having great chances, but let's just say that also Sindarov still has to kind of fight all the way till the end, because nothing is given. Right now he will be in a playoff scenario. Let's give a shout out to Simon Hanin and also to Ethan Sheehan. In the break, I took a look at Ethan Sheehan's opponents and I was stunned. One brilliant play after another, so it's not like he was kind of tricky and he was coming from behind, as sometimes can happen in a Swiss tournament. No. He was always right in the mix, facing super strong opposition, and he still has a chance. What a performance.
Exactly. I believe he's a national master, but yeah, he's basically played a super strong closed tournament of super grandmasters. So yeah, very, very impressive from Ethan. He just needs this final push, though. If he can win his game, he's through to tomorrow, a draw, and he will probably get some playoffs later in the day. I think everyone loves a good underdog story, and that would be fantastic to see. We're awaiting the pairings for the last round. But yeah, Peter, I think for the likes of Hikaru and maybe a couple of others, a draw might suit them in this last round.
Yes, of course. Actually, also saving some energy for tomorrow, and also mental energy, mental reserve could easily be the key factor. Yeah, you don't want to burn yourself out because after all, this is the qualification, the big qualifier. Hikaru, I think, is just enjoying, because it shows, the Fabi's case shows actually that yes, no matter how strong you are, you can fall victim of potentially not qualifying. And yeah, Hikaru leading the tournament, sitting already at the board, waiting for his opponent.
Yeah, and Hikaru plays Wesley So. I don't think we'll make any predictions there. Well, yeah, I can pretty much guess the opening it might be, but we'll see. I hope to be surprised. Madaminov plays Sam Sevian. Ethan Sheehan, the hero of the day, plays Ruslan Ponomarev in the last round. Here we see Andy Woodward up against Wanda Liang, and yeah, probably a draw is enough for these two, but yeah, they might have playoffs at the end of the day.
No. Andrew, I mean, Liang Gavander is behind. He's actually half point behind. He needs to win, and he's with a black piece in a must-win situation. So it's a very tough challenge for both of these gentlemen, because Andy feels like it would have been nicer probably to play someone who is calmer, but Avander will go all in.
Oh, interesting. So one player happy with a draw, one player needs a win. That's always the most fun dynamic in chess. And yeah, anyone on 6.5 points going into this last round needs a win. The likes of Fabiano Caruana as well in must-win territory. Okay, there's going to be there's going to be a lot to follow. Fabi plays Andrew Tang, one of the fastest hands in the West, one of the most well-known players for Bullet, for Hyper Bullet. And yeah, that's not going to be easy either. Andrew, very, very dangerous. Lenny Dominguez against Sindarov. Like you said, Peter, a little bit of work for both of these to do. A draw might be enough for them, but we'll see. Sindarov would be a shock not to see him tomorrow in the finals.
Yeah, but it's a super tough pairing with the black pieces against Lenier. Lenier, super grandmaster with very well-established repertoire. A draw will probably guarantee both players a playoff, but it's a playoff. Yeah, you definitely want it probably to avoid if you are Sindarov, but I think he can live with that. And Ethan Sheehan against Ruslan Ponomaryov. Yeah, the youngster, the shock of the event, the sensation of the event. I think I said the shock because I think the players are kind of shocked, like, where did this boy come from? I haven't seen that coming. And he has a very aggressive style. We are waiting for the games to be started.
So please, by all means, feel free to pick one up after your game today. My colleague Grant Owen will begin the round, so please just get to your boards for now. But I just wanted to let you know you are entitled to an event poster, so feel free to pick one up from the help desk.
And there we heard from the Charlotte Chess Center founder and director, Peter Giannatos. Yeah, that's a nice touch. All of the players can pick up posters of this event if they would like to. And yeah, Hikaru, Peter, I said no predictions, but I've got to say, Berlin, Queen E4, Queen D4, what are you thinking?
It could easily be. It's the very professional one. But yes, at the moment, I'm also waiting for the games to upload in my system to be able to cover all the action. That I think is very important. The games are about to start. Handshake.
And we're off. Round 11. Maybe for now we stick on the bird's eye view, but that top left board is Hikaru Nakamura against Wesley, so maybe we zoom in on them just very briefly because the game will be brief. And yeah, I think unfortunately I called it. It's going to be a quick draw, the famous Berlin draw with yeah, the Queen dance in the center of the board. 14 moves of fun.
Yes. Yes, but they are not the fastest. Already Madaminov Sam Sevian game has ended in a draw. So everybody's trying to secure his spot.
And
handshake, a big smile.
Yeah, and Hikaru saying exactly what you did, Peter. He pointed over Wesley's shoulder. He was like, we weren't even the first. And
exactly,
yeah,
yes.
There we go. A draw.
Job is done. The job is done. Yes, that's the most important. And all eyes now on all the players who are fighting. And, for example, Lenier Dominguez against Javori Sindarov, this kind of, you know, Lenier is such a well-prepared opponent that we might see some crazy theoretical duel in this super important last round.
Yeah, Sindarov playing, mainline theory pretty much. Maybe he's going to be showing his World Championship prep just to get into the top 10 for tomorrow, to get into the finals. Yeah, interesting that Dominguez, I mean, he's playing for a fight. He doesn't want to draw. He wants to get the job done here and now with white. And Italian game, Queen B3, trying to force black to trade off on the light squared bishops on his terms. But Sindarov doesn't need to commit yet. Queen D7, very solid move. Yeah, this just looks like a classical game, Peter.
Exactly, on the highest level. A lot of finesses, but I'm a little bit worried for Lenier that please pay attention to your clock. Lenier, don't fall way behind on the clock because then suddenly Sindarov will be very motivated.
Sindarov moves his bishop. This definitely looks like prep. White can't take on b7. That's a poison pawn. Queen takes b7. We get the queen trapped. So we see the bishops leave the board instead. And b6. Yeah, this looks very solid for black. Like, I guess with the pawn on a5, there's small differences, but these doubled e-pawns tend to give black a decent grip on the center here.
Yes, I'm expecting rook f7, rook ef8, just double on the f file. Of course, you can also just play the move rook a8, or rook a8. Somehow rook f7 is the most natural to. The other rook belongs to f8. You protect also double protect the queen. But okay, Sindarov double protects it immediately. All right, what's next?
Okay, what next? Lenier, he wants to play d4, but you got to time it right. Otherwise, it might just backfire on white. I'm looking elsewhere. Yeah, every game just hanging in the balance. Very tense stuff. All on the top remaining boards. Yeah, I expect Sindarov to play knight e7 and just get the queens off. But, okay, he drops back. Keeps waiting.
It's queen to 8. Yeah, he's just waiting, sitting and waiting. The whole point is that white would like to break with d4, but after ed-cd, suddenly black gets the b4 square for the knight. That's what Sindarov is waiting about, and he says like, all right, please, show me any other idea apart of d3, d4. If not, then I'm just happy.
And, okay, Dominguez still burning time on the clock. Feels like the biggest adventures are still ahead. But, yeah, spending a bit of time. g3, very logical move. f4 is a nice kind of landing square for the black knight. King g2 will cover everything. And, yeah, white's just covering every single square in his half of the board, Peter. Just very slow but steady, nice positional play.
Yeah, I feel like especially after g3, I was anyway an advocate for rook f7. Rook f7, queen back to d7, and rook df8. That would be my setup, potentially hitting the knight and the pawn on f2. I think that's what we will witness in the next couple of... No, d5! Really? In such an important game?
Wow.
What is this?
Sindarov risking it. Whoever loses here is out and won't feature tomorrow in the finals. So Sindarov, what's he calculated? There's some action on the d-file. If e takes d5, I guess he can take with the knight, and there's problems for white on the f-file. So Dominguez just goes back and... Okay, he's weakened himself quite a lot, Sindarov. Those black e-pawns, very, very weak. But knight takes e4, tactics. Pins on the d-file.
Yes. He goes for the tactics, but nevertheless, actually, white does not need to worry about it. Just take rook e4, rook f3, knight f3, and after rook d1, yeah, that's we're gonna see king g2, super cemento, and black is still pinned with his queen. No, Lanier goes rook c4. Why? Why, Lanier? Oof.
That's
rook c4.
That's ambitious though, because black can't move the knight, black can't defend the knight. Like white's going to take on c6 no matter what next move, and black has to probably double up on the d-file somehow. He's just trying to simplify in another way. Maybe he didn't want the tension, but I like that variation you mentioned, Peter. Just pawn down, but you're going to pick up at least the black e5 pawn. This one,
yes,
very tactical. Suddenly.
That looks super. Yeah, exactly. That looked super safe. And this one, especially knowing Sindarov, who is such a creative and monster calculator, he goes for rook f3. Okay, this is good news. At least things will slow down. It should get to a technical position which both players will navigate, and we get the draw, which is kind of okay for both players. I want both these players in the top 10. They belong there.
Yeah, this should now be a draw, and we'll figure out each player's fate a bit later. Can we go to Ethan Sheehan, because he's totally winning against Ruslan Ponomaryov. Ethan Sheehan is so close to banking a spot in the top 10. He's up the exchange, and I think Ponomaryov's missed this last move. e6 is hanging, the queens are coming off the board, white is in total control.
Wow, bishop d3 to c4. And yes, you can win back the exchange, but actually white is winning another exchange. It's completely winning.
You can just take on c8, exchange everything off the board. White has this check at the top of the board, rook d8 incoming. Ponomaryov is about to lose. Ethan's going to take down a former world champion, FIDE world champion. This is just over. Black's knight is dead as well. This is one of the greatest blitz performances I've seen in ages.
Sensational stuff.
Wow. Like you said, he's played so many world-class grandmasters. I think he's only played 2 non-grandmasters in this 11-round Swiss. And for him to be just a national master, I say just, that's strong, but yeah, this is another level.
Yeah, we will be seeing and hearing a lot from him. That's guaranteed. And he still has 40 seconds to finish the job. Yeah, e7 check, then rook a8, and then knight takes e7, rook a7 with resignation. Wow.
Wow, incredible. Ethan Sheehan is in the top 10, I think, pretty much guaranteed now. Huge smile from him. We saw fist pumps earlier when he took down Wanda Liang in round 2, but who would have thought that he would keep up that incredible form and we'll be seeing him in the top 10, the Blitz finals tomorrow. One of the stories of the day. Great to see a young player succeed like that. We have a few more games still going on the top boards. Fabiano's losing to Andrew Tang. Wow, Fabiano, it's all gone wrong. It's been a tough few days for him.
Yes, it did not work out at all. What is the clock situation? Yeah, it does not give any chances. Look, F4 is coming.
Andrew
And then the
Tang's
F6
so
pawn
good.
will drop.
Yeah, he's so good with no time as well. Like, just don't take that bishop. Don't play queen takes d5 because of knight f3 discovered check. But yeah, he's just going to simplify things here, get those queens off the board. Or, there we go, try and pick up the black bishop. Okay, he could have taken it there. Instead, he finds a way to win the black queen. Fabiano resigns. Fabi's out of the running officially. Peter, he was not at his best in the rapid and falls at the first hurdle in the blitz. Doesn't make it to the finals.
Yes, he cannot. Well, the draw was agreed in Dominguez against Sindarov with almost bare kings, and unfortunately, I don't have the Andy Woodward Liangavander game. We have to zoom in. Exactly, yeah, we have to cover it because we have problems, technical problems there.
Okay, and it looks like the players are just moving back and forward. It's queens and bishops only on this board. Level material, almost symmetrical. Andy Woodward with a bit more space. A Wonder Liang, that is tough for him because he needs to win, and it looks like a win won't be happening for him. He's just literally just moving his queen back and forward at this point. Andy Woodward, a draw probably gets him a playoff. He wanted more, but okay, at least he's still in the race for tomorrow's finals.
Yes, exactly. Basically, getting the playoff, it's already good enough because he probably believes. And we have the position actually up and running. Everything is fine, so we can show the board. Yeah, this is the end game. All right, what?
Ooh.
No. It's impossible that he did Avante blunder the bishop.
Why?
This actually will mean that Andy qualifies directly without any playoff.
Wow, that's just a gift from a wonder to his opponent. And now the white queen can come back and block. Queen exchange doesn't help. A wonder's just a piece down. Wesley looking around, smiling. He's done his job. And yeah, he could have just traded queens to Wonder Liang and it would have been a draw. I guess it wasn't enough to qualify him anyway, so maybe he just was trying to have some fun, but he's helped his opponent so much. Okay. Any chances do you see here for black, or is this just going to be straightforward for Andy Woodward?
It's basically agony. Yeah, he just plays it because he knows that that's it. But okay, wait a second. This bishop moved to f2, so c3 can come. Maybe miracle can happen, but even a draw does not help a wonder at all. But Andy would be kicking himself. He does not convert this.
Yeah, Andy's lost a lot of control, and a check, he's dropping the f3 pawn. Very instructive that a wonder took this one, not the e5 pawn, which would have only opened up white's bishop. Yeah, still a lot of work to be done. White's king probably wants to hide around on h2. And, okay, the eval bar went crazy, but that's just a glitch. White is still in control. And yeah, what's the winning plan though, Peter? It's got to be some kind of attack against the black king. This game could go on for ages.
Okay, first of all, you hide your king, and then you think about the consequences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But not in his position at all, with no time on the clock.
Exactly. Maybe place his queen on f3, king on h3, so there's no checks, and then try to bring the white bishop out. That tends to be
that would be a... That's the best setup. Yeah, he's actually doing this. Yeah, he's going for bishop f6, and then some queen g2 threatening checkmate on the long diagonal.
Mm-hmm. He's coming, but if the white queen leaves now, there's perpetual check. Very clever from a Wonder Liang. Okay, still no checks. Maybe the white king has to run for it at some point. We'll see. Everyone watching Durabaili watching on. Wesley So was there a moment ago. Players on the same score group, potentially, as Andy Woodward, if he wins. Okay, no more checks. Oh, this is still tough. Still not easy. It would be a real wonder if he draws this. Oh.
That would be a super wonder. Yeah, that's for sure. The king is back to h2. The bishop comes back.
Back around. Yeah, what's the winning setup? It's very difficult here, especially in blitz. Oh, g4 eventually.
He goes g4. Okay.
Yeah. Trying to open up the black king a little bit more. Any queen trades, white wins.
It was also time to change something, not like 50 move rule applies that you haven't done anything. There was this scare. And now bishop g5.
Okay. Queen f4, offering a queen trade. Still more checks. Okay, now the king has to maybe start running because the white queen couldn't have blocked there. The e5 pawn would have been hanging.
Exactly. He needs to run with the king.
Wow. I think Awanda's going to draw this, you know. I think he's going to save it. Ooh, hesitation. Okay, queen block. It's lucky for white that it's an h pawn because there's many lines where you can trade queens, lose the e5 pawn, but still be winning. And he's marched his king the whole way up the board. Where to hide? Ah, he's going to hide on e8.
More checks. Yeah, he goes to e8 and then goes bishop d8. Cemento.
Oh, genius.
And now he will target the f7 pawn with the queen.
Queen d7. Is he coming in? e5 drops, f7 drops. Is there a checkmate? There is. Queen f3 is the end, and there we go, handshake. Andy Woodward, fantastic technique there to find that winning plan. And Wanda Liang, yeah, he won't be making it. We won't see him in tomorrow's finals, but we will see the younger American Andy Woodward. Fantastic game to end the final round there. And these are the results, Peter. We'll check in on the standings, all important standings shortly. But a bunch of draws. Unclear who that helps beyond the fourth board. And Ethan Sheehan winning, Andy Woodward winning, Andrew Tang, I believe, has made it to 7.5. So we'll see if that is enough. Yeah, I think those are the only ones who can automatically qualify. Let's check out the standings. And ooh, this means that there's going to be 5 players in a playoff. Javokir Sindarov in 9th, down to Andrew Tang in 13th. Everyone from 8th upwards on 8 points and above is safe. They're in the playoffs. Well, they're in the finals for tomorrow, but only 2 from these 5 will join them. Peter, it's going to be more drama and more chess ahead.
Wow, yes, and look at the players. Yeah, so it is Ray Robson, Javokir Sindarov, Boris Gelfand, Len Rodriguez, and Andrew Tang. And only 2 extraordinary players will be able to join tomorrow's Blitz final. What a playoff it's going to be. Amazing. And Naroditsky rule is in action, and it's so nice because now everybody gets the chance. Whoever misses out feels like, okay, I had a chance, but somebody else was stronger. I think that's absolutely fair.
Exactly. It's going to be all settled on the chessboard. That's the Naroditsky rule here. And we're looking halfway down this this graphic. It's a 5-player tie. That means Armageddon knockout. And seeding will be determined by the final standings that we just saw. Armageddon means that both players, both sides will have a 2-second increment. White will have 3 minutes. So white will have exactly the same time control we just saw in the last 11 rounds. But black bids for time. And the lower bid plays black, but will have draw odds. Peter, the increment changes things. We might see some really brave bids from the black pieces.
Yeah, well, I don't know. How are people, even able to think at the moment? Because I'm losing my mind just looking at these players. And also, how does the system work? Because 5 people tie for the 9th spot. It means that then Ray Robson, or who was the player with the best tie break, Okay, we're gonna find it out, but the whole action only starts now.
Exactly. We're going to find out which 2 of those 5 players will be in tomorrow's finals, but one player who is guaranteed to be there after a great showing today was Hikaru Nakamura.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, whose 8.5 points definitely gets him one of the top 10 spots. Going into a tournament like this, are you thinking more about just getting one of those 10 qualification spots, or are you thinking about winning the whole thing? Because, rating, posterity, all that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, I haven't looked at chess on a board or played on a board since the candidates ended, 3 months at least ago. So it's been quite a while, so I didn't have huge expectations coming in. The goal was to finish in the top 10. The day did not start off very well. I had this very topsy-turvy first round game against Irene Sukandar. But I think after that, I more or less stabilized. There was this one very critical game against Dora Bailey where I pretty much outplayed him for the first 25 moves, and then I got sloppy for a move or two, and then it kind of swung back the other direction. But in the mad scramble, I ended up winning because he made the last blunder. So that game was probably the most critical moment, because once I won that game, I don't think there was any doubt that I was going to qualify, and it's pretty smooth sailing. So I'm happy with the result.
And finally, you haven't looked at much chess, but are you going to study tonight? Because you will know your 9 opponents tonight, and you'll have about 12 hours to look at their games and prep for them.
Oh, it's a round robin?
It is a round robin because there's 10 of you. So
okay, I had no idea. I thought it was a knockout. So it just goes to show. Yeah, I'll definitely look at something for my opponents. That makes it more interesting than a knockout. So looking forward to it.
Okay, I could be wrong. I'll check my notes, but in any case, you will know your opponents, so you'll do some chess tonight.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Good luck going forward.
Thank you.
Peter, interesting interview there. Hikaru revealing that he hasn't touched a chessboard and hasn't really been studying that much since the candidates. But yeah, he played himself into form, and I think it's nice that Mike told him the rules in advance of tomorrow.
Yes, and I think everybody's kind of relieved because 10 brilliant players qualify, and then there's no pressure on whom do I get paired with and who gets a better pairing. Everybody gets to play everyone. A round robin of 9 rounds. That's the best way to settle.
Exactly. And we will be seeing that round robin tomorrow. In the meantime, Mike's been a busy man because not only has he caught up with Hikaru, he's also caught up with another hero from today, Ethan Sheehan, who's also made it to tomorrow's finals.
Thanks, guys. We are here with somebody who you need to know. His name is Ethan Sheehan, and let me just tell you before we get to the first question about his tournament. He beat Ponomariev, Bortnik, Awonder Liang, Archers Nikshans, Gregory Oparn. He drew Linear Dominguez, and he drew Javakir Sindarov, and he had Wesley So on the ropes. In your life, can you believe you had a tournament like this?
No, I really cannot. Once I beat Awonder, I got excited, but I had to remind myself that there's a long way to go. And when I lost to Suleimanli, I thought, okay, this is going to be a good tournament, but probably nothing special would happen. But then when I swindled Oparn from a lost position, I thought this might happen. And then when I beat Bortnik, I thought this could really happen. And I told myself to just lock in for the last game.
8 points out of 11. You probably won't even have to play a tiebreak to get in tomorrow's event. You're going to have to play 9 more Grandmasters. So how are you going to prepare for that?
Honestly, I don't know how much preparation I'll do. I didn't prepare for any of the other games, so I kind of just want to sit back, watch the broadcast, and chat with friends and loved ones.
Okay, you're going to watch the broadcast here in a minute. Now, real quick, just for people to get to know you, you're 17, you turn 18 in 10 days, you just graduated high school. What are your plans?
So I'm actually taking a gap year to focus on chess. I want to hopefully get IM during my gap year, and then maybe get a couple GM norms. And I also plan to be a regular in Title Tuesday and whatnot.
Okay, well, thanks for the shout on that. He is definitely swimming with the sharks. So good luck tomorrow, and keep on keeping on.
Thank you.
Ethan Sheehan, everybody, back to you.
Peter, so nice to see someone playing chess with a smile on their face. Ethan, he deserved it from just the courage he showed on the chessboard today, and I'm especially happy to hear him say he's going to take a year out to focus on chess and see how far he can go.
Exactly. Yeah, this is wonderful news. You remember we noticed him that already yesterday that he had this wonderful chance, that he was smashing himself, he was hitting himself, that how could I have missed that great chance against Arvind Chithamram? And then today when he took down Liang Awonder, yeah, that was the moment when we have seen the physics and then got used to the that yes, actually I can beat these incredible players whom I have not even imagined that I can. And then slowly he somehow gained the confidence, as he also described. It's a Cinderella story, it's a fairy tale, and I wouldn't have believed that it's possible, to be honest. But it just happened. Amazing. I'm so happy that I was able to witness this.
Exactly. Me too. Everyone loves a good underdog story, and I know Ethan's going to have a lot of fans cheering for him tomorrow. If USA can win the World Cup, why can't Ethan win the Blitz finals? We'll see. In the meantime, round 11 has been done. The Swiss section is over, but don't go anywhere because we soon have the knockout tie breaks. 2 needs to come out from 5 somehow. We're going to see Grandmasters fighting for their lives in the tournament. We're going on a short break. We'll be back very shortly.
Is it worth knowing knight and bishop checkmate? Yeah, so it's worth knowing the W pattern. And I think mostly it's worth knowing not because it's going to bring you success, but because I almost feel like the fear of not being able to do it will actually damage you in more ways than you realize. You might get positions which ultimately don't result in the mate, but because you're afraid of not knowing how to do it, you're going to think about it. So it's just worth learning once, and then practicing from time to time, and then you just can feel like more of a professional player. Phase 1 is the hardest phase. Phase 1 is getting the king into the corner. That is what causes a lot of people trouble. That is what causes GMs trouble, what causes me. It causes everybody trouble because it is actually hard against good resistance. Now, what is the goal? The ultimate goal is very simple. You want to get the king into the same color corner as your bishop. You have to do that. There's no other way to mate with that bishop. You must get the king into one of 2 corners, either this one or this one, the one's highlighted in green, in under 50 moves, right? Because of the 50 move rule. If a pawn is not moved or capture isn't made in 50 moves, the game is declared a draw. Bottom line is that the bishop is very often used as the close quarter combatant, and the knight is used as the perimeter defender. So in this position, there's a couple of important techniques to know that help you get the king into the corner. And the phase 1 involves getting the king onto the back rank. Any of the back ranks, any 4 of them. Doesn't matter which one, doesn't matter which corner. If it's the right corner, great. But even if it's the wrong corner, that's the hard part. And then all you have to learn is one specific technique. And once you learn it, it really is automatic. So what should White do here? How should White begin? And there's a couple of ways to do it. But in my opinion, the best is to put the bishop on e4. This is what I refer to this as piece-assisted opposition. So it's like opposition on steroids where you're actually pushing the king back, using the bishop to push the king back. This should make sense. So even without the knight, this pushes the king back. So whichever way the king goes, you pursue the king. You go like king d4. Okay, but people get into this situation and then they're like super confused about what to do. So a lot of people here would go like this, but this lets the king, like, you don't want to let the king roam free about the cabin. You want to control the black king, kind of push it lightly toward one side of the board. So one good thing to do here would be to go knight b5. That would make sense to me. Knight as the perimeter defender, right? Knight defends the squares from a distance. So if the king goes back, then it's all easy. If the king goes back to d7, e7, or f7, then you approach with your king, obviously. And here you've already succeeded in like nudging the king to the 7th rank. But what's the most resilient defense for black? So king f6. So what black is going to try to do here is sort of run behind the white pieces and then back toward the center. Ultimately, the black king is going to have to stick close to the center in order to defend resiliently. But now what you can do, and this is admittedly a very hard move. Well, no, this is not hard. The easiest move is just king d5. And this is called shouldering, right? You're using your king, again, you're nudging the black king to one side, right? King g5. And now king e5. And again, you've already gotten the king one file away from one of the corner files. Now, black has only one defensive attempt, which is to run the king all the way around through e3 or through e1 and go the other way. So what you have to do now, and this is a good idea, you have to keep track of where the opponent's king ultimately can escape. You're not worried about the black king going back up to g5. You can deal with that. So you need to think and say, okay, where do I want my knight to close off the king's escape route? And if you think logically, it's actually quite simple. So imagine the black king on f2. Think about that. Imagine wait, before you say any moves, that's way too early to say a move. Imagine the black king on f2. from f2, like how can it access the center? Well, it can go to e3. We can deal with that if our king is on f4, and our king is already one square over. It can go to e2. We can deal with that by putting a knight on c3 at the right moment. And it can go through e1. But if it goes through e1 and we have a knight on c3, then we can go king f4 to e3 and lock the king in. So essentially all we need to do, well, we can put a knight on c3 immediately. We can make a waiting move too. But the simplest is to play knight c3. Yeah, phase 1 is accomplished. So same with king h3 or any move other than king g3. Now we continue shouldering the black king. You want to guide it in the right direction. So now that we are armed with the machinery to trap the king once it gets to f2, you go king f5, right? You stop the king from dilly-dallying around and going between g4 and g3. And once king f2 has happened, that's it. We go king f4 just as we discussed. The knight is guarding e2, very important. If the knight was not on c3, the king would have been able to escape via e2 and d2. King e1, king e3, boom, we've succeeded.
Welcome back to the Naroditsky Memorial Blitz, where there is drama in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's 5 players in playoffs to get 2 remaining spots in tomorrow's finals. It all starts with Gelfand versus Tang. Battle of generations, and looks like we're off. It's Armageddon, Peter. It's 3 minutes versus 1 minute 45, I'm told. Andrew Tang has black. 1 minute 45, so big time discrepancy there. But a draw gets him through.
Yes, and then how do you approach this game from Gelfand's perspective? Yeah, you want to keep as many pieces as possible. You want to keep as in the position possible. A long game where Black's clock situation will prove kind of vital. Do we get the clocks right? Did Andrew Tang really play so quickly that he is already 155 on the clock? Wow.
Yeah.
Speedy Gonzalez.
Yeah, he's Speedy Gonzalez online especially, but I think over the board as well. And yeah, a reminder for everyone, they do get 2-second increment in this Armageddon game. So that's kind of a break from the norm. Normally we see Armageddon, maybe the increment only kicking in after move 40 or after move 60. Here, maybe more of an advantage to have the black pieces, I would say, Peter. And it's one of these... one of these kind of Reti/English openings, which now sharpens up as Boris has pushed forward with d4. No more subtle maneuvers, very direct stuff.
Yeah, very direct, because black hits the pawn on c4. Another big question, that do you have something like a d5 strike? Is it possible? Do you play knight e5, which would be, I think, welcome by black, because then you simplify. It's on the board. You just take on g2. And you have this queen b7 check, yes, sidestepping all kinds of pins on the c file with a check, with a tempo.
Exactly. Suddenly the exchange of white's beautiful fianchetted bishop, it feels like black is very happy. Like rook c8 is such a natural move. Knight d7 will come to trade off more pieces, and must-win situation for Boris. This is not going to be easy. Black is so solid.
Yes, and very easy play. We also see that Boris is spending time. He's down to 2 minutes 30. He still keeps a minute advantage, but black's moves are so natural. It is so easy for black to play. Boris will be the one burning time, how to keep some life in the position.
Yeah, shaking his head, Boris Gelfand, a little bit. Spend a bit of time on knight to e4, but you can either take that knight or, like you said earlier, queen b7, Peter. Feels like exchanges are happening on black's terms, and white's hanging pawns in the center could just become weak in future positions. This doesn't look great for Boris, a legend of the game. Whoever wins this will face another match to try and get into tomorrow's Blitz finals. So for everyone at home, this won't be the last you'll be seeing of one of these two. But yeah, Boris may be in a bit of trouble.
But the good news for Boris is that with this f3, he keeps some tension. Wait a second. b5 allows something. Wait a second. Is a move like knight g5 possible?
Wow. Knight g5 hitting the weak spot, the Achilles heel on f7. I was looking at knight takes f7 sacrifices as well. Boris has some very tempting options here. He's got to move fast. 1 extra minute. Suddenly playing on the front foot. Knight g5. It's not easy, maybe, because it looks like the action's in the center and now on the queen side after b5. But Peter, he can find this. Boris at his best finds this. He switches it and becomes more dynamic.
And he's a must-win situation, so he knows exactly that actually strategically he has nothing in the position. If he just makes a natural reaction, and he goes for it. Knight g5 on the board, so rook f8, knight e5 takes f7, followed by queen takes e6, and things get out of control because black can still protect it with the rook f8 move. But that's what Boris needs. That's fire on board. It's anybody's game.
Exactly. Andrew Tang needs to speed up. He's only got 30-something seconds here to protect f7. I don't think black can get away with knight takes c4 or anything like that. f7 is such an important pawn. You need to protect it. Rook f8. He should have played that instantly, but 30 seconds later, he's played rook e8? That is not a transmission error. I see it on the camera. Rook to e8.
Wow, that's a total shocker. I haven't seen that coming at all. Might be a super smart move, but Boris just goes c5. Ignores it.
That was a trick from Andrew Tang. He wanted white to commit which knight he was going to take on f7 with, and then he would attack whichever knight hadn't captured on f7. But yeah, now knight c4, Boris can safely take. He's got the same thing, but with the extra c5 pawn. Boris Gelfand a pawn up, a minute up as well. Andrew Tang's down to 15 seconds. This is dramatic. Boris has turned it around.
And what to do? Andrew takes on b2.
It's defended though. Knight d5 threatening a fork. White can defend that though, bring the queen back where it came from. Rook to e1 as well, covers any knight e3 checks. It's a beautiful pawn to win, Peter. The f7 pawn is the most important pawn of all.
Yes, because now black has weaknesses. But Andrew is trying to trap that knight on f7, yeah, with the timely rook f8. Boris cannot afford to lose concentration.
Exactly. Oh, another pawn falls though. b4 did set up a knight fork. It's landed a different fork this time. Boris sacrificing material. Didn't need to do this, but he's got ideas like smothered mate in mind. Queen takes e6. He's going to set up all sorts of discover checks. Bishop drops back. Knight back to f5. Boris in full control still, although the d4 pawn has dropped. He goes back. Peter, you can sense the nerves, but Andrew just has no time. On 8 seconds, he's having to just kind of bluff on instinct here. Boris protecting everything.
Yeah, the big question is that will Boris be able to control the clock? Because if he gets down to 5 seconds against Andrew's 5 seconds, then things can get out of control. Rook d2, threatening rook d7.
Andrew swings his rooks across, doubles up on the a-file. Boris hits the e6 pawn. It's an exchange sacrifice. But the queen and knights combined, this looks deadly. Knight takes h6 is an immediate threat. Andrew moves his king away. But now a check. Oh, Boris fumbling pieces. But he's not going to fumble this game. Another check. And handshake. Andrew Tang resigns. Boris lands a killer attack. That was real experience shining through.
Yes, immediately sensing the momentum that, aha, now it's my chance, and he never let it go. Knight g5 and then also c5, not falling into Andrew's trap with rook e8. What a game, what nerves and everything we have just witnessed here.
Wow, where I'm sitting there was a huge thunder strike a second ago, and that was thunderous, that attack from Boris towards the end of that, and that means he's still in the race. He hasn't done the job though, Peter. That means Boris next plays Ray Robson for a spot in tomorrow's finals. More Armageddon chess coming up. This was just the first step.
Wow, and that means that Lenier Dominguez is up against Javohir Sindarov. Wow.
That is huge. Javohir Sindarov, yeah, he's not guaranteed to get through tomorrow, and those two actually faced each other earlier in the day in the last round of the Swiss. Now they'll be playing each other for their lives. Peter, predictions. Which of these two are going through? Whoever wins on each side of this bracket, they're guaranteed their spot for tomorrow.
Yes, it's basically, I think, impossible to say. It's like very 50-50 kind of situation, because Sindarov is facing a heavyweight Lenier Dominguez. Yes, basically Sindarov is probably faster, but and Robson versus Gelfand, it's clash of generation. I don't know. The nerves will decide who is faster. I don't know, but we are guaranteed a thriller fight. That's what is the most important.
Exactly. Armageddon always means it's going to be thrilling. And yeah, Boris. I mean, I'm a huge Boris fan, and yeah, it's sad to see Andrew Tang kind of get knocked out of qualification like that. But Boris, the way he switched gears, the way he went for the kill, as soon as he found knight g5, it was never really in doubt. And yeah, we're going to see some very tough warriors now. Lenier Dominguez is hard to beat. Former world Blitz champion. You were telling me in 2008, Peter, the same year that Ethan Sheehan was born. So Lenier, also a man of of great pedigree.
Yes, and he normally had tremendous nerves, and he was very good with 2 seconds on the clock. Now the big question is how good he is still right now, yeah, because After all, he's not getting any younger, but his class still remains. So I'm expecting some crazy fight. And let's just shout out to the Naroditsky rule, yeah? Because thanks to the Naroditsky rule, we are witnessing all these amazing fights. We have all this tension. Otherwise, due to some mathematics, somebody would have been in. Some other players who would have also deserved the chance would have been already out of the competition. I think it's just fantastic to have this.
Exactly, fully agree. It's nice that we don't have to do any maths kind of equations. The arbiters still have to work out, who was seeded through in that last bit, but it's all decided on the chessboard. Everyone gets a chance, at least. They still have to win their way through, but yeah, it's all settled here. Daniel would definitely have approved of more chess, and I'm being told that it's going to be one game at a time in this kind of semi-final stage. It's strange to call it the semi-finals because whoever wins in each side, I think they automatically go through to tomorrow's finals because we have 2 spots available. But it's one game at a time because Gelfand, I think, deserves a break after that fast and furious Armageddon.
And I think also for us and for the audience, it is much better because we are not missing out on any action.
2:35.
Okay, we're hearing, Peter, breaking news. I stand corrected. The games will happen simultaneously. Wow. So Boris didn't want to break, seemingly. He plays Ray Robson, who has a big smile on his face. 58-year-old Boris Gelfand against Ray Robson here. Nice to see. Class enduring. And he gets white again. Must-win situation.
Again.
We'll find out the bids shortly.
Yes.
Okay, Ray Robson starts with 2 minutes 35. So bidding high.
This is the final
and
Armageddon game.
2 minutes 9 seconds for Sindarov.
Qualify for tomorrow. Players, good luck. Please start by spawn.
Here we go. All comes down to this. Whoever wins these 2 matches will progress to tomorrow's finals, the 10-player round robin. And Dominguez Perez, it looks like a Reti, although can still transform into other openings. And no moves yet from Gelfand Robson. We'll try and get cameras on the players very, very shortly. It looks like actually this might have been the start to the Gelfand game, the moves we're seeing on the left green board. It looks like, yeah, we'll sort out those names shortly. One was a Roy Lopez, one was a Reti.
I also feel that definitely this is the game of Gelfand, the one with the Reti, and the Lanier's game is the E4 play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, going back to basics, that's what players do, right? In must-win situations, when when stress is high, pressure's on, you go back to what you know best.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. You have to kind of play your position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the Gelfand game on the board. So maybe we can somehow zoom out, get a bird's eye view on both of them. Let's ignore the names for now because Gelfand has the left board, Dominguez Perez has the right board. We'll try and get that sorted, ladies and gentlemen. But I think no surprise that we see very tense positions, Peter, on both of them.
Yes, and also very high level because everybody wants to get in. This is a super prestige duel, fighting for your honor. You want to honor Danya, you want to keep on fighting as Sindarov, but also Lanier, of course, as a brilliant player, he thinks like, I'm already so close, let me somehow sneak in at the cost of Jawahir Sindarov.
Yeah, and who do you think's the happier of the two? The fact that it's still all pieces on the board in this clash, all 32 pieces still there, very tense, very locked center, slow maneuvering battle.
I think that Lenny is very happy with the position because it's a classical type of position which suits him perfectly. He can play on intuition. He knows exactly where the pieces belong. Yeah, now he stops knight c4 with b3. Black tries to break with b4. I'm expecting Lenny to play c4. Would be the thematic move. Just keep the center.
Okay, elsewhere, Boris Gelfand against Ray Robson is a much more open position. Started with an isolated queen's pawn for Ray Robson, but now some exchanges means it's headed towards a level-looking endgame. Queen's about to leave the board as well. And yeah, on paper, I would say this favors Boris a little bit more. Ray maybe more comfortable in tactical positions. But yeah, he just needs to draw Ray Robson. And he's not that far behind on the clock anymore. So Boris needs to work the magic again. Here we see the board. And the e4 pawn a bit tender, Peter.
Yes, that is Black's problem. If Black is in time to get knight e5, knight d3 in, then everything is fine. But at the moment, it comes at the cost of a pawn on e4. So Black plays the move g5, which slightly weakens the structure. White might be able to push g4 and isolate that pawn on e4 all the more. But yeah, let's see the moves. Rook ad1, rook ad8 happening.
Makes a lot of sense. And I think Boris at some point will push his pawn to g4. Okay, we see on the other board. Okay, this is the Boris Gelfand endgame in the meantime. He tries to bring his knight into d6. This is the other board where, okay, no c4 that you predicted earlier. He actually allowed the tension to break Leonid Dominguez, and he's put his bishops, posted them up on really nice squares. Still looks very nice for white, but could fizzle out.
Yes, exactly. Basically, white has right now some initiative, but if black will be able to trade the bishops, the light square bishop with the bishop e6, at the moment the pawn on e5 is hanging, so that's why it is a tactical kind of nuance. If he's able to do that or not, we have to find out. Certainly, he needs to spend time. He just cannot make a natural move.
Okay, Sindarov finds a different way to try and trade off those light squared bishops. Elsewhere, Boris has snapped off the e4 pawn, but it's come at the cost of a2, so still level material. But I quite like Boris's chances. He has a grip, he has squares, he has nice centralization. Ray Robson on the back foot, and got half of Boris's time right now, 40 seconds against over a minute and a half.
Yes, the time advantage. And Boris goes f4, very energetic. I thought like maybe knight g3, just try to sit on the f5 square, but no, he knows that he needs to win the game. He wants to be energetic.
Very nice play from Boris. Ray does look a bit nervous. Ray often makes moves, even in classical, with 1 second on his clock. So I'm not going to read too much into the time situation. One of the fastest minds I've ever seen. But, okay, pawn's coming off the board. Boris is hitting h6.
And king g7, yeah, exactly. I was wondering that what is the setup for white? Some knight g3 and try to jump, but then I have bishop g5. So Boris just sidestepped with king h2. For the moment, bishop e6.
Yeah,
retreating.
Bishop c5 pins as well, so he needed to prepare. Now bishop g5, as you mentioned. Black's so solid. Can Boris do anything here to win this game? Okay, it's going to be difficult.
Very tough.
Maybe we can pull up the bird's eye view just to see both boards. Because right now, Lenia Dominguez, also in a must-win situation, is slightly worse against Sindarov. Sindarov has a grip. Queen's off, almost symmetrical. It's looking good for Sindarov on that left board. And Ray Robson in big time trouble, but looks like he's roughly equal as well against Gelfand, holding things together. It's going to be tough for the two more experienced players here to win with white. A draw enough, remember, for Armageddon.
Yeah, Boris is going for knight c5 by DRA. Needs to find a way. 5 seconds.
Ooh, raise clock on that right board. That is not a healthy situation to be in. Don't try this at home, everyone. Knight d6. 2 seconds, 1 second. Oh, he makes a move with 1 second left. It's a great move. Or is it? Does rook takes f7 check? Knight f5 is a fork. Boris can win a pawn. He does. He finds it.
He finds it.
Ray reacts with 1 second left, but a big blunder. Now a second pawn falls. He had to take the rooks off the board. Boris is winning. Bishop e4 check? Is that's just mate? Is checkmate with knight to e8 or rook h7?
Yeah, knight e8 checkmate.
And knight e8. Boris Gelfand checkmates Ray Robson and moves through. He's in the finals tomorrow. 58-year-old Boris Gelfand.
Wow.
At, Sindarov versus Dominguez. Peter, that was dramatic.
Incredible, and suddenly Lenny also gets a chance. 5 seconds, but wait a second. Rook takes f2. What's in store for us? c5. Then he's pushing the pawn.
He defends his knight. Black
Crazy
is
time
so
scramble.
passive. Okay, the c-pawn pushes.
c6.
Oh, this is...
h4, creating counterplay. Knight f3.
Attacking the black knight. Don't get forked. Knight d5 threatened. Now the rook goes behind. Oh, this is so tough to play with no time on the clock for both sides. Lenia, his pawn is dropping off though. Knight d5. How can he hold it? It's gone. Oh,
But the rooks are tied. It's not over yet.
The white rook has to retreat. Now the black knight can move. Oh, he has to try some tricks now, Dominguez. It's a dead draw on the board. Oh, it's hard. Running out of material. Rook trade. Dominguez wins a pawn. There's a knight fork with knight e5.
Wow.
But rook takes h4.
Rook h4.
Are we going to see rook and knight versus rook? Could this game go on? Peter, this must be a draw now. Dominguez has no time either.
Yes, it should be a draw.
Oh, he's got to prove why he was the World Blitz champion. Okay, he advances. What do you think? Is it practical to just take that pawn off the board for Sindarov? Try and draw a rook and knight versus rook?
Well, yeah, that was also my question, but he doesn't go for it.
He could also have gone for rook versus knight with rook takes h4, but he didn't want that. Sindarov trying to draw by force without suffering.
Well, actually, he could have taken knight g2 there, but okay, let's forget about all this craziness.
Okay. Oh, he's found a way to annoy white. If knights come off the board, it's a total draw. Dominguez struggling to keep the knights on the board.
b2.
Oh, he's claiming.
Oh.
Sindarov's claiming
a
this is
3-4
threefold.
repetition. Oh, wow.
I don't think he's right, by the way.
I'm not sure.
Oh. I don't think it is. I think Sindarov might have just given Lenia Dominguez a bit more time. He only has 4 seconds himself. It's an incorrect claim. The arbiters will confirm that. This was just the second time. This was just the second time the position have repeated himself. That's the tension, Peter. Sindarov just wants the suffering to be over. He wants to book his spot in the final, but he's going to have to fight on. And Dominguez is going to get given an extra minute or an extra 2 minutes. Sindarov doesn't believe what he's being told by the arbiters.
How much drama you can witness in a tournament.
Yeah, they don't want the chess to end. Dominguez looks so calm. You know him so well, Peter. He's probably frustrated inside that it's a drawn position, but this is a second lease of life.
Yeah, but also he is just a super nice person, yeah? So he has given the absolute maximum, so I think he can look in the mirror if he doesn't make it. Yeah, he will try everything.
And here we see good camera work. Thanks to our production team. Sindarov frustrated that it's not a threefold repetition, and now he's going to play with seconds left. Dominguez will have a bit more time. Still a dead drawn position though. And the game continues. Knight g6 check. Dominguez has had time to think. But a shake of the head. King f7. Okay, he's keeping everything on the board. No knight trades now, Peter. And it's going to be rook and knight versus rook.
Wow. Actually, Lenia got 1 minute. All right, we got the
1 minute. It sounds like a lot, but that can disappear very quickly. For everyone at home, this is a drawn endgame. You don't need to know too much as black, but yeah, the nerves and the clock are the main issue here. If Dominguez can force Sindarov to one of the sides of the board, maybe there'll be a mistake, but hard to imagine.
Yeah, the rook should stay far away so that you start checking the king from a distance.
Yeah, I was always taught you put your king and rook on different colors so you don't get forked. Like if your rook and king are nearby, if they're on the same color square, they can get forked. Like this, they can't.
Wow. I never heard this rule. I'm getting wiser and wiser.
Yeah, that was a childhood rule from one of my first coaches after I kept walking to knight forks. But yeah, here, of course, if you keep it far away, you don't have to worry about that anyway. And Dominguez making some progress. Oh, Sindarov made a couple of moves with just
And
1 or 2 seconds left. Yeah. Defending the knight is clever. Trying to break the pin. But black's king always goes the other way, right? No matter where white goes, the king slides the opposite direction. You can't pin it in. Rook a5 threatened.
That's the problem.
And knight to b3 allows a check. No more shelter. Sindarov doing everything right. 2-second increment is enough. Reminder for everyone at home, if this is a draw, Sindarov moves on, Dominguez is out. Still no progress. Peter, if this were classical, this would have been probably agreed to draw 20 moves ago.
Well, could be, but yeah, sometimes in the end, you hope for some miracle.
They've played 28 moves, 29 moves now. Dominguez has 20-ish moves to win this game. Sindarov probably won't make a second false claim. But
just to add some more to the drama.
He'll wait a bit longer. That would be a boss move, though. Give Dominguez an extra minute again and still hold. Yeah, this is textbook stuff. Keep the rook far away, pin, annoy from behind. Yeah, Dominguez body language changes, posture changes. Drops his rook back. Gets his king out. Knight check. Trying to create a cage here. Oh, they're closing in though. Around only 10 more moves. 6 more moves to make. Dominguez is not going to win this game. Sindarov showing he has studied some endgames. That is for sure. Bortnik in the back. Remember, Bortnik
already having...
Go on, Peter.
Yeah, he got some extra time with 10 seconds. He was using it. And he definitely does not want to claim. Yeah, he's just enjoying that he has the great defense.
Yeah. Sindarov earlier, it was revealed, has promised to play Counter-Strike tonight with Bortnik, who's waiting in the background. It looks like that will happen very shortly. This game rages on though. Sindarov, the arbiters step in after 75 moves without progress, without any captures. So he doesn't need to even claim. Game goes on. Have you had this endgame yourself, Peter, in practical play?
Yes. I actually twice had the rook and knight versus the king, and I was playing all the way.
But were you able to win?
No, both were draw. I think the first one against Larry Christiansen in '96 in the Yerevan Chess Olympiad, in the match between Hungary and the United States. It was a draw.
Yeah, this tends to be a drawn endgame. And Sindarov, he's survived this one for 60-ish moves now, 60-plus moves.
Yeah, we are 151 right now.
Unless he loses his rook without claiming, which won't happen, then this game is going to be a draw. Bortnik in the back looks impatient for it to be over. He wants to play that counter-strike. Yeah, I mean, I think we would all do the same in Dominguez's shoes. We would try till the bitter end. But he won't make it to the finals.
That's what he was fighting for, to try to qualify. And I'm also feeling very Sorry for Lanier, he was putting tremendous efforts. And he got
there we
very
go.
close. And there's the handshake.
Yeah, it is a draw. Sindarov moves on to the final, but the final is moot. He moves on, more importantly, to tomorrow's finals. And there we have it, confirmed. It is Boris Gelfand and Javokir Sindarov who filled the 2 remaining spots in tomorrow's 10-player finals, the round robin. Peter, it's been such a long day of chess, dramatic stuff, but yeah, I think well deserved for those 2. They did it the hard way.
Exactly. Yeah, for example, Boris winning 2 matches on demand with the white pieces. That was sensational, phenomenal stuff. Qualifying. Like it, as a chess player, you feel like you understand why you got knocked out. Yeah, because someone was better. Someone was able to kick you out. Okay, Lanier might feel like, wait a second, I only got 1 game exactly against Javokir Sindarov, who is fighting for the World Championship crown against Gukesh later this year. And I was squeezing him. I was putting all my efforts, but it was not enough. So big congratulations also for Lanier for his tremendous efforts and play. But yeah, it's all about Sindarov. Yeah, yesterday we have seen he has pulled off. He has won the Naroditsky Memorial Rapid section. Now he qualifies. He sneaks into the Blitz final, and all the action continues tomorrow.
Exactly. He didn't want the day off. He wants more chess. And Sindarov had some really nice words yesterday to say about Dania and kind of their interactions together. And he wants to honor Dania's memory by playing some more Blitz. I believe in the meantime, we're getting those standings up to confirm who did make it to the top 10 and to see what we can look forward to tomorrow. Peter, we're looking at the left column now. And those are the 10 names that we'll see back. Round robin, so they'll all play each other 9 rounds of Blitz tomorrow.
Yes, wow. This is actually amazing news. You remember Hikaru was also so happy when he understood that, all right, we're going to play round robin, because then, it's 9 rounds against exactly the same opposition. There is no this nerve-wracking moment at the beginning that one game decides. Well, if there will be a tie, definitely there will be a playoff to decide the title, but before that you have to show some tremendous class to get there, because winning this ultra final, I'm already envying you to be able to do the commentary. And let me also say that it will be Judith Polgar who will be joining you for our audience. That's the end of the roads for me. What a spectacular run it was. I was so honored and so happy to have been able to do the commentary on Danya's memorial. Brilliant tournament. Shout out to the Charlotte Chess Center organizing it, for Peter Giannatos, the mastermind, the brain behind all this, putting all the efforts and making this incredible tournament happen. The Naroditsky Memorial, and I'm so hoping that it will become a great tradition, and I would be always privileged and honored to be doing the commentary on it.
Peter, thank you so much. I can only echo the thoughts. It's been an honor, pleasure calling the shots alongside you for the last 2 days. The Rapid was really dramatic, and today was another level. Thank you. I hope we get to team up again soon, sometime, and hopefully in another event as fun as this one. What's next for you, Peter?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thank you, David. Yeah, it was amazing. Such a pleasure to have been doing the commentary with you. I think we have done during the World Cup 2023. I very first time that I did the commentary together with Danya. So I have it very deep in my memories. It was sensational. That's when you get this feeling, yeah, when you get this connection with the person that, wow, your fellow commentator is burning for chess, loves all these kind of nuances. We share the same passion, and it was brilliant. I told you I envy you guys that you will continue the show. Amazing. And the Naroditsky rules. Yeah, I think this is already a confirmation. This event just shows that what dramatic action we got extra on top of everything that we have witnessed before. Thank you everyone for joining us. And David, I can't wait and look forward enough to do it again.
Thank you so much, Peter. And I fully agree. The Naroditsky rule needs to be implemented in more tournaments worldwide. That just leaves us to say thank you again for everyone for tuning in, especially anyone who's been here since the very start from round one. It's been a long day of chess. Tomorrow it continues. But in the meantime, a reminder of why we're all here. For anyone who is looking to directly support Dania's legacy, the official Daniel Naroditsky Memorial Fund is now accepting donations. Every single penny, every single donation goes towards funding the annual memorial tournament and towards establishing fellowships to support talented young chess players on their journey. So hit !fund in chat right now to see how you can get involved. Tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, 4:30 p.m. Central European Time. It is going to be the Creator Invitational with some of the biggest names in the chess circuit. And then it will be the finals of the Blitz. That's it from us. Thank you for joining. We'll see you tomorrow.